Buongiorno a tutti. We're live from the land of popes, pizzas and pace. Welcome to Viterbo, a city where history lines the streets. The pasta is always perfect, and this weekend, so is that racing. Tucked just north of Rome, Viterbo might be known for its medieval charm and hot springs, but right now it's boiling over with karting action at the Leopard circuit Viterbo. It is a circuit that rewards precision, punishes mistakes, and showcases the raw talent of motorsport's rising stars. It plays host to round 3 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, year of opening 2005, event record set by Christian Costoya with a 50.913 set in time, qualifying the only driver to get into the 50 seconds in TQ. The track itself is 165 meters down the start-finish straight, 170 down the infield straight. It's a total length of 1,294 meters. It's 9 to 10 meters wide with an elevation change of 6 meters. That's up to the highest part of the circuit up at turn 10, all the way down to the lowest part of the circuit at turn number 1. And that brings us very appropriately onto those corners. 16 of them in total, 10 to the right, 6 to the left. That does include the 2 hairpins out there of turn 5 and turn 12. Each and every one of those corners provides its own unique challenges, but many provide unique overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turn 1, 5, 6 and 7, the double apex hairpin as well, turns 12, 13, 14 and 15, and the occasional cheeky send down the inside at turn 16 we've seen once or twice over this weekend. Top speed though, drivers will be reaching that down in towards turn number 1 and in towards turn 12. The seniors reaching at around about 121 kilometers an hour. They average around 90 around the lap. It is a fast, technical, demanding circuit for the drivers, and with the temperatures set to be hitting around 31 degrees plus over the course of today, it is going to be a very warm day for the drivers. Local time here currently pushing 10 to 10, and we're already at 27 degrees out there. It is a beautiful day to go racing for this third and middle part of the season. Nicole Sutherland, I'm looking forward to this one. I'm sure everyone at home is. I'm sure everyone at the track is. The only question is, are you?
I'm always ready for it then, Anthony. Primed and ready to get into some fantastic racing. This is a circuit that has a balanced mix of twisty turns, tight bends, and all adds into that exciting racing, encourages those overtaking opportunities, and really will provide us with some great things to watch. The first of which will be our Academy Senior qualifying Heat 3, 12 laps, 15.5 kilometres for the seniors that have been picked for 2025 by their national ASNs to represent their countries on the grid there. We'll be started off the pole side with Harrison Whitcomb, who is representing Great Britain for the season. There is Harrison sat there on your grid, ready to turn that dial up once more because he's had some great results out there so far. It was a pole in quali and 2 heat wins so far.
Well, his second heat was actually a second on track to Jules Avril. Post-race penalty went out to Jules Avril, which promoted him up for a race win. So now he's got the floor once more. But he's got to keep an eye on those tyres over the course of this weekend, the same as every other driver. It was a hot day yesterday. Granted, they only had 2 races. They've got another one here, and then they've also got that final. There's a look at some of the hard-working, dedicated volunteer marshals here this weekend. We could not go racing without the fabulous Orange Army that is keeping the drivers and the track nice and clear, nice and safe. They're working in direct line with our officials here this weekend. Pasquale Lupoli, our FIA Deputy Race Director this weekend, but then looking after the Senior Academy Trophy drivers this weekend. We'll have Nigel Edwards as well as the FIA Race Director this weekend. He'll be looking after the OKJs and the OK categories, and they'll be joined by Gonzalo Planta out on circuit as well. There's a look at the schedule that we've got over the course of the day. The last qualifying heat of the weekend going out for Academy Senior. That is the next one for their 12-lap race. Then we go into those super heats, kick-starting with OK Junior Super Heat A. Then we head to the seniors, back to the juniors for Super Heat B with the seniors, and then those 3 finals that start at around 1:30 at local time. We'll be seeing finals for the seniors reaching 24 laps. That is an almighty race distance these drivers have got to negotiate around this 1.3-kilometre circuit. There is Gonzalo Planta, the judge of facts this weekend. He heads out to his spot out onto the circuit to keep an eye on all the drivers. And oh dear, keeping an eye on the drivers, there's been some drama already on that grid, and that looks to me like, is that the 4-1-1? It is, yeah, Riccardo Ferrari is due to start this one 20th. Is having drama. Oh dear, and there's a multitude of dramas out there, including our pole sitter, Harrison Whittingham, who has not been able to get it started. Now, he's been practicing those starts over the course of this weekend. He has been getting them right. He nailed it this morning in the warm-up, but something has just not gone his way, and the same can be said for a smattering of other drivers. Whittingham is one of them. Yuzuki Sato, Battens Ottenshammer, and Riccardo Ferrari all having dramas. But let's quickly fire through that grid then of hopefully all of our 35 runners. It is Harrison Whittingham and Jules Avril on row number 1. Annabelle Kennedy and Gianna Pascal go from row 2. Then we'll have Augustine Sepulveda and Mia Allaire on row number 3. Atis Barinci and Kimi Ray go from row number 4. Kimi Ray needs a good one in this because had a DNF in that first qualifying heat. Yuzuki Sato is a similar story. DSQ'd in the second qualifying heat yesterday. We'll have Arthur Huang alongside on row number 5. Bastian Ottenshammer and Devin Haglin go from row 6. They'll have Andrei Adakin and Amador Martinez on row 7. They'll have Neil Russell and Silicon City on row number 8. The first half of the field, we'll see Wojciech Woda and Simas Pachuska.
Places to be gained by your second part of your grid, which includes Mircea Marco Patru and Riccardo Ferrari, if he's managed to get that kart started. On 11, we have Women in Motorsport Commission selected driver Ava Dorotson alongside Georgi Samalashvili of Georgia. From 12, we have Damien Bayes with Vasilis Malamis, and from 13 is Joachim Askeland with Rodion Gurjanov. Meeting on the 14th row of your grid is Jotan Rosenberg and Yu Hao Shi, and on 15 is Donay Namatsvolchi with Philip Length. 16 is Nicholas Vine, Nick Skulak. 17 is Simon Barbarella with Evil Perez. And rounding out your grid of what is supposed to be 35 karts is Otto Sakala.
Well, let's see if we're going this time around. Hopefully for the other drivers, they get another chance. They do get another chance. It is a false start. That is a stroke of luck for a couple of drivers. One driver, though, who is still not out on track is the 4-1-1. Riccardo Ferrari is out of his kart, the helmet's off, and that is disastrous for the Italian. Had a really great showing at the first round in Portimao, of course, leads those standings in that, but he's the one who are really looking forward to see racing this weekend here in Italy, and unfortunately, for the Italian, he will not be taking part at this moment in this last race. There is race control. Head of race control for the FIA. Chris Lambret in the middle, joined by Joanna Falcao in the foreground. David Manchester in the background, keeping an eye on all of the 40+ cameras out on circuit, meaning the drivers cannot get away with anything.
Now, Anthony, Harrison Whittingham has got that kart going, and you can see him there on your screen, but he's about to run out of time to get himself into position, because there's the line.
Yeah.
Harrison can't overtake any more now. He was supposed to be starting on pole, so if we do go racing on this second time of asking, Harrison is going to have to start pretty much from the back.
Problem is, he's put himself now in a spot where he effectively shouldn't be and someone else should be. So it's put one of these in a bit of a tricky situation. Right then, here we go, out of the final corner. Are we racing this time around? Yes, we are. Lights are out. We are racing in the last qualifying heat of the weekend. It's a brilliant start for Jules Avril, under no competition there through turn number 1, and streaks into the lead and has already got about a 4-kart length from the rest. And there's a huge moment in the background, a kart over, and that's a huge moment there. And I can see that one of the drivers is going to the aid of the other. That is Georgi Sabalashvili, who is there to assist the driver. Now I can see that other drivers involved in that one are Kimi Ray, Bastian Ottenshammer, Silicon City is one as well. And then, of course, Georgi Sabalashvili, who we saw getting out of the kart and going to the aid. And, yeah, there we go. Well, that's a good sight to see. That's all drivers walking away from that incident, including the one that had rolled over. I'm not quite sure which one it was that had rolled, but that was a scary moment there at the start of that race. Slow boards are out, understandably. Race neutralised, but as the drivers seem to be all okay, and the marshals have cleared that track pretty quickly, no stoppage on that opening lap for the drivers. So that, unfortunately for Jules Avril, that mega start he got right at the word go has already been taken away.
Absolutely has. Some drivers have capitalised off of that further back down in the field, including Malamis and Patru. They have jumped up the order, as have Rodion Gurjanov. But like you said, Anthony, race has been neutralised for the time being, so these drivers will not be able to make up any positions just yet. But there you can just see the heavy damage both to that 416 kart and the barrier there. It really is tucked underneath that barrier. Nigel Edwards, our race director, just signalling to the marshal where to pull that kart off so that we can hopefully get going once more. But this is the moment we maybe see some of the moves going on and we see the kart roll. So heavy impact for the driver that is upside down. Really do hope they are okay. The other two, like you said, Anthony, looked like they were fine. We had, I think that's Mio Uller having to cut the grass. Drivers just clipping each other. And whoever it is that has rolled has just been a passenger in that incident that's gone round.
And I can see it's the 422, so that was Siri Consiri.
Look at this though, Anthony.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Georgi Samalashvili just to assist Siri Consiri there to get out of the car. Brilliant sportsmanship here in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy in the senior category. It's what you love to see, and it's what teams love to see as well. You know, a lot of these drivers will be under the watchful eye of many spotters from around the world. You've got to look back to previous winners of the Academy Trophy, including many well-known drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. You had the likes of Ocon and Leclerc in the Academy Trophy back in the day. You had Callum Bradshaw win the class back in, I believe, 2016. He then actually went on to win an FIA World Championship. So you've got some big hitters that have competed in the Academy Trophy, and you've got some big hitters that are competing in it right now. We have got some drivers, I believe, under investigation as well now, Anthony. This is a race replay of Georgi Samalashvili really running to the aid. Look at this, Anthony. Yeah. Absolute sportsmanship from Georgi.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Always love to see it, even though he's out of the race, but still showcasing his care for his fellow competitors out there. The flags have gone static out there. We are going to be going green this time around. Let's see how that start goes then for Jules Avril at the front of the field. I think he's already bolted here. It's quite early on the mark, but he's got going. Checks over the shoulder. Already has that advantage as they make their way through. Turn number one on the restart here. Single file. Little bit twitchy there down the inside. I think that was the likes of Gianna Pascal just going a bit twitchy through turn number two, but keeps it on the straight and narrow. But it is a good start for many as down the inside, Sepulveda has got past the likes of Annabelle Kennedy and steps up now into second place.
Sepulveda and Kennedy then just jostling through positions through turns 5, 6 and 7. There was a few switchback moments between those two, and that has brought the likes of Barinci and Yuzuki Sato back into the fight. Sato was on your podium in Portimao, almost didn't meet this final a moment ago, Anthony. It looked like he was one of those drivers that struggled to get off of the grid. All drivers continuing to go round and really starting to fight for position towards that final sector. You can see moves going on further back.
Drama for the pole sitter, Harrison Whittingham. He had a brilliant day yesterday. He couldn't get it started. He's now found himself broken at the side of the circuit on the exit of turn number 12. He will go no further in this last qualifying heat, and that does affect his points. He will tumble only down to P5. He'll still be in a good spot for the final, but that's not the way he will have wanted to start his finals day here at the Viterbo circuit, and he parks it in Marshall post 1, head in hands, and you've got to feel for him. Eyes on this one though, down the inside, Annabelle Kennedy fighting once again with the likes of Yuzuki Sato, who has tried to send it down the inside. It's not worked out at all as Wojciech Woda has got it past Gianna Pascal. So Pascal's gone down to P7 now. Wojciech Woda on a gain of 11 places here right now, looking mighty, mighty strong.
Annabelle Kennedy's run, though, is benefiting her so far. She's sat second within that intermediate classification, but she's under pressure now from Japan's hopes of Yuzuki Sato, who makes the move down the inside at turn number 5. That brings Wojciech Woda right back into the fight. Wojciech, now your fastest driver on the circuit with a 54.8. Chasing up the hill goes Annabelle Kennedy. The kart goes light through turn number 10. Right on the rear of Yuzuki Sato, but Kennedy, watch her now going into 12 because she's under pressure from Wojciech Woda. Decides to go defensive into the corner, doesn't lose too much time on the run off of it when deciding to make that decision. And now Gianna Pascal has been benefited by this because she is now right on the tail of this train of karts, all fighting it out for that 5th position.
Indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on this one as down the inside once again on the attack, and that's a beautiful run through the final corner, turn 16. And I think that is Philip Lenk getting those moves done. Baez and Bechuska getting through. Andrei Anakin going down 2 places, but eyes still on this front fight. Wojciech Woda still piling on the pressure. Gianna Pascal trying to get the up and under there on him as well. Not close enough, and now is battling wheel to wheel with the likes of Annabelle Kennedy. Mueller is there also. He's wanting to capitalise on this fighting going on, as Julianov is your biggest mover out there now. Started this one 26, up 13 places and into P13, so he's having a good run. Wheel to wheel, Pascal down the inside, has the position, keeps Euler at bay for the time being.
Euler then attempted that move, but looked like he just rolled off the brake, slightly slid out the corner, and that opened the gap back up for Gianna Pascal. And that has opened things up for the likes of Devon Hagelin, who's now sat there within your top 10. Devon had a DNF yesterday within heats, had to retire, but picked things back up within this 3rd heat yesterday, got a 10th in his 2nd heat as well, so is right back in the fight. Nothing too much to report for our fastest driver from France, Jules Avril, out there in the front, 1.3 seconds clear from our man in 2nd, which is Augustin Sepulveda. Is then Barinci from Sato, Wojciech Woda and Annabelle Kennedy still sat there in 6th position for the moment.
Yeah, at this moment looking very, very strong. So trains now starting to form out there for the drivers. But we will just keep an eye on this fight here. They're still all over that rear bumper of Annabelle, of Gianna Pascal, I should say. So Gianna Pascal just holding on to it. There is Avril in the race lead. Like you were saying now, clear by 1.6 seconds from the rest of the field. He looks absolutely in control right now. Not a whisper to say anything wrong.
Something I would predict then, Anthony, is what is going on in Harrison Whitcombe's head. He will be sat there somewhere on the circuit within a marshal post, just watching on eagerly at Jules Avril, who has been his biggest competitor so far this weekend. The DNF for Whitcombe has only dropped him to 4th within our intermediate classification, so you could predict that hopefully he'll still be right up there in the fight when going into the finals. And actually a DNF after those 2 heat wins has not put a spanner in the works too much for the driver from Great Britain. Augustin Sepulveda started 5th then, currently 2nd and chasing down Jules Avril, but the gap has gone up once more and now it is 1.9 seconds, just under 2 seconds fast ahead of your driver in 2nd. Yuzuki Sato then, once more, we saw this from him in Portimao. He wasn't quite in the sharp end throughout the heats. It was progress after progress, and then he really lit things up coming into the final of Portimao. But this one, that progress has actually happened for the driver from Japan a little bit quicker, and he finds himself in the top 5 earlier on than he did in Portimao. What will the story be for Sato going into the finals? Can he achieve another podium this weekend? Because these races definitely remain wide open, and this race remains with only a few more laps to go.
Yeah, it certainly does. That time very quickly running out for them, but you can see how competitive they are being on this one. Barinci trying to close in on Sepulveda, and we'll keep a close eye on this. Neil Russell, what's he been up to in this race? Well, he's up for a cheeky move down the inside at turn number 5. Does get it done rather robustly, but then loses out, and it's on the exit, and unfortunately goes no further. I think they've had another moment out there because he just tumbled down the order, and there he is, Neil Russell. We were just watching a replay of him, and now he finds his kart stricken at the side of the road. Now, was he involved in a moment there with potentially Mircea Macu-Petru, because he also tumbled down the order? Here's Neil Russell, he's on the inside. What happens here? Oh yes, it is contact, smack in the side of the head there for the 420. That was Mircea Macu-Petru, who did tumble down the order as well. Not what you like to see on the closing stages of the race.
And that is Neil's 2nd DNF of the weekend. He had an incident that pushed him off onto the grass yesterday, and it's a repeat, like broken record today for Russell.
Yeah, it is. That is a big shame for him. Last lap board, though, is out for the drivers, and Jules Avril in the lead, clear by 1.7 seconds, is looking to take a pole position start for the final later on. France is looking on top here in Italy, but we will see what happens as this race goes on. Arthur Huang sets the fastest lap of the race on the last lap, so he's having a good run at the end of this race, but a big check over the shoulder there for the Frenchman. Does not see the likes of Sepúlveda anywhere near at this stage of the race. So Jules Avril in front, just look, it looks like he's backing it off quite a lot here now. Is he trying to save these tyres quite a bit? Because that's not a 1.7 second gap anymore. That's pretty close. Sepúlveda and Barinci closed in, but not close enough. It is Jules Avril then who starts on a pole position. Later on today in the final, make sure you stay tuned for that one. Annabelle Kennedy will come away with a P2 for that final. She'll be absolutely delighted with that one, I am sure. She'll be joining Jules Avril on that front row of the grid. Barinci finishing in and holding on to third place in those points. Whittingham with the retirement will start still on the second row of the grid, but that is not where he expected to be after the 2 wins yesterday. That is a big, big shame. Avril then takes the win ahead of Sepúlveda. Barinci finishing ahead of Yazuki Sato. Wojciech Woda finishing in the top 5 with a 12th place gain for the Polish entry. That's a superb drive. Annabelle Kennedy finishing in P6 ahead of Mia Allaire. Gianna Pascal from Devon Haglin and Vasilis Malamis gaining 14 places, finishes in P10. That's an absolutely astonishing drive for the driver from Greece. Arthur Huang finishing in 11th place ahead of Rodion Yurianov, also with a 14 place gain to finish in P12. Eva Donaldson with 8 places gained finishes in P13 ahead of Amador Martinez. Simas Machuska finishing in 15th place. Simon Bulbarella, 17 place gain in that final heat of the day. Finishes ahead of Andrei Adakin. Otto Sakala as well of Finland, 17 places gained. That is a superb drive in that last qualifying heat. Damien Baez, Mircea Mashko-Petru finishing inside the top 20. Lenk Yu Vine, Axland Nemedvojci, Stulac, Rosenberg and Perez ran out the 28 finishers in that race. Drama right at the start. Samalashvili, Silicon City, Bastian Oppenhammer and Kimi Ray with a huge moment at turn number 3. Great sportsmanship though coming out of Georgia with Georgi Samalashvili running to the aid of Silicon City of Thailand. A brilliant and beautiful moment in racing that you're seeing there from the 2 drivers at their worst possible time, but showcasing true sportsmanship, and both of them thankfully okay from that incident, the same as the rest. Riccardo Ferrari, drama for him, wasn't even able to start that last qualifying heat, and the same can be said for the pole sitter. Barely managed to get a wheel turned on that race, unfortunately retiring and finishing in P30 after it did not start from the word go. Battles happen thick and fast though throughout that one. You had the likes of Mia Allaire fighting at that sharp end. Did only drop down 1 place at the end of it, finishing in P7. Had the close fights with the likes of Gianna Pascal, who did drop down 4 places, but still finishing inside the top 10 with a P8 finish. More overtakes happening thick and fast further down. Neil Russell getting the moves done later, then was involved in this incident with Mircea Mashko-Petru. Unfortunately, Russell going away with his 2nd DNF of the weekend. Across the line though, Jules Avril may have lost out on that win yesterday after a post-race penalty. Redeems himself today with a win clear by 0.8 of a second. Let's head down to Parc Fermé. Over to you, Nicole Sutherland.
Well, drama for our driver that started on pole, Harrison Whitcomb, has helped along the likes of Jules Avril, who will now take pole in your finals later on today. Jules, drama for Harrison Whitcomb has really benefited you. Do you feel positive about that?
Oui, malheureusement, Harrison a abandonné, et ce qui m'a permis d'avoir la première place pour le départ. Et après, j'ai su la conserver. Malheureusement pour lui, il a DNF, ce qui va me faire partir premier pour la finale.
And going into the final then, Jules, you'll be starting on pole. You must be really happy with that result.
Oui, effectivement, je suis très content, surtout qu'à Portimao, c'est pas très bien passé. Et là, partir premier, je pouvais pas espérer mieux. C'est parfait.
Jules, great to hear from you. Good luck for your final later on today. We'll head back up into the commentary box as we turn our attention now to superheats. We'll go back up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there in Parc Fermé. There you can see the recovery operation underway. Drivers heading back to Parc Fermé, and some of those karts very heavily damaged from that incident at the start of that race. Well, thankfully, can report that they are all okay. But quite a lengthy operation still underway. Right then, we turn our attention to the OK Junior Superheat A. That'll be heading out onto the circuit, and it will start with the man who we've been keeping a very close eye on from the USA, Turner Brown, who has delivered some really strong results over the course of this weekend. And the good news he's got for the start of this superheat is that he's got a fellow teammate starting alongside him in the form of Spain's Bosco Arias. The two Ricky Flynn machines starting on the front row of the grid certainly will be the ones to watch in this one. But it's going to be a tough fight because they've got the likes of the pole sitter from time qualifying, Noah Baglin starting just behind them, but they will deal with that as and when it comes. But this man here, Turner Brown for the USA, 11th in time qualifying, and starts this one on pole position. We caught up with him after those qualifying heats.
Turner, this is one of your best races this year so far. Busy last lap for you. You really did do a good move on Will Green, but can you tell us how it played out?
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough race. Slowly we got better. At the beginning, I was lacking a bit, but towards the end, the kart just came in, and, you know, I had enough to go for him at the end, and luckily we got it, so yeah.
And Turner, the conditions out there, it looks really difficult for you drivers to get in the heat winds that you have and manage the temperature. What have you had to do?
You know, it's been really difficult because it's been super hot. Staying cool is the main thing when you're off the track, so it's definitely greasy and hot out there, and it's hard on the tires, so yeah, you really have to drive as smooth as possible.
And Turner, actually, a pole position going into tomorrow could potentially be on the cards with the results you've had today. You feeling confident? How's your mindset knowing that?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, the job's not done yet, so I'm definitely confident, but there's still a superheat and a final to go tomorrow, so we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Well, good to chat there to Turner Brown, and yes, indeed, we will wait to see that moment, which is coming up in a few moments' time. There, though, Bosco Arias on your screen of Spain, 7th in time qualifying, came into this weekend, 7th in the championship as well. Those positions may have changed just fractionally because 25 championship points have gone out, of course, to the likes of Turner Brown. He will have gained some more points. He will have moved up and down in that order, so we'll keep a close eye on that one as it goes through. But like I said earlier on, that second row of the grid looking pretty competitive, Nicole. You've got pole sitter from qualifying, Noah Baglin, current championship leader as well, on that second row of the grid. Samuel Hugon joining him alongside, 13th in qualifying for the Frenchman, but has delivered some solid results that has never been outside the top 10. There is Baglin getting into his kart. He is primed and ready. Solid second half of the weekend for him. The first two races for him on Friday didn't fully go his way, P4 and a P11 after a penalty, but then on the next day, a night's sleep, 2 wins and a second, smashed it.
Yeah, on that first day of racing, it did look like Baglin got caught out by a couple of the race starts and, like you said, was rewarded a penalty in his second heat that dropped him to 11th. We just saw Samuel Hugon on your screen as well, who's had some great results so far. 3 seconds, a 7th and a 5th. So actually he's really lit things up in this second part of the season. Of course, this is where things start to get a bit nerve-wracking for drivers, and they will really start to consider those championship points, one of which is your driver on the screen. While Matteo Russo has had a great showing of things so far this weekend. He'll be starting 5th alongside Luca Sell on that third row. Juan Mateo has had 2/3, 2/4 and a 6th. So similarly to Samuel Hugon, has not dropped outside of the top 10 so far this weekend.
And I can imagine the entire population of the country of Panama will be watching that young man there. Quite the following he has got, and really crucial, and really looking forward to seeing what the young man from Panama can do. We'll have the company of France's Lucas Sell alongside. Now, Sell was caught out in moments with a fellow driver as well yesterday. I think had moments where he was like caught out in dramas, but is 8th in the championship going into this weekend. He's in a really strong position after qualifying 21st overall in time qualifying, so he's able to get through those orders in those qualifying heats. Like you say, also a driver, never finished outside the top 10, so really delivered after that tough qualifying at the start of the weekend.
Yeah, I think a row to also keep your eye on within this one then, Anthony. Row number 5, Denny Babacek versus Will Green on that 9th and 10th. Best showing so far for Denny Babacek within the 2025 season. Both drivers on that 5th row jumping into the junior category for a first year this year. Not rookie years within their career, but rookie years within their junior careers so far. Off the grid they go then for the first super heat of today's racing. OK Junior Heat A versus C. Versus Heat A. Let's take you through your grid then, Anthony Jordan.
It is Turner Brown and Bosco Arias and all Ricky Flynn Motorsport row number 1. They'll have Noah Baglin and Samuel Hugon on row 2. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau and Lucas Sell go from row 3. They'll have Devin Waltz and Benjamin Magnac on row number 4. Denny Babacek and Will Green go from row 5. They'll have Bruno Blanco and Maxim Bobrojov for company on row 6. Michael McGoy and Gustavo Marquez de Silva round up row number 7. Ash Osteen and Drew Waltz go from row 8. They will have Juan Garfiase and Antonia Pizzonia on row number 9, rounding out the last of the drivers who are in that danger zone going into the final.
Potential last moments for the following drivers on row number 10, which include Alexander Lazarus and Mariano Lopez. From 11 we have Mateo Rival with Alex Malotta, and shortly behind on 12 is Manuel Burguez with Roland Nagy. 13 sees Emiliano Hernandez versus Amir Sabarov. 14 is Manny Nuvolini with Tony Cacciaferro. And 15 is Jaguar Troja with Leonardo Gorski. The final 3 rows, including row 16, has Felipe Sanchez with Jarla Tsaya. 17 is Luke Tal and Pietro Boguti. And going from your final row, row number 18, karts 35 and 36 is Egon Petrotti of Italy and Michael Zajac of Poland.
Well, we look forward to this one as drivers get themselves all sorted out and squared away. There's a look at the current air temperature, 27 degrees, but it's 27 degrees at 20 past 10 in the morning at the moment, which means, yes, when we get to the peak of the day, which is when we're about to start the finals, that's where we'll be reaching the 31 degrees. That's when these drivers will be going for their longest races of the weekend in the hottest temperatures this weekend as well. Out of the final corner, we are racing in the Superheat A, and it's a brilliant start at the front, but contact between the 2 front runners. Baglin and Bosco Arias are out at turn number 1, and Baglin, well, he claps his hands. He's not happy at all with that one. Thankfully, they keep it all on 4 wheels. But that is a huge moment at one of the fastest parts of the circuit. Now, Baglin's walking away from his kart, but Bosco Arias is trying to get it restarted. That's his one attempt. It's not started. He's done, and he's furious at Noah Baglin. What on earth happened there? I don't know if it was Arias who turned across on Baglin. I don't know if it was Baglin that turned across on Arias. It happened so fast. I'll have to see it again. But crucially, it means Turner Brown is in the wall. There you go. That's an understandable reaction you can imagine at the start of a race, but not something you want to see in the junior category. But more dramas out there as well off the track.
That's Roland Nagy now.
And I think Rival's also one of them. They're trying to get those karts separated, but it's not going to happen. Marshal assistance means they're out of the race.
Well, Bosco Arias and Noah Baglin were not friends on track yesterday. Noah did not like one of the race restarts we had, and now they definitely won't be on each other's Christmas card list. Eyes on the front of your end of your field, though. It's Brown from Hugon and Marusso that lead your top 3 so far. Sell is in there in 4th, followed by Benjamin Magnac. Denny Babacek has gone up to 6th. Promotion of 3 places so far, and Waltz sat there. Devin Waltz in 7th place, followed shortly behind by his brother in 8th. Here we go then, out of turns 13 and 14, that banked corner that these drivers are really having to be careful on the tyres, with drivers taking that defensive line, and we've got attempted overtakes into turn number 16, and drivers pulling those off. I believe that could be Egon Petrotti a little bit further down the order. Biggest hitters within this one then include Pietro Berguti up by 12 places so far to get into 22nd. And we've got Michael Zajac up by 10 now as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Fastest lap so far, Anthony Jordan. Turner Brown out there driving in front, and this is the drama. This is your race replay. So Noah Baglin swipes to the inside. Arias tries to cut back in.
Well,
Noah there in the middle of the track. To me, didn't really have anywhere to go.
No, was sandwiched there in the middle, and yeah, he's obviously saying, you know, what was that? You turned straight across the front of me at the start. Here's another angle of it, and yeah, you can just see, yeah, completely. There's nothing that Baglin can do. He's in the middle of the track. He's got a car on his inside there in the form of Turner Brown. He had a really good run off the line. It's an understandable reaction from that, but yeah, probably not the best thing to see from the juniors. Right, and that's a big moment for them. And that's another driver who's off the track, and that, I believe, is Bosco Arias, who's in the Marshall hut. So let's just have a recap then of drivers that we've not got in this one. Obviously, yesterday was a tough day for the juniors. Luke Tal had a big moment out on track. He unfortunately did go to hospital. We do wish he is okay. He's obviously not taking part in this one. Jarlo Sayer also not taking part in this one. Leonardo Gorski also has not started. We have lost Emiliano Hernandez from this race. We have lost Ronan Nagy, Mateo Rivals, of course, the Baglin and Arias incident out there as well.
Well, I think within the paddock for various drivers out there, there's been some injuries go on so far, not just in our junior class, but in our seniors. I think a few drivers out there suffering with some rib issues. This is a really tight and twisty circuit, fast bends, tight corners, which really does put a lot of stress on the bodies of drivers. Here we go then, focus back on the front end of your field, because Turner Brown is being chased down now by Samuel Hugon going into turn number 5. He is your final intermediate classification leader so far. Of course, we've not seen our second group of juniors just yet, but it's 320 points to the Americans' name. Into turn number 8, drivers clipping that curb, really trying to defend from the packs of drivers behind. Every driver within your top 8 then really promoting themselves up the order. Maxim Bobrishov up by 4 places, and Waltz now up by 9 to get into 7th. Drew Waltz, that is. Devon Waltz has now dropped down to 9th. He's lost 2 positions. And there it is then, Noah Baglin, your 202, who has retired from the race, is now under investigation. Maybe not for the incident, maybe for some of the communication we saw going on. And now there's more warnings going out to the likes of 282. That is a black and white flag awarded to that driver.
Yeah, Michael McGoy seeing a warning flag as well. Multiple more. Antonio Pedonia, the other driver, of the recipient of that warning flag. Drew Waltz now setting the fastest lap of the race, currently in P7 on a 9-place gain. I can imagine a lot of these drivers yesterday saved a fresh set of tyres for this one this morning, and I would say that's pretty good going for them. This is the longest race they will do this weekend so far until their final later on. But keeping a close eye on this fight. Still Brown that leads the way from Hugon, Rousseau from Sell, who are having a good run in this one. Of course, all of them on a 2-place gain here because of that incident at the start of the race. But albeit, they've not broken away from each other here. And Samuel Hugon looks to be well, trying to get a nose down the inside potentially at some point in this race.
Well, Samuel Hugon is now your fastest driver on the circuit, and he is a 1/10 of a second faster than the driver in front of Turner Brown. On that previous lap, Anthony, all 4 of your top 4 lapped in the 53.7. So I'd actually say the tyre preservation of Brown, Hugon, Rousseau and Sell is pretty similar, but it is Hugon within that top 4 that's really starting to make an impact now, as he's broken away from Rousseau and is chasing down Turner Brown. Into turn number 12, nothing attempted just yet by France on America. Heading into turn number 8, they'll go back up the section through 13 and 14. Once more, nothing attempted just yet. I'd actually say Hugon is maybe biding his time within this race, really trying to suss out where he can capitalise, where he is faster than Turner Brown. And you can see his head just angling slightly towards the mechanic's grandstand, probably searching for his mechanic, who will be signalling what the gap is and maybe where to go for that opportunity.
Yes, indeed. But he's got to calculate this one pretty well, because any move he makes on Brown, Rousseau and Sell will be right there. They'll be on the case instantly. They are still a group of 4, and it's all gone wrong in the background. A hangman cart off the road.
Asher Osteen as well.
Yeah, that is, I think, Alex Malota, I think, possibly one of the drivers there in the Hangman Racing team. That is a big shame for him. And yeah, like you say, for those drivers, oh, that's such a shame. Asher Osteen walking away now. He can't get it restarted, of course. He's out of this race. Let's see what happened. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau. No, I don't think it was Jean-Mathieu Rousseau. Yeah, Asher Osteen and there you see Alex Malota just down the inside. Not what you want to see at all. And that is a big shame for them.
He adds to the list of drivers that will not finish this race then, along with Moscow, Arias, Baglin, Rival, Nagy, Hernandez, and of course your three that did not actually touch the track, Gorski, Sayer and Luke Tau. Back to the front four though, and this is it, Anthony. It's going to be on very soon because Turner Brown is absolutely within the clutches of Samuel Hugon now. He's chasing him round like a shadow. 0.2 of the second, and the American Ricky Flynn, hopeful Turner Brown, looks over his shoulder. He's aware that the gap is absolutely nothing now. Manny Nuvolini is your biggest mover within this race, the driver who joined the Mercedes Junior program for 2025. A junior first year for Manny, currently 15th position, started 27th when we went through the tram lines at the start. Still no attempted change for that race lead from Hugon, still sat there in second place. We've got Moldurama now for Malota, who we just saw was involved in that incident. He's under investigation for potentially causing that crash that we've just seen with Asher Osteen.
Yeah, indeed, and we'll keep a close eye on that one. Asher Osteen did start this one right on the cusp, as round and facing the wrong way. That's not what you want to see at all, and that is the 255 Ricky Flynn of Maxim Bobrajov, who looks to be in a little discomfort there as well. I can imagine he's had a moment with another driver. Now, that is a huge shame for him. Now, he's tumbling down the order. I can't see anyone else tumbling down the order, so I don't know. Well, he was fighting around with Will Green, Gustavo Marquez de Silva in the Michael McGoy area in around the top 10. But yeah, no one else has dropped down the order, so unsure of how that has transpired. But unfortunately, he becomes the latest retirement in this race. He did start at P12. He was in the positive end of drivers who would make it into the front, as there's now been a change at the front as well. Samuel Hugon has got through into the race lead and is trying to now break away from Brown, who suffers down into second place.
And what's that done from Hugon? It's back to the rest of the drivers in this top four into each other. It's brought Rousseau and Sell ever closer as Samuel Hugon jumps on that defensive white line to defend from Turner Brown, who's now going to have a look down the inside at turn number 13 and makes it stick. And that's opened the door up for Rousseau, who's capitalised off of that, and so is Sell. So within the case of two corners, Samuel Hugon has dropped from the race lead to fourth.
He certainly has. He's pushing forward, but it's time quickly running out here as we're on to the last lap of this race. And still, it is now Brown holding back in that lead, and he'll keep a close eye on this one. Jean-Mathieu Rousseau is going to go defensive. Down the inside goes Hugon on Lucas Sell. Sell is not going to be happy with him. The two teammates now fighting wheel to wheel, but thinking, you know, what are we doing fighting each other? Let's fight the other drivers who are up the road. But let's see what happens, because now it is the likes of Hugon who is going to try and go for that move on Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, who is not going to be close enough to get the battle for the lead here. Turner Brown has managed to open up a comfortable gap there, but Hugon is still defending from his teammate. Sell's going to send it down the inside. They've got to be careful here because Drew Waltz has closed in. Drew Waltz might get a happy moment here for him, but he's not going to get the move. It is Turner Brown out of the final corner, sees the checkered flag and sees 320 points to his name, and he will be the one who will be looking to start on pole position for the final later on today. Turner Brown is looking at his first ever final pole position start in his FIA karting career. A superb drive for the Ricky Flynn driver, and we look forward to seeing what he will do later on today. Rousseau finishing in second place, Lucas Sell holding on to third, Samuel Hugon dropping to P4. Then it was Drew Waltz, that 11th place gain for Drew Waltz. Superb drive for him. And, well, I'll try and ascertain if he's got himself up into that top 10. I can see a D. Walls there. I'm unsure if that's true, or Devin Walls, because both of them finished inside the top 10. There is your top three at the end of that one. Turner Brown, Jean-Mathieu Rousseau, and Luca Sell. The rest of the field there on your screen. The top 6 we've gone over. Bruno Blanco finishing in 7th place. Denny Babicek with a good drive there. 1 place gain from Devin Waltz. Michael McGoy rounding out the top 10. Will Green, Gustavo Marquez de Silva, Antonio Pizzonia from Manny Nuvellini. Manuel Maguez finishing in the top 15. Solid drive from a lot of those drivers. Manny Nuvellini with a 13th place gain there. That's a superb drive for the driver now representing the Mercedes Junior program. Lopez finishing in P16 ahead of Alexander Lazarus. Jacques Tetroja with an 11th place gain finishes in P18. Juan Garciase in 19th place from Felipe Sanchez with an 11th place gain. Pietro Beguti with 13 places gained from Alex Malota, Ahmed Sabarov and Michael Jazak, who rounds out the 24 finishers in that race. But there on your screen, little tough fight at the end for the American, but Turner Brown comes away with a superheat win and will look to start on pole position for that final later on today. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And right from the word go, Bosco, Arias and Baglin. This moment here, Arias sweeps across the front of Baglin. Nowhere for him to go. Both of them blaming each other, saying, that was your fault. No, you turned in on me. I had nowhere to go. And understandably, frustration from not one, but both drivers. This was the moment again from the front angle. You can see how quick they were going in that phase. And you can just see, again, the disbelief on Baglin. And, yeah, again, we see that moment for them. Drama as well for other drivers in the early stages of that race. Matteo Rivals and Roland Nagy having a drama. I think Emiliano Hernandez also there as well, right at the start of the race. The victory lane driver not having a good run. Alex Malota and Asher Osteen, drama for them. A lot of those drivers who did retire right at the start of that one were in that cutoff area and will not make that final, which is a big shame for them. Denny Babicek in those early stages really getting involved at that later stage of the race. Maxim Bobajov as well having the moment. So this was that moment, unfortunately, just coming together with the, I think that was the Paralin machine, possibly Bruno Blanco in and amongst that fight, who he had a little bit of contact with. So drama for him, and unfortunately the latest retirement from the race. It wasn't the last of those retirements though. Tony Cachaferro and Egon Pedrotti had drama on the dying stages of that race, as we saw the two victory lane teammates going absolutely wheel to wheel on those last couple of laps, consistently piling on the pressure. It allowed Rousseau to break away. It allowed Brown to break away as those two victory lanes continued that fight all the way to the checkered flag. Turner Brown, though, across the line, 320 points to his name, is looking to start on pole position for that final later on today and claiming another 25 championship points. Let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Well, depending on what happens with our next group of juniors, Turner Brown, you could be looking to start on pole position for the final for the first time this year. You must be happy with that result so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot of hard work from the team and I, especially since I've came here at the beginning of the year from the U.S. So it's definitely a nice feeling, but the job's not done yet. We still have a final to go, and that's just what my target's on right now.
And Turner, we saw two moments of drama out there on the circuit, the first being between your teammate Bosco Arias and Noah Baglin. In your eyes, going down the inside, what would you say actually happened between those two?
To be honest, I don't know. I didn't really see it, but I just feel bad.
And then Turner, you actually lost the lead late on. You managed to grab it back through turns 13 and 14. Did you panic at all when you lost the race lead?
No, not really. I saw that we had a bit of a gap. Us two were kind of fastest the whole race, so I knew that. As I just kept my head cool, and I knew that I had an opportunity here. So I just made sure to stay calm whenever the whole race, and so the opportunity presented, and I took it, and thankfully I got the win.
Well, you seem very relaxed, very calm. Good luck going into today's final, Turner. Great job so far. We'll head back up then into the commentary box for our next grid, but we'll turn our attention to our group of seniors.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed. Superheat A for the senior category heading out next. And, well, this is going to be an interesting one. Christian Costoya, pole sitter for this. Pole in qualifying, current championship leader, and a perfect scoring weekend so far as well. 5 wins out of 5 yesterday. We'll be starting this one on pole position. There you can see pole swap. And Ignatiadis has been placed to the inside line now. He will be bringing along Jakub Mikulev. Costoya now will have Noah Wolf behind, and that should benefit him just that little bit at the start of this race. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one as it progresses. Well, like we say, for all of these drivers, it is just a case of seeing what they can do in this race, because you've got a smattering of top 10 contenders in the championship in this race, 5 of them in total, including the likes of Christian Costoya, Ignatiadis, Noah Wolf, Zach Drummond, and Thomas Pradir in the top 10. But unfortunately, the Frenchman starting this all the way down on the 12th row of the grid. So he's been a little hung up there in those classifications. So he's got a bit of work ahead of him here. There you can see recovery operation still underway, as there is Christian Costoya at this moment, frozen in time because he's not been able to, well, have anyone overtake him. We caught up with him after those qualifying heats. Here's what he had to say.
Down in Parc Fermé then, and with Christian Costoya. Christian, it's looking like a pole for the Superheats tomorrow is highly, highly likely for you. You've hardly seen anybody out there on the circuit today. What's it been like?
Yeah, I think we're just an amazing job from the team we are doing. Let's see tomorrow. It's a very long way, also in the pre-final and the final. At the moment, I think we are very good with the chassis, with the engine. Just tomorrow, just try to make points also for the championship, and we'll do the best I can.
And Christian, between now and tomorrow's racing, you're done for the day. What happens for you now to get yourself ready and continue the momentum into tomorrow's racing? What do you do off track?
So off track, before the races, I think I do a bit with formula medicine, physically and mental, just 30 minutes before to prepare the race, and definitely helps a bit also on the starts and during the race.
Good chat there to Christian Costoya after those races, and like you say, just pushing as hard as he can, and obviously, yes, they have swapped sides at the front, but we've gone over that already with those drivers now primed and ready to head out on track. While we sort that one out, let's quickly go over that full grid for you on this one. Costoya and James Ignatiadis then will be starting this on the front row of the grid. They'll be having Jakub Mikulev and Noah Wolf starting just behind them in P4. Then you'll have the likes of Alexander Chartier and Lev Krutzelov on row number 3. Kenzo Craigie and Peter Stiller go from row 4. They'll have Dmitry Medvedev and Roland Cooklane on row number 5. Alpak Soy and Zach Drummond currently 4th in the championship. Finds himself starting on the 6th row of the grid. Scott Marsh, who has shown great pace here in previous turns, starts it on the 7th row of the grid with Fasao Nardo alongside. Clara Kowalczyk and Ella Hakkinen make it an all-female row number 8. They'll have Hugo Marti and Elo Gonzalez rounding out an all-Spanish row number 9.
Scrambling in what could be last moments for the following drivers. On row number 10, it's Oliver Kim-Mark alongside Clovis Nougare. From 11, we have Zhao Zhizhen with Gino Rocchio. Shortly behind on 12 is Thomas Pradier with Elliot Kaginski. From 13 is Jorn Helder with Amin Kara Osman. 14 is Sebastiano Pavan, Drayson Bralik. Shortly behind on 15, Oliver Rasmussen will meet Franziska Kugelski. And then on 16, we have Sky Parker and Luna Flusha, an all-female lineup. 17 is Paul Androtis for Energy Course, and Oscar Gallen will be versus him on that 17th row. Rounding out your grid then for Superheat A for your OKs, it is Luke Cordner with Daniel Picorni.
Indeed. Well, are we about to witness a masterpiece here in this senior Superheat A from these drivers? We're about to find out as the ray of light shines down from the sky, the sun shining. 27 degrees here at the Viterbo circuit in Italy. We are primed and ready for this racing. For these drivers now, it is just a case of getting to those tram lines, wait for those lights to go out and see how this race will unfold. But like you say, all of these drivers will live to tell the tale at the end of this race, and let's see how it will all unfold. Into the tram lines, it is Costoya and Ignatiadis on the front row of the grid. Currently undefeated is Costoya. Let's see what he can do in this one as they keep it nice and slow. They're going around again, Nicole, and blimey, Wolf certainly wanted to get the temperature into those tyres right at the start of that one. He's saying, Papa, don't preach, I'm going to get these tyres into pressure.
Wolf looked like he was absolutely ready to go then at that race start, but a false start, and James Anagnostiadis, you could see, put his hand up to signal to Nigel Edwards, our race director, that he wasn't happy with how quickly they were coming out of that final corner. How will Christian Costoya, then your championship leader, your round 2 winner, fare against your round 1 winner of James, sat alongside him on that front row within this race? I think if anybody's going to give Costoya a challenge, it could be James.
Yeah, certainly so. Well, with this, it gives us a little bit of time to story time a little bit. I like a bit of a story time. Over this weekend, been here for 2 weeks now, of course, Prime and Ready, been staying in a lovely hotel. It's a bit strange, though, because I think it's like a chapel in the hotel as well, and there's like a Virgin Mary on the wall, and it's really strange. So we'll have to see. You know, it's one of those. It's a hotel, but it is a lovely place, and a lot of the drivers have been staying close by as well, which has made it good fun. Right then, here we go then. Drivers entering into those tram lines. Let's see what happens then at the front. It is the likes of Costoya and Anagnostiadis once more into those tram lines. Costoya was very slow off the mark there. Anagnostiadis was clearly ahead. He didn't get the power down early enough. Can he get it down this time as they head into the tram lines? Lights are around. We're racing down and towards turn number 1. Costoya sweeps across the nose of Anagnostiadis. Wolf slots into 3rd place. He's going to try and get the switch over. Does get the switch over and gets into 2nd place. It's a good start for him as the energy course puts itself up as well. Lev Krutov, who had a good race yesterday, is having a good start now as drama has kicked off in the background. Unfortunately, that looks to me like it's the 150. Is that Alpak Soy? No, it is Zhao Zijun, yeah, who's had drama. There's more drama happening in the background as well. That is Alpak Soy. So as I said his name in the wrong incident, he then got caught up in another incident. So that's huge drama there. Other drivers, Dimitri Natviev has got caught out. Armin Karia Osman as well. Alpak Soy out of the cart and walks away. And
whilst we've been focusing on that, what has happened, Anthony? Christian Costoya doing Christian Costoya things, pulling away in the early stages of the race. Anagnostiadis promotes himself once more after being caught out by No Wolf on that early stage. Wolf then chasing down Costoya because he wants to be the leader of this pack. He wants to take on the Spanish driver out there in the front in your parallel. Lev Krutov looking down the inside of Australia, makes the move work and bunches the rest of the pack into each other. The likes of Mikalev, Stiller and Zach Drummond right there now once more. Up the hill they go towards turn number 10. Kart goes light, controlling that understeer. Lev Krutov controlling this pack of karts behind him. And Anagnostiadis looks over his shoulder to see what his Kart Republic teammate of Mikalev is doing behind him. Tries to go down the inside of Lev Krutov, but didn't quite have that bravery through turn number 12. And he's had to sacrifice some speed because now he's dropped 2 positions. He has lost 2 places to Mikalev, and Peter Stiller has to defend from Zach Drummond in that fusion, who we saw on the podium at Portimao. Down towards the start-finish straight once more, these drivers just playing with the carburation of these engines, playing with that radiator on the side of them. Still no change between Costoya and Wolf yet, 0.3 of a second, but changes in this second pack of karts because now Peter Stiller is making moves. He's overtaken Jacob Mikalev, who got that pole positioning group earlier on in the weekend to get himself into 4th spot.
Now, eyes on the front runners here. Noah Wolf checking out with Christian Costoya. That is the power of goodbye. That is for those 2 drivers as they break away from the rest of the field. But still kicking off here. Anagnostiadis and Mikalev still dancing for position. Drummond will take full advantage of this one. So will Eloy Gonzalez. Eloy Gonzalez, 10th-place gain, is now in P8 and is piling through the order pretty nicely. Unfortunately, out of the race, going no further. Scott Marsh out, and that is big drama for him.
Scott Marsh received wrist injury a few months ago at Portimao, has done such hard work to try and get himself fit and ready to get back here in Italy, and it's heartbreak once more. Change then for Zach Drummond, and Eloy Gonzalez follows Drummond's lead. They both overtake Jacob Mikalev there to get themselves into 7th and 8th. And the next driver they're thinking about is Australia's James Anagnostiadis, who of course, along with his teammate of Kenzo Craigie, Manny Nuvolini, Luna Flusha, is part of that Mercedes Junior programme. Wolf then. Look at this, Anthony Jordan. For the first time this weekend, I'd say Christian Costoya is starting to be under a little bit of pressure. It's 0.3 of a second that Costoya leads by. Has it been reduced? Not just yet, so it is still 0.3. Through turns 1 and 2, where that load really gets put on those Maxxis tyres, the drivers have to be careful with the slide. Clipping the curb of turn number 4 to set up for turn number 5, which is really harsh on those brakes. The drivers really do get those karts loaded into that corner, and now, crucially, Noah Wolf is your fastest driver on the circuit, but it's getting busy on the circuit out there for the likes of Craigie further down in the order. He's fighting for that 9th position with the likes of Mikalev and Roland Cooklane now, and it is turning into a bit of a train of karts because you've got Ginski, Pradier and Clovis Nougarade jumping up. Kenzo Craigie having to go defensive now slightly into turn number 12.
Well, yeah, he's trying to push the drivers along pretty nicely into these braking zones, and you can see that from his nose cone. It's got a bit of a dent in the front of it. This at the front here, though, I'm liking this battle here between Costoya and Wolf. It's closing in nicely. It's moments like this that mean I don't need to justify my love for motorsport. We're seeing this right now. The gap's closing in. The battle's looking fighty. Costoya setting the fastest lap of the race now, pushing it back as Elliot Kaczynski. Whoa, that was as close as you'd like to take it down the inside. But Roland Cooklane just gaining on that one and stepping up as well into P9. Kaczynski, though, still on a great run in this one with a 14th place gain. You can take a bow for that one, Kaczynski, because that's a brilliant start to your race. The same can be said for Luna Flusha. She's up 19 places in this race and is right on the tail of this fight. So we're time for it here for company just in front.
We said it yesterday, didn't we, Anthony? Flusha did not set a qualifying time. She had an incident on the grid. She had to stick that car in the wall instead of running over a mechanic. She didn't set a time. She said to us, didn't she? She wanted to avoid the mechanic. She didn't want to cause an injury for anybody, and then ended up with a bent back axle because of it before even entering the circuit. But she's picked things back up within this race, goes down the inside to add to her tally, makes the move work on Thomas Pradier, but Pradier gets to switch back into turns 8, 6 and 7. So Luna having to settle once more for that 12th place. She chases Pradier back up the hill once more, though, and watch her maybe set something up into turn number 12. Looks over her shoulder to see what the gap is, because you don't want to sacrifice too much speed to the driver behind, which is Fausto Ornado. More battles going on further back down the pack, the likes of Gino Rocchio and Nougaré getting all involved. This is Flusha. Pradier once more going out of the final sector. Where will Flusha bite the bullet and add to her tally? Sky Parker at the back end of the field trying to get involved as well. Parker has had some good results, but she suffered a broken throttle cable. She suffered what she felt was an unfair disqualification, and it's really sacrificed her results after her best qualifying of the year. Christian Costoya now, your driver in the front, fastest driver on the circuit.
Yeah, indeed. An absolute masterpiece from this field so far. Really showcasing some strong racing. There is the likes of Sky Parker in the middle of that train, who was in and around that cut-off area. Now they're on the 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th place battle area here. These drivers are at risk of not making it into the finals unless they get big overtakes done, and that's what we've seen from Flusha. Obviously, after that qualifying, she was starting this one 32nd. She's pushed her way through into 13th. It might be enough for her to get into that final, but it's going to be a really, really close call. Back at the front here for, well, Christian Costoya so far this weekend. It's been a case of me against the music for him out there on circuit, because he's not had to fight against anyone else. But let's see what happens on this one, because right now, well, Braddock's just got a investigation flag for potentially causing a collision out there, so he'll have to be careful as he'll be heading to the stewards at the end of this one. Yeah, no, like I say, he's just been unbeatable right now as Costoya. No one has seemed to be able to match his pace.
I would say if you're a driver sat at home and you want a masterclass in leading a race, I would flick back to yesterday's heats and today's super heat, because Christian Costoya cannot be touched. Absolutely stellar stuff from the Spaniard, who is your championship leader and leads from Noah Wolf. Just a question maybe then, Anthony, because within these stages of the race, Christian Costoya is faster than Wolf now. Previously, Wolf had the higher pace. It could be the question of Costoya is not using as much tyre because he is much, much shorter than Noah Wolf, which will benefit him. That's a change for Kenzo Craigie. Craigie, your 2023 Junior World Champion, grabbed that World Championship trophy at PFI in September. He's having to work a little bit harder than he maybe would like to, sat there in the 7th position. He's in that kind of mid-pack, would normally like to be further at the front, but within this weekend, he's had a couple of average results in there and has had to put in a little bit more graft.
Yeah, he is, and you can see he's getting a little bit flustered out there, frustrated. He's having words with Elo Gonzalez there as he got the overtake done, you know, just gesticulating, come on, let's go. What are we doing? Fighting for position back here, and unpopular opinion on that one, but, you know, it's understandable. You know, he doesn't want to be fighting down here. He wants to get up at that sharp end. This one here, Anagnosiadis is closing in and still fighting with Peter Stiller. They are still line astern in 4th and 5th place. They are losing time to Lev Krutulov, who is some 1.9 seconds further up the road from them, but he is also 1.5 seconds further down the road from Costoya and Wolf. So it's relatively calm at the front, but Wolf setting the fastest lap of the race on that last one has closed in as Costoya is under investigation. Now, I'm going to scratch my head on that one. Not too sure the reason why there, but, well, you saw it there on the screen. Your current race leader and current undefeated driver this weekend now might be heading to the stewards.
Well, we'll question what that is because it wouldn't be for any kind of incidents. He's not touched another driver so far within this race. Maybe it's for some kind of track limit, or maybe it's for a starting procedure infringement.
Well, start infringement would come in very early on in the race.
Yeah.
We're lap 11, 12 right now. That's a very late call if it's a start infringement. So,
but we'll find out more about that and how that unfolds for Christian Costoya. But right now, we'll go on to what is unfolding for Noah Wolf, because he is starting to really catch up to Costoya now, leading the race. Look at them now. There's not too much between them. Wolf chasing down into turn number 1. The gap is still wide open. It is still 0.3 of a second, but it's reducing ever more. Wolf was 1/10 of a second faster than Costoya on that previous lap. Chases through turn number 5, looking brave on the brakes. And what's helping Wolf, as we watch this replay then, okay, so this is the race start. He looks over his shoulder. It might be because he accelerates, decelerates, tries to play a little bit of cat and mouse between the drivers around him, tries to throw the dummy. So that is what he's being looked at for.
right, okay. Very interesting then at the start, because they kept it really slow here. Then he kind of bolted, so yeah, maybe something to keep an eye on. There's roughly around 4 minutes left of this race, so let's see what happens. The gap once more, though, here, Nicole, looks to have opened up a bit more, still back to 0.4 of a second, so we'll keep a very close eye on this fight as it goes on, but I don't think there'll be much going on about them.
What's really impressive within this one, Anthony, Noah Wolf caught a lot of pace compared to Christian Costoya on those previous 2 laps. He really did start to catch up, and the gap was reduced to 0.3 of a second. But it's almost as if Christian Costoya has actually turned up the dial. He's been notified what the gap is, and on command, the click of a finger, he can switch things back on again, because he's just gone purple in that previous lap, and he's now opened things up to 0.6 of a second. This is why he is a European Round 2 winner. This is why he's not been touched so far this weekend, because he can just absolutely choose when he makes decisions, when he really chooses to light things up. And this is drivers lighting things up. This is the battle between Gonzalez and Mikulev for that 8th position. Gonzalez then still on the charge, and it will be a 9-place gain now for the driver for Léopard.
It certainly will be, and nice little battles happening there, thick and fast. Craigie closing in as well on Drummond, and Drummond actually taking a tighter line there in towards turns 5. Craigie taking the outer line. He's going to try and get the switch over here on the exit. Not close enough. The corner does tighten on them as they go into the chicane. They will be seeing the last lap board this time to the field, but right now Drummond takes a big look over the shoulder, sees it full of Craigie, goes defensive once more. Craigie's going to get the run on the exit. Drummond goes defensive. Here comes Mikulev to the inside as well. He's going to push Craigie through. Mikulev goes through as well. Drummond goes down 2 places. Now Elo Gonzalez going to get his nose down the inside through turns 15 He's got that done. Drummond losing out 3 places in 2 corners. Not the end of the race he would have wanted. He tumbles down to 9th place, but still with a 3-place gain and still inside that top 10. It is a good result for him. Into the world of turn number 5. Craigie on this final lap leads this next group of drivers from 5th place downwards and 6th place downwards, but can Mikalev get that move done? That is the question. Crucially, at the front though on this final lap, Christian Costoya is negotiating his way around this lap for the last time. Once more, the gap has closed in dramatically at the front. It's back down to 0.5 of a second as Costoya just eases it back now to make sure his wagon makes it to the end. Brilliant stuff for the field as they cross the line. It is Costoya who takes the win once more, continues his undefeated streak. However, he is under investigation and he will be heading to the stewards possibly for some drama at the start of that race. So it's not signed, sealed and done yet in the seniors, and could his winning streak be stripped away in the matter of minutes? Well, that is, we'll have to wait and see. Noah Wolf, though, finishes in 2nd place, bumps him up to 3rd in the points with 285. Anagnostiadis with the 5th place finishes, steps up to 2nd in the points with 288 points out there as well. Solid drive for the field then. Costoya, Wolf and Lev Krutilov finishing 1, 2, 3. We didn't really say much about Lev Krutilov. It was all on his own there in 3rd place. Clear by seconds in front and clear by seconds behind, but finishes in an impressive P3. Peter Stiller in P4 from James Anagnostiadis. Kenzo Craigie in P6 from Jakub Mikalev. Eloy Gonzalez with a 10th place gain finishes in P8 ahead of Zach Drummond. Roland Cooklane in 10th place. Ellie Kaczynski with a 13th place gain finishes ahead of Thomas Bradier. Luna Flusha wasn't able to gain any more, but does finish that one in 13th place with a 19th place gain. Is that enough to get her into that final? We'll have to wait and see. Fastawinado, Klarica Wolczek, Clovis Nugarade rounding out the next 3 drivers from Sky Parker, who gained 14 places to finish in P17. It's a valiant effort, but is it enough again for the likes of Sky Parker, who started it on the 16th row of the grid alongside Flusha? That is going to be a tough one to call. Gino Rocchio from Hugo Matti, Ella Hakkinen, after qualifying so strong at the start of this weekend, unfortunately finishes that heat in 20th place. And she did start this one a little further down in that order, but she did start in the cutoff. We'll have to see as well if she makes it into that final. Kinmark finishing on P21 from Rasmussen, Gallen from Sideleski, Helder, Andriotis, Kornda, and Picorni rounding out the 28 finishers. There's the highlights, and there was the start initially that could spell the investigation flag for Christian Costoya. The accelerating and braking just at the start there before they enter into the tram lines. Was that a case of trying to back that pack up and maybe cause some dramas further back in the field? Dramas certainly did happen further back in the field right at the get-go. Unfortunately, Armin Karia Osman, Zhao Zijun caught out in an incident. Later on that opening lap as well, we later saw Alpak Soy and Dmitry Matviev also exit out of the race in an unpopular style. That was an unfortunate moment for them at turn number 5. You can see as well they got caught out with many more of those drivers. One of the Fusion cars, I think that was Oscar Gallen, who had to recover back in that early stage of the race as well. Alexander Chartier also getting caught out in an early phase of that race. So big dramas right at the start. Anagnostiadis with the early moves, getting up into 3rd place. Krutilov, though, retaliating, but a lap later. Get the move down at the inside at turn number 5. Then you had the likes of Mikalev trying to push his way through. He would later drop down 4 places as the battle right at the sharp end really kicked off. Peter Stiller, great run out there as well with the 4th place gain, as we'll leave these highlights on the screen. But in the meanwhile, let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Well, we are with Christian Costoya, your provisional race winner, but of course, Christian, you are under investigation. It was for a potential starting procedure infringement. Do you think that's fair? Do you know, what went on in your eyes?
No, I think it was a normal start since I was doing from the first heat, and I think we do a very good race, trying to get a good pace, pushing each lap to see where we can go, also in the final. And yeah, I try to do my best.
Well, we'll see what the outcome of that investigation turns out to be. Christian, well done on a heat win regardless. Noah Wolf. Noah, second in that heat, great result for you. You were on the podium at Portimao. You think you can maybe get one more here in Viterbo?
100%. The pace is mega, I can't lie. The team has done an amazing job, and the consistency was there. I keep up with Christian, and he's been untouchable this weekend. And just to be able to stay with him through the whole race was a good thing. It's improvements, because ultimately he's untouchable, and the closer we get, the more chance we have at going past him.
And of course, Noah, you're actually on a double FIA karting campaign. You're doing both OK and KZ. What's the adjustment been like coming back into the OK class?
For me, as a kid, I learned driving 2 classes at the same time. Obviously, I'm double Kart Masters champion on the same day, so I have the experience of going between karts. And obviously that's helped me a lot, but in my mind I have how I drive each kart separately, so like just flick a switch.
Well, it's definitely working for you, Noah. Well done on a heat second. We'll head back up into the commentary box then, because Junior Superheat B will be out shortly.
It certainly will. Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the Parc Ferme area of the track. Yes, indeed, 2 more Superheats to go before we head into those finals. There is your schedule for the rest of the day. Of course, Superheat Bs will be coming up next, starting with the juniors and then the seniors. Then we go into a lunch break. Then we go into the finals. 3 finals, kick-starting with Academy Senior, OK Junior, and then the Senior OK category that'll be starting at around about 20 to 4 local time here in Italy. We look forward to those races later on. But we will take a short break. The next races will be coming up very, very soon. Stay tuned for Superheat B coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, you're watching live coverage of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships live here from the Léopard circuit, Viterbo. For round 3, we certainly look forward to seeing what is going to be happening coming up, because it is time for the second battle of Superheats. It is OK Junior Superheat B heading to the track next, and there on your screen, 6th in the championship heading into this weekend, 2nd in qualifying, hailing from Canada, Eli Christian. 2 race wins to boot over the weekend. Starts this one on pole position. We caught up with him after those qualifying heats.
Really great day of racing for you. You've been fast out there. You feeling confident going into tomorrow's racing?
Yeah, I saw in the last heat, and especially today in general, that I have the speed to be in P1. So tomorrow I'm going to do my best to keep it this way.
And you might not have actually caught it out of your eye, Ili, because you were in the front, but William Kalisha and Iskender Sulfakari had a big moment out there through turn number 1 on that first lap. Was that going through your head at all when you were driving round points-wise?
Of course, when I saw them going out, I was like a little bit happy since I knew they were in front of me in the points. So then I also had a gap, so it helped me also for the race. Hopefully they're okay, but I think it was good for me.
Well, great to chat there to Christian at the end of those qualifying heats phase. And like you say, really solid results. Worst result came in his first race, P6 for him, but still capitalised on that one. Someone else who's had really good results in this one, coming into the weekend, second in the championship, 9th in qualifying, Dean Hugendorn from the Netherlands, never been outside the top 10 as well this weekend. The Williams-backed driver, certainly one to keep an eye on in this superheat. Nicole, and could be a contender starting right at the sharp end of that final.
Would completely agree. It is Williams versus Alpine on your front row. Both drivers within those Formula One Team Junior programs. Shortly behind them, then we have an all-Forza lineup of Iskender Zulfikari and Henry Domain. Both drivers having a solid set of results yesterday, but of course we did see Iskender get caught up with teammate William Kalijah at that first corner in the final heat for those two drivers, which did suffer him a final good result. Nonetheless, though, it was 2 heat wins, 2 thirds, and a bit further down than for his final result. Henry Domain has had a 2nd, 6th, 5th, and 2nd. So those two drivers really on a strong path for the Forza Racing team. Evan Purcell then, Anthony, has also really lit things up here in Italy. Jumped over to the Ricky Flynn team for the remainder of 2025 and has been in the top 5 consistently. Did suffer a DNF also, though. Engines fire up then, that 3-step process completed for most of our grid, and we'll take you through our full starting lineup for Superheat Junior B.
It is Eli Christian and Dean Hugendorn on row number 1. It's Iskender Zulfikari and Henry Domain will lock out row number 2 with Olivier Sini, who did claim a qualifying heat win yesterday, starting alongside William Kalijah on row number 3. Evan Purcell and Sebastian Eskandari, they go from row number 4. They'll have Dan Anaman and Daniel Miron on row 5. Teo Polican and Giacomo Justo round out row number 6. Row 7, and the last 3 rows before the cut-off marker, you will see Lucas Bonhomme and Jesse Phillips, Endo Arata and Ludovico Mazzola, Casper Reipold and Andrea Mani, who are right on that cut-off area before those finals later on.
These drivers could fail to qualify then. On row number 10, it's Mark Pilipenko and Joeli Girardello. 11 is Alessandro Truchot with Mika Runitz, and going from 12 we have Ukraine's Vsevolod Osachi Soslovsky with Santiago Diaz de la Vega. 13 includes Michel Orlando with Priyan Bruno, and 14 is Angelina Simmons with Henry Constant Kumpen. Going from 15 is Julian Frasnelli with Casey Ziza, and 16 meets Martin Bertolicini with Nathan Kappen. Your penultimate row of things includes Lillian Scarborough and Remy Samchek. And rounding out your grid of 18 rows, 36 karts, it's China's Zhang Hujie with Belgium's Gilles Herman, who suffered multiple DNFs in yesterday's heats. Yeah, amazing that he's actually made it into these super heats as well, because of course we did say goodbye to many drivers going into today. Of course, only the 72 highest ranked drivers from those qualifying heats made it into these races today. Only the highest ranked 36 from the superheats phase go into the final later on today. So we're going to say goodbye to many more drivers in this one. There's a look at your intermediate classification turnaround at the moment, leading that one 320 points. Don't think anyone in this one can close in. Hugendorn might get close, but let's see what will happen at the end of this race as drivers make their way into the tram lines. They're very wide on the entry there. They swing it in through the final corner. Well, we're not in the tram lines there. That's a very shaky start, and we're going around again. And we got drivers on the grass, and that all kick-started with, I saw a victory lane in and around that sharp end. Not able to get into position. May have been Lucas Bonhomme. It was around that area, but unsure if it was actually him. On the 7th row of the grid. Let's just have a look at that again. And it is the 240, I think it was. So that is in around, I think, that, yeah, 249. That is Lucas Bonhomme, who was out of position. Well, and then you see the DPKs having to take to the grass as well. It was looking like maybe Bonhomme was being assisted from the driver behind, and he couldn't actually squeeze back into position behind Teo Polican. Couldn't quite get himself into the tram lines because he was being pushed into things on that back bumper. Another opportunity, though, for our grid, another opportunity for Illy Christian and Dean Hoogendoorn to get a race start right. Who will take that lead in the early stages? Who will bite the bullet? Who will be the first out of the gate? It's Alpine and Williams on that front row. Forza on row number 2 out of the final sector. Slowing things down is Christian, nice and relaxed. Are we going to go on this second time? Revs aren't raising just yet, but watch them out of turn number 16. Still going round. Revs start to rise then for the likes of Christian and Hoogendoorn under the start-finish gantry. Are we going to go green? Yes, we do. Green we are, and we are racing into turn number 1. Good start from Illy Christian. Takes that race lead. Further back then, Drama. That's one of the DPKs. I think one of the Forza drivers. Back to the front end of our order, though. It's busy in that mid-pack, but Illy Christian has been given some breathing room, and Iskender Sulfakari has jumped up into second place, has overtaken Hoogendoorn at the rear end of our grid, really fight out for position. So it's Christian from Iskender, from Dean Hoogendoorn, and then Henry Domain is still right there in 4th position.
Santiago Diaz de la Vega is the driver who's not managed to get restarted at turn number 1. That is a huge moment for him, and he was starting outside that cutoff area. If he hasn't managed to get that restarted, unfortunately he'll be out of the race, and I can confirm he has not got it started. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, unfortunately, will not make the final here this weekend in Viterbo. Out of the final corner then they go. Christian leads the way from Zulfikari, Hoogendoorn from Domain, Sini from Purcell, Miron from Kalesia, Alaman from Sebastian Eskandari, who round out that top 10 at the moment. Good start for them. I believe it was the likes of Angelina Simmons who was involved in that moment at the start of that race as well, but she has continued going in this race. Eyes on the front runners here. Nice battle still happening for everyone trying to push forward, as there is Santiago Diaz de la Vega from the start of that race. Unfortunately, will not make that final.
Change for 4th position then, because Sini has jumped ahead of Henry Domain. Evan Purcell now on the charge into 6th place on that sharp end of the field as we get busy going into turn 13 and 14. That's the 2 Ward drivers trying to assist each other and overtake Forza, all getting busy out of turns number 14 and into 15, 2 abreast into this final sector. This is your battle between the likes of Miron, Kalesia, Alaman, Eskandari. Theo Polikand is right in there as well, and Arata Endo. Technical flag is out for Michelle Orlando. That is the number 392. Eyes focus once more on this front 3. Christian, Tony Kart leads the way. Is then Iskender Sulfakari in that satellite OTK team of Forza Racing, and then we've got the Kart Republic Prema of Dean Hoogendoorn, who has multiple podiums to his name throughout this season so far, and he's going to be hunting another podium here today in Italy. Into turn number 12, no changes for the top 5 just yet, but Henry Domain is trying to turn up the pressure cooker on Olivieri Sini, who sat there right in 4th.
Oh, look at this. What a pressure cooker of racing happening in the background here. You've got Mika Runitz all off the racing line there, in and around the likes of Reibold, Phillips, Ludovica Mazzola, all in there as well, trying to fight for position. Large train forming in the background there, all behind the front runners here, as eyes focus on this one. Domain trying to battle away, as in the background Dan Alaman sending the moves down the inside, but he's lost out to Kalesia. Daniel Miron also getting involved there, and you can see both of them now still wheel to wheel as they head up into the highest part of the circuit at turn number 10. Like we've been saying all weekend, Kart goes light as they're side by side there for position. Alaman, you can see, is still behind the likes of William Kalesia, who is there in 7th place. We'll keep an eye on that battle. Miron trying to push into Polikon is there as well. Endorata and Andrea Mani also in that area as well. They are pushing each other nicely through the field, but at this moment not able to find any positions in that dying stage of the race. Michelle Orlando unfortunately has not adhered to the technical flags and has now picked up a black flag. That is definitely a weekend over for Michelle Orlando. Started this one outside of the cutoff, will not be making the final.
Track conditions will be ever evolving now as the air temperature goes up to 29 degrees, 2 degrees hotter for our second group of juniors compared to our Superheat A, and that is really benefiting Ili Christian, who has got his own cool air and is helping him to be faster than the drivers behind him, which include Iskender Sulfakari and Dean Hugendorn. This is moved down the inside through turn number 30. Nicely set up. That's Theo Polakand, Daniel Moran and Andrea Mani just fighting out for position within that top 10 cutoff. But like we were saying, Anthony, this is where it gets difficult for these drivers. The temperature of the track, the temperature of the air heats up those engines, heats up those tyres and the drivers, and makes it really difficult for them to follow closely, makes it difficult for them to overtake. This is a race replay of your start where we lost a multitude of drivers at the back end. So that was the DPK just getting caught out. Looked like he got assisted and then caused that DNF for Santiago Diaz de la Vega. And this was another moment.
Victim. Complete victim.
Just a passenger within that one.
Yeah, and nowhere for him to go. Obviously, he's frustrated, but, you know, that's a tough one. Oh, dear, drama out on track.
Lillian
and
Scarborough.
That is Lillian Scarborough, indeed, pulling the cart off the circuit. Now, that is at the chicane heading up into turn 10. Marshall's on the scene. Unfortunately for Lillian Scarborough, she will go no further in this race.
I think we've maybe lost Nathan Kappen up there as well. He's not, there he is.
Yeah.
So on your screen, Kappen and Scarborough questioning if they've got involved with each other. They're now both out.
Technical flag going out, you can see there, that is heading to Case Aziza. His eyes on the front here. Battles happening. Kalisha swapping with Evan Purcell. There is the retirement there. I think that was the VDK of Nathan Kappen, or no, I think that was Gilles Herman or Case Aziza coming into the pit lane. Possibly Case Aziza, because he's the one who got the technical flag, so that would make sense. Yeah, their race not going the way they wanted, unfortunately, for Case Aziza. He will also be out of contention in that final.
Iskender Sulfakari then just dropping a wheel off the track and got it a little bit wrong, and now that's allowed Dean Hugentorn to really chase up to him heavily. Iskender getting away with that nicely because he really did drop the side of the kart off the circuit there. You can see around this circuit, especially out of turn 6 and 7 and 12, they're really on the limit. They use all of the rumble strip and the track limits on the edge of things here in Italy.
Yeah, they certainly do. It is quite a narrow circuit for these drivers as well. It fluctuates between 9 to 10 metres wide. It really closes in, though, going in towards turn number 2. Here's what happened. Oh dear, yep, just front to rear contact. Oh, that's a scary place to be, and amazing stuff for the drivers to actually avoid Lillian there, and great work from Lillian Scarborough there to drag her kart out of the danger zone, putting herself in danger there. She really should leave that to the track staff, but great work from her to help clear the circuit and assist the track staff there. Eyes on the front. Christian still leads the way, clear by 1.5 seconds really from the rest of the field. There is Case Aziza, unfortunately, and not going any further. That is a big shame for him. Latest retirement from the race.
Clearly, Christian then still leading really nicely. Like you said, Anthony, out there, 1.1 seconds clear of the rest of the field. And now we've got 2 packs of 2 chasing round in the sharp end of the field. It's between Iskender Sulfakari and Dean Hugendorn, and then Oliveri Sini and Henry Domain as they head down the hill through turn number 10. Nothing attempted from Hugendorn just yet. Head down, goes towards the steering wheel to try and let some of that air go around him. Of course, he is a taller driver compared to Iskender Sulfakari, so he's on a slight bit of a back foot. Back up the hill, clips that curb, round the bowl section they go. Nothing attempted from Dean Hugendorn just yet. Really needs to hustle hard in the late stages. He's there third in your final intermediate classification. But maybe actually, considering that, could be a little bit of a choice by Hugendorn. Maybe he's deciding he wants to stay there. He doesn't need to fight with Iskender if it stays like this.
No, I mean, for Hugendorn, he'd like to probably sit behind the pole sitter going in towards turn 1 on the inside line. So that'll be the one that we need to keep an eye on for him. So, yeah, that is probably a smart move for him to stay there. But even if he got the position done, he wouldn't gain enough points to even jump Christian, who's in the lead of this race. Tell you what, turning up the thermostat to 11, William Kalisha, fastest lap of the race in that last one, is trying to pile on the pressure to Henry Domain. That is the fight that we've got in and around on our screen here. Olivier Adesini, you can see just in the middle of that pack, right behind Dean Hugendorn. Now, Olivier Adesini, cast your mind back to yesterday, really capitalised on an incident happening out on circuit, managing to get from 3rd to 1st in the last couple of corners down the inside after two teammates colliding. So again, always there in a prime opportunity has been Olivier Dicini, and just honestly having a really strong weekend for the Indonesian.
Completely agree. Bit of a lull phase within this race then. We've got a few battles going on a little bit further back. That is the likes of Evan Purcell really having to fight hard against Theo Polakand for that 8th position, but lull phase. Biggest movers within this one, Anthony Jorda, Andrea Mani has gone up by 8 places. Julian Frasnelli up by 9, but nothing major for any of our drivers out there so far. And of course, the clock is ticking now. We really are on these final moments of our final junior superheat of the day.
Yeah, indeed. Last lap is now out to the drivers, and yeah, like you say, it has been a bit calm now for the field as they bring these karts to the end of this race. But I've got to keep an eye on this battle here. Sini, Domain and Kalija have been constantly closing in on themselves, and Sini will be wanting to hold on to this position. P4 would put Sini inside the top 10 for the final. Be a brilliant start for Olivier Dicini, and I believe his best start of a final so far in his 2025 campaign. Here though at the front, Eli Christian in the lead. Can't take pole position away from Turner Brown, but he can start alongside him in the lead of this race as he makes it round the final corner. It will be the USA and Canada locking out row number 1 for the OKJ final later on today here in Italy. And drama on the last lap of the race. Tumbling down the order, Martin Bertolacini and Priyan Bruno will not see the checkered flag. And what does that mean for them? I think both of them were outside the cutoff area, and they will not make it into the final after that one. That is a big shame for them. But for Eli Christian, it is a superb drive for the Canadian, and he'll make his way back to Parc Ferme knowing he'll be starting alongside Turner Brown for that final. We certainly will look forward to that one then. Eli Christian takes the win ahead of Itzgenda Sulfakari. Dean Hugendorn will round out the top 3. All 3 of those drivers will be starting in and around the sharp end of that final later on today. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. Olivier Dicini finishes in P4 ahead of Henry Domain. William Kalija in 6th place after a solid race, not gaining or losing any places. Dan Alaman finishes in P7 ahead of Evan Purcell. Theo Polakand with a 2-place gain finishes in P9. Andrea Mani rounds out to the top 10 with an 8-place gain. Lucas Bonhomme from Daniel Miron finishing in 11th and 12th place. Sebastian Escandaro from Ludovico Mazzola. Endo Arata from Giulio Giardello finishing in P16. Casper Reipol from Jesse Phillips. Giacomo Justo from Julian Frasnelli with a 9-place gain. Rounds out the top 20 from Tuchot, Pilapenko, Sanchez Kozlowski, Kumpin from Zhang, Runitz, Samchek and Simmons, the 28 finishers. The highlights from that race will ride to the end of this race. Frustration, Priyan Bruno throwing out the arms at the likes of Martin Bertolacini. Well, they know they're both out of the weekend. They know they're not making it into the final. That is not on there, boys, and that's very unfortunate to see from those drivers. For this man here, though, unaware of what happened and around him, takes the win and starts on the front row of the grid for that final later on. The factory Tony Kart team battling with the satellite OTK team of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport outfit with Turner Brown at the wheel of that machine. Look at the highlights from that race. Right at the word go, Lucas Bonhomme not getting the start he would have wanted. There in the background as well, Angelina Simmons having to take to the grass as well. But on the second turnaround, it was a good start for the field. And for Eli Christian, no drama whatsoever managed to get going. Drama did fall for drivers further back. Santiago Diaz de la Vega, unfortunately an innocent victim in that race, as he was unfortunately caught out with Angelina Simmons, who again had a second drama there. I think got caught out in the rear bumper of Michelle Orlando, who later did have to retire for a technical fault, possibly caused by that contact at the start of the race. Eyes on the rest of the field then as they got into a bit of a rhythm at the start of it, albeit still action happening. Kalija trying to fight his way through, would later find himself out of the running, would have to fight back in those later stages. Drama here as well. It all started to kick off in that mid-pack. Jesse Phillips, Rypod, Giacomo Giusto, Fresnelli, all in around there. Gianni Girardello also trying to gain those positions in the early stages and doing so. The wildcard entry finishing that race in P16. Lillian Scarborough having a very dicey moment there. Luckily managing to avoid any major drama. Nathan Cappin, though, also another one of those retirements. Case Aziza bringing it into Parc Ferme. You saw there the DR racing driver of Michelle Orlando retiring from the race. And this drama here, right on the end of it, Martin Bertolacini and Priam Bruno. Tensions very high in the juniors. But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, I'm sure you've got a happy young man there with you.
I absolutely do. It is Illy, Christian. Illy, fantastic race from you. Lights to flag, no trouble out there. Tell me though, is the circuit developing as it gets hotter?
Yeah, compared to yesterday, the track is much more grippy. I think our setup is very good for these conditions and hopefully we can do better in the final.
And putting our minds to later on this afternoon when we go into finals, you'll be starting right at the sharp end of the field. You feeling confident that maybe a win could be on the cards for you this weekend?
Yeah, of course, especially now. Then I wasn't managing so much the tires. I saw that I was very fast, so I'll do my best to get a good start in the final, and then depends how our speed is, and I'll do my best.
Well, we'll see what your best brings you later on, Illy. Well done on another good result. We'll head back up into the commentary box then because we've got another superheat coming up.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed we do. One more race to go before the lunch break until we head into those finals. Who will be joining the likes of Christian Costoya on pole position and on the front row of the grid? We're about to find out after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Live coverage of the monokart.com FIA Karting European Championships here at the Leopard circuit, Viterbo. We are moments away from seeing the very last superheat before the finals coming up later on. We will have Superheat B heading out onto the track next for the senior category. 16 laps, 20.5 kilometre race distance for the field. And it all starts with Daniel Kelleher starting on the front row of the grid for this one. Solid drive this weekend for the driver from Ireland. Has never been lower than second place, second in qualifying, 3 second places, 2 race wins. Came into this weekend 6th in the championship standings. He was a happy chap. We caught up with him as well after those qualifying heats.
Daniel, great results for you so far this weekend. You hit the ground running with a pole in qualifying group and now your pole in Superheat B. Feeling happy?
Yeah, very.
And Daniel, tell me about the pace out there on track when Lev Krutulov overtook you. You didn't look like you had been put off. How did you manage the rest of the race?
Yeah, I saw before that all I needed was a second to stay on second in the intermediate, so
I just took it easy when I was in front.
And we haven't seen you on pole for a superheat so far this season. It will be a first for you in 2025. You feeling confident going into things tomorrow?
Yeah, super.
Well, we will see good things from the senior racing from Daniel Kelleher. Good to chat to him. There, though, Vladimir Ivanikov. What a drive this weekend for him. Gotta say, he's a fan of second place. P2 across the board in all of those qualifying heats. He's just waiting for that first win.
Well, he's a man of consistency, but he's got 2 more opportunities today to try and get that win in, of course, within this superheat and potentially within the finals later. But Vladimir really has lit things up here in Italy for the Birol Art team. Kelleher is the driver that he'll be starting alongside, of course. And then you've got the likes of Lewis Francis and Aston Sharp shortly behind. Sharp then qualified 16th overall. He's now halved his result and is P8 overall in the intermediate classification. Will be starting on that second row. Here we go then. 3-step process for these OKs for the last superheat of the day has been completed. Drivers driving off the grid. And we'll take you through your full starting lineup then. On your first row, it's Daniel Kelleher with Vladimir Ivanikov. Row number 2 is Lewis Francis with Aston Sharp. And row number 3 is Filippo Sala with Thibaut Ramicus. 4 looks like Boris Leisen alongside Louis Cachet. And versus Marco Schilkunas. And row number 5 is Jacopo Martinese. On row number 6, we have got Dean Pedersen that meets Jindrich Peschel. And on 7 is Vegard Clementson with Davide Butaro. 8, Canada's Jensen Burnett with Bo Louette. Row number 9, rounding out your first part of the grid is Emilio Koivisto and Efim Duranov. Drivers
in the danger zone who possibly will not make those finals, starting with Roman Kamiab and Zach Green on row number 10. Vilma Svan and Maria Neto go from row 11. Sebastian Mins and Leon Nilsson go from row 12 already. These are some big names who are in that danger zone. Kare Fairhan and Jakub Kamenek go from row 13. Marco Gas and Makar Savalev on row 14. Karl Leopard and Romeo Russell round out the top 30 on row 15. Sonia B and 9th in the championship standings coming into this weekend. Chiara Batig starting this one on the 16th row of the grid. Maximum Rafalik, Francois Cadal, Sana Z and Mathis Almer will round out the field, but it looks to me like Karl Leopard has not made it to the grid. He is not clocking up on my screen out there, the driver of the 187. I think he did miss out on a race yesterday as well at the end of the day, and hopefully he is okay. But so far, I don't think we're going to be seeing him out in that final. No, shame to end the weekend like this, but that is racing, and unknown things happen to these drivers so far. What is going to be happening to these drivers within this final superheat then, we're going to find out. And can Vladimir Ivanikov finally get that race win that he's been hunting for so far this weekend? Out of turns number 14 then, and it will be up to Vladimir and Daniel Kelleher, your poleman, to really slow everybody on the grid down. Out of the final corner then, trying to get themselves gridded up. Will we go on the first time of asking? Well, let's find out. Drivers enter into that one at the front, not at the back, however. They look a little bit out of sorts, but I think they've got it done. Oh, yeah, you've got drivers not in the tram lines. One of the MP cards there. Are we going racing? No, we are going around again. I think that was Emilio Koivisto that just wasn't into spot there. No, not in those tram lines, and did signal, put his hand up to say he wasn't happy with the position. Here we go then. Are we going to go on number 2? This really is the stage, Anthony, where we're halfway through the championship now. It's really going to start to heat up, and these drivers are going to start to turn that dial up. We've had lots of drama so far today, and expect big things for the remainder of the weekend, because we're not going to stop here. Of course, finals time after this final superheat. Indeed, the field head to Denmark, to the Rugby circuit for the final round before they'll, of course, all head to the World Championships at the end of the season. There you can see, yeah, just getting to spot. It's like, right, okay, yeah, now I'm good. Oh, no, false start. Okay, we'll go around again. There we go. But see, it just shows how tricky it is to get these races started, and that shows how hot it is out there. Can confirm it is not raining by any stretch of the imagination. It is just very, very warm. Umbrellas all over the place to try and keep people as cool as possible in the shade. As we are moments away from starting this last superheat then. It is Superheat B for the senior category. heading into the final corner. Are we going to go racing? Second time of asking for this one. Into the tram lines, it looks good. Lights are out, we're racing. It's a good start for the front row, but keep an eye on the likes of Vladimir Vanikov round the outside. Can he hold it round the outside? It's a valiant effort, but he slots into second place. It's a good start for the field, but it's a better start for Daniel Keller, who holds on to the lead. Big send down the inside. Is that Luis Francis going for the move? I think it might have been. Down the inside at turn number 5. Gets through into second place as it's all kicking off in the background. They're tripping over each other, but it's a solid start for everyone. As there you can see Aston Sharp, Filippo Sala trying to get involved in that fight as well. But this is a long train of karts all heading down to turn 12 for the first time.
Your European Championship number 3, Thibaut Ramicus, was one of the fastest drivers to react to those lights as drivers getting pushed off the circuit. Then is that Emili Koivisto getting it wrong going towards turn number 12. Very, very busy at the back of your pack. Then that includes the likes of Kamenet, Gast, Firhan, Leo Nilsson is getting all involved in there. Thibaut Ramicus trying to go defensive from Louis Cachet, and that ruins it for him because he has to give the position up going into turn number 1. Now, Vladimir Ivanikov, the driver we've questioned time and time again, can he get a race win in this weekend? He's chasing down Francis in front of him. The gap is 0.2 of a second. There we've got Filippo Sala, the driver that's joined Noah Baglin on that Ferrari Academy program for 2025, is in there in 5th place. Once more, looking at Aston Sharp, a bit of a theme between those two drivers. I think they've seen a little bit of each other throughout the weekend. Your final intermediate classification so far as it stands: Christian Costoya, 340 points on the board. Daniel Kelleher, who is your current race leader, is on 322. And then Vladimir Vanikov, sat there chasing down Luis Francis, is on 292 points in that intermediate classification. More going on into turns 1 and 2. This is between Jacopo Martinez and Aston Sharp. 8 on the brakes for Martinez, gets that move done on the front end, sticks the nose cone down the inside. Really stellar stuff from Jacopo Martinez. Didn't even think about that one, and that's pulled along Filippo Sala. This is a 3-kart battle now for that 4th place.
Well, the clue for why he did that move popped up on your screen there. Fastest lap of the race for Jacopo Martinez on that last lap. And speaking to the drivers over the weekend, they all say if you've got the rhythm, if you've got the speed and you've got the momentum, go for the move straight away. If you sit behind, you get stuck and then you stay there. You've got to get it done straight away, and that's exactly what we saw from Martinez now, who has got a clear gap now to the drivers in front with that 6th place gain. He is hunting down the top 3. Can he do that? He is the biggest mover inside that top 10, started at P10, currently now P4, but he's looking for a 3rd, maybe a 2nd. But I don't think a race win is on the cards just yet, because Daniel Keller is checked out 1.2 seconds further down the road.
Well, we're only on the opening stages, so don't count out that something could go wrong for Kelleher. He could drop some pace, maybe if he overheats those tyres, if he's maybe gone a little bit too high on the pressure, and that's what's allowed him to pull away so early on, because he is losing 0.5 of a second within this lap so far. That gap has reduced. More battles going on further back in the pack. That's Jenson Burnett fighting out for position with the likes of Bo Lewet in that parallel. Chasing down once more, Vladimir Vanikov still sat there with Luis Francis and Jacopo Martinez. Those three drivers that maybe you'd expect them to be quick. They had some good results at Portimao, but really will be fighting for the wins this weekend, as we've lost some big hitters this weekend. The likes of Dries van Langendonk and Joe Turney have retired from the competition, which opens up a bit of a gap for drivers like Martinez, Vanikov, Sharp and Francis to jump into things, make the best of that opportunity.
Indeed, of course, they'll be hopefully seeing them out later on this season, but we'll have to wait and see with that one. Eyes on this one as down the inside, not wasting any time whatsoever. Martinez close the gap, find the gap, now goes through into 3rd place. Nothing Vladimir Vanikov could do there. Solid start to this weekend, and I'm starting to feel here, has Jacopo Martinez saved those fresh tyres all the way for this superheat? It is highly probable that he has done that. because the pace today drastically different from what we saw from yesterday.
Well, it's a question that could have the answer of yes, it's highly likely. Within the teams, of course, it gets tactical. They really do think about the temperature, the track, temperature, the air temperature. Everything goes into consideration when thinking about that tyre preservation, when thinking about race conservation mode. Drama out there, though, for one of the fusions. I think that's a NASO panel that's come off the front end of the kart. That will probably result in a retirement shortly. You can see there that the bolt and the bracket has completely snapped. It's come off, and now that kart will be unsafe for the driver to drive round in. Vladimir Vanikov now then still chasing down the drivers in front. Kelleher's gap is still continuing to be raised, and he is your fastest driver out there on the circuit. Once again, for these race leaders, that clean air really does just benefit. That hole in the air cools the engine down, cools the kart down. And that's, I think, what you see from those drivers and why they can continue to go fastest, even though they're not in a tow.
Yeah, Makar Savalev then understandably withdrawing from the race. Technical flag was going out for him as well. Due to that loose NASO panel, his chances of making it into that final are now completely diminished. So that is a big shame for him. Daniel Kelleher now setting the fastest lap of the race here. Nicole is, I think, understanding the threat that is looming behind in the form of potentially Jacopo Martinez, who is there in third place and is hunting down the likes of Lewis Francis, who's there in P2. But it is, at this moment, a Kart Republic Motorsport 1, 2, 3 in this superheat, and these drivers are looking to start up right in that sharp end. Really bringing it once again to the OTK products this weekend. It's been a tough start to them, but it looks like the Kart Republics have finally found the setup they've needed, ready for those finals. Chiara
Batigue then was previously your biggest mover within this race, but she's lost a smattering of positions once more and now sits outside of that top 25. She headed into this competition 9th in the championship. She was your first female driver in 25 years to pole it at an FIA European round, but this just hasn't been the one for her so far, and it looks like she could be in that danger zone of not making the final. Yeah. Similarly, is the driver from Czech Republic of Jakub Kamenek, retired from this one out.
Yeah, indeed, that is a shame, switching over to the Fusion Motorsport team this season, but yeah, tough one for him. Eyes on this fight here. Martinez and Francis continuing to push forward. So is Daniel Kelleher, though, because sets another fastest lap of the race, 52.631. Continues to break away. Drama out there. Chiara Batigue goes no further, and she tries to bring her kart into a safe spot on the track. I'm trying to think where that is on the circuit. In fact, I've got no idea where that is. Is that the track entry? Yeah, I think she's into the fence there. So very interesting stuff, but she goes no further, and that's a big shame for her.
Yeah, and that's going to affect her championship standings, of course, because she was so high up earlier on. But like we said, it's just not been her weekend. Kelleher then continuing to open up that gap to Lewis Francis in second. It's now 2.1 seconds of a second. So it is a KR 1, 2 and 3. Currently all three drivers sat in those Kart Republic karts. Down then towards that second sector. No changes within the top 5 on the previous couple of laps. It is still Martinez, Ivanikov and Sharp within that sharp end of the order. Filippo Sala is right there as well. But a lull phase of
chain
guard out there on the circuit. Lull phase of the race. There's still a bit of drama out there for some of the drivers, because if that gets noticed shortly, somebody is going to have to retire.
I can imagine there'll be all the marshals out there now with their binoculars on, looking at all of the karts and thinking, right, which one's that come off? But they'll try and figure that one out. Eyes on Martinez still on his charge through this field. A brilliant drive, 7 places gained for him to be there in P3, and ever so slowly just eking away at that advantage that Lewis Francis has had. We've had to wait a long time for this to close in. You can see that chain guard on the exit of turn number 6 and 7 as they make their way up the hill now in towards turn number 10. Kelleher continuing to set fastest laps of the race here. That's his, I think, 3rd lap in a row he's managed to pull this pace in, and he's extending that lead to 2.4 seconds now, as Koivisto is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. Yeah, no, I'm going to keep on this one. Martinez really showcases some strong pace here. but is he showing enough pace to get the move done on Francis? Because Francis is starting to dial it up a little bit here in terms of the race pace. Went 0.2 faster in Sector 2 on that last lap alone. Identical Sector 3 for both Francis and Martinez. The gap is staying the same.
Of course, within the final, every driver that makes it will put that fresh set of tyres on. So in this stage of the race, in this stage of the superheat, it doesn't matter if they chew through that rubber too much because they haven't got to be used anymore. You'll really start to see these drivers push and maximise everything they can out of that Maxi's tyre, out of the kart as well. But out there, Daniel Kelleher still continuing to try and baby that kart home. 2.7 seconds clear. We've hardly even seen him on the screens throughout this race. You just saw a blip of him as he's heading out of that third sector. Still, no changes majorly within our grid. Bit of a slow phase of the race. Really does just show the track and air temperature. These drivers can't follow each other closely enough, and that's why you're not really seeing those dramatic overtakes. The dramatic final moments for one of the victory lanes, which is Vegard Clementson, retirement for the 162.
Yeah, that is a big shame as well for Vegard Clementson. And where was he starting in this one? I think he was in a good spot. He started on the 7th row of the grid. That is in the risky zone. He had 2 rows behind him that were a bit of a buffer for him. He might be okay, but that might have taken him out of contention to get into that final. We'll have to wait and see. Eyes on this. Cochet closing in on Sala. Finds the move down the inside. Nicely done. Right on cue. And again, it doesn't look like the move initially is on when they go into that one because they tuck in really tight. Then it sweeps up high, and then if you've got the better rubber on your tyres, yeah, you can carry that speed on the tighter inside line and get a move like that done.
It's maybe not visible on the cameras and to the viewers at home, but that bowl section of the corner actually really does go onto a positive and then negative camber. And then as the drivers go into the corner, you kind of sweep up the tarmac. And like you just said, Anthony, it opens that gap up for the drivers. And we just saw a textbook move from Louis Cochet. It looks like they can't get it done, but they absolutely can. And drivers that are getting something done through the turns 6 and 7, that double apex part of the track, is a further down the field. The likes of the Koskis and Carolyn's really battling it out.
Yeah, indeed. I think Marco Garcia and Sonazi currently fighting here at the moment on track. That's a little further down in the order. Eyes on this one then. We're nearing the end of this race. Lap 15 now of 16. Last lap board will be out this time to the front runners when they next come to the start-finish line. And Daniel Kelleher will be the first recipient of that one, who again, Nicole, goes fastest in this race. Another purple lap there of 52.463. It's an astonishing time from him, and maybe again he's a driver who has saved his fresh tyres to today.
Well, maybe someone needs to say to Kelleher now, you continuing to go fast is not going to change your point set up in the final intermediate classification. He can't really do too much more, but he's continuing to push. He's on 322 points. Will probably start alongside Christian Costoya, of course, provisional with a capital P, because we have technical checks when the drivers come off the circuit. But he's absolutely doing enough within this one, and drivers that are still trying to push, still trying to get themselves back into the order a little bit further down. That's the likes of Leopard, Shilkunas fighting it out as well. Fastest lap once more, Daniel Kelleher goes purple again.
Well, maybe this is just making a statement for later on in the final, showcasing that, hey, the pace this weekend is quick, and when we go into that final on a fresh set of tyres, we know we're going to be absolutely rapid. That will be the one that we will want to see later on today. But at this moment, Daniel Kelleher, with only 2 corners to go, will be starting alongside Christian Costoya in that final. Checker flag is out, and it heads to Daniel Kelleher clear by 3.3 seconds from Luis Francis in second place. Martinez was unable to get that overtake done, stays in third place with a 7th place gain. Ivanikov finishing in P4 from Aston Sharp. Louis Cochet from Filippo Sala. Thibaut Ramekers from Boris Leisen. Dean Pedersen from Jensen Burnett. Bolowet from Marcus Shilkunas. Davide Bataro, Jindra Peschel, Efim Dudanov, rounding out the top 16. And we look forward to seeing what they can do later on. Those are the drivers who are right in that cut-off area there. Some of those drivers who really pushed through might have done themselves the benefit of getting into that final, but we'll have to wait and see. There's your top three, Kelleher, Francis and Martinez. What will they be able to deliver in that final later on today? Make sure you're staying tuned for it. There is your full results. The top 16 we've gone over. Sebastian Mins, who just picked up a warning flag at the end of that race, finishing that one in 17th place with a 6th place gain. Maria Neto rounding out the top 18 for the CRG team, also with a 4th-place gain. Zach Green and Leo Nilsson round out the top 20. Maximum Rafalov with a 12th-place gain, finishes in P21 ahead of Vilma Svan. Marco Garth and Sana Z. Amelie Koivisto from Calais Fairhand. Romeo Russell from Sunya B. Francois Cadal from Roman Kamyab. Matis Valmer rounding out the 31 drivers in that race. Unfortunate retirements, Vengar Clemenson, Chiara Batig, Jakub Kamenek and Makar Savalev. The one non-starter, Karl Leopard, not taking part. But there, one more race to go for that man, Daniel Kelleher. Can he come away with a win in that final as he will go wheel to wheel with Costoya later on in that senior final? Make sure you don't miss that one. Eyes on the start of this one. Well, Kelleher was able to break away right at the word go. No drama really for him the entirety of that race. Vladimir Ivanikov losing out to Luis Francis, absolutely sending it down the inside in that early stage of the race. Dust getting kicked up in the background. Drivers trying to get a piece of track to themselves. Amelie Koivisto getting caught out there, I think, with the likes of Louis Cochet, who was just trying to hold on to his position in those early stages. He would get up into 6th place, so would Cochet. A good run for him. Ramikas with the moves down the inside. That was the move past Louis Cochet. They would later fight on. Martinez, though, was the man on a mission in this one. 7 places gained to finish that superheat in 3rd place. A big charge through the field, gaining 1 place after another. Shilkunas as well, trying to deliver the early battles. Unfortunately, at the end of that race, would tumble down 4 places to finish in P13. Drama for the rest, and unfortunately for the likes of Makar Savalev, he would retire from the race. The same for his fellow Fusion teammates. Jakub Kamenek not going any further. Chiara Batig would have dramas as well. She would retire, and then later another one of the victory lanes also retiring. Vengar Clemenson not making it to the end. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Parc Ferme then with Daniel Kelleher. Daniel, another great result out there for you. You were continuing to push and go faster and faster and actually set one of the fastest laps really late. How do you feel about your performance this weekend and going into the finals?
Yeah, super confident for the finals because I was managing the tyres quite well and I set the lap very late, so yeah.
And when we go into the final, of course, you go new tyres. For you, where is the management going to come into that, or is it just trying to maximise it as much as you can?
I think since it's a very long race, I think we'll have to manage the tyres just to stay in the fight.
And of course, you've got various teammates around you starting within the final. Are there going to be any kind of team tactics going into play, or are you just thinking about yourself?
Well, we'll see, I guess.
Daniel, great to chat to you once more. That's it then from our superheats this morning. We've confirmed who are going to be our pole sitters going into our finals later on. We'll head up into the commentary box to hear about what times we can expect to see those finals.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, just the finals to go. 3 of them coming up, and they'll be starting at 1:25 local time here in Italy. 24 laps for the senior groups, 20 laps for the juniors. And like you say, that all starts at around 1:30. We'll be back, though, for the broadcast at around 1 o'clock. So make sure you don't miss out on that one. Live here from the Leopard circuit, Viterbo, for round 3 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Don't go anywhere. The long anticipated wait is over. We are live from the land of popes, pizzas and pace. Welcome to Viterbo, a city where history lines the streets. The pasta is always perfect, and this weekend, so is the racing. Tucked just north of Rome, Viterbo might be known for its medieval charm and hot springs, but right now it's boiling over with temperatures soaring above 30 degrees and the kart action on circuit here at the Léopard circuit. It's a circuit that rewards precision, it punishes mistakes, and for round 3 of the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship, it plays host to it. Year of opening 2025, the venue itself brand spanking new. The circuit, though, has been here for quite a few more years. The event record set by Christian Costoya in time qualifying, 50.913. No one else dipped into the 50-second lap times. We might see that, though, going into those finals later on. The track itself, though, let's take a closer dive into the circuit itself. 165 meters down the start-finish straight. It is accompanied by a 170 meters straight down the infield in towards turn 12. It's around 1,294 meters. Track width around 9 to 10 meters wide, with an elevation change of 6 from the lowest part of the circuit down at turn 1 to the highest part at turn 10. And that brings us very appropriately onto the corners out there. There are 16 of them in total. 10 to the right, 6 to the left, and that does include 2 hairpins out there of turn number 5 and turn 12. Each and every one of those corners provides ample overtaking opportunities as well. We see it in towards turn 1, 5, 6 and 7, as well as 12, 13, 14 and 15, and sometimes a little cheeky move round turn 16, the final corner on the circuit. That all adds up to one other thing as well, top speeds that drivers will be reaching on around the track. They'll be reaching that into 2 separate spots on the circuit. They reach it in towards turn 1 and in towards turn at number 12. They hit around about 120 kilometers an hour. They average around 90 kilometers around the lap in the senior class. It is a fast, demanding, technical circuit, vastly different than what we saw at Campios in round 1 and the Portimao circuit in Portugal for round 2. But this weekend here in Italy, it is about to play host to finals time here in Italy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland, ready to go racing for this one. It's all boiled down to this one, Nicole. Finals coming up next.
Well, this is the stage then. This is the halfway point in your season, and this is the end point of today. This is where all drivers in your OK, OKJ, and your senior academy really need to make it count. Expect some fast, busy racing around this balanced mix of fast, tight and technical corners around the Viterbo circuit. This is your schedule then, Anthony Jordan. We're up first with our Academy Senior final, 24 laps. We then go into our OK Juniors, that's 20 laps. And our seniors will round off the day with 24 laps later on at 22.5.
Indeed, it's a packed schedule. We have got 3 very busy races yet to head out onto the circuit for this one, but it all does kickstart with the Academy Senior Trophy. That will be heading out onto the track for their 24-lap race. In terms of the weather, you can see it there, 29 degrees. It is due to peak a little bit higher than that as we go through these finals. But as you can see, the cloud cover mercifully has started to come over. It's cooling us down a little bit here at the track. It's blocking off that sun just that little bit, but it's perfect racing conditions out there for the drivers. It's a calm wind as well for the Academy Trophy drivers that will be heading out onto the circuit very, very soon for their finals. But you can imagine now still a tense moment for the field. There is a look at the hard-working volunteer marshals and medical crews here this weekend. They've been kept busy with all the hot action that has been out there on the circuit. We could not go racing without the dedicated marshalling team, so we do thank the teams out there in conjunction, of course, with the FIA officials who have been keeping a close eye on all of the action. Like we say, 3 finals to come up over the course of the next few hours. But like you say, it is going to be the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Senior category that will be heading out next onto the circuit. It's final time, 24 laps, 31-kilometer race distance for the drivers. It is a marathon event that these drivers have got. Ladies and gentlemen, joining it in the grandstands here at the circuit for a prime viewing spot of this final. You can see some of the drivers who will be making it into the junior and the senior categories racing a little bit later on. They are unsuited and booted, wanting to join in and watch some of the racing that is going to be ahead of them here at the Viterbo circuit. Nicole, so far this weekend, we have seen pretty dramatic racing. We have seen dominant performances by many, but we have also seen tantalizingly close racing as well. As you can see, our dignitaries lined up ready to present the medals to our drivers this weekend. And again, we can't thank them enough for joining us this weekend here at the Leopard circuit for Viterbo. A brilliant showing for the circuit. And like you say, a brand new venue. As you can see, the Senior Academy drivers making their way out onto the circuit to start their drivers' parade. And this is going to be a close one. I just can't put it down to a single driver in this one. Jules Avril will be the man starting it on pole position. However, he has not been the man who has been winning out on track this weekend. It's been the man who starts this one on the third row of the grid. Harrison Whittingham of the United Kingdom will be the one to watch from that third row of the grid, but that is nothing to take away from the Frenchman, who has delivered superb results still. The same as joining alongside on that front row, Annabelle Kennedy of Australia. Very strong performance this weekend at the Viterbo circuit, and again, we do look forward to seeing what will happen over the course of the next few laps. Let's take a closer dive into the class itself. Academy Senior, brand new for 2025. Now joining alongside the Academy Junior classes, drivers aged between 12 to 14 years, and then, of course, upwards from that as well. 36 drivers from 35 different nationalities racing this weekend. A couple of drivers, two of them from South Africa over the course of this one. The units themselves, the 125cc outputting 30 brake horsepower, 155 kilos is the minimum weight. That is cart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, by the time the checker flag goes out and you're in a spot of bother with the officials. You need to be careful with that one. Tyres, though, this weekend. The Maxxis option tyre for the drivers. It's the one dry set for the entire weekend. There is no new set for this final. These tyres did time qualifying, 3 qualifying heats, and now they need to do an almighty 30-kilometre race distance in this one, 31-kilometre race distance for the Academy Seniors on tyres that have been suffered through with the course of that qualifying and qualifying heats. But for the drivers, it is just a case now of seeing what can happen. There they are lined up on the grid. You see Jules Avril, Annabelle Kennedy, Gianna Pascal there as well. Atis Barinci of Turkey also there as well. Vocak Verdes had a really strong showing over the course of this race. There's Georgi Samalashvili. Great to see him on the grid for this one. Did help out the likes of Silicon City earlier on after a horrible incident happening out of turn at number 3. Great sportsmanship from his fellow competitor as they all line themselves up. There you can see the rest of the field there as well, pushing themselves through. You had Rosenberg there, you've got Skulat, you've got Otto Sakala as well of Finland, starting this one 24th on the grid. Simas Pachuska, Yu Hao Shi as well of China. They'll be starting out on the 11th row of the grid. Most of those drivers here have all worked tirelessly hard over the course of the last few days to get themselves ready for this race. Well, as always, we do like to represent the country, and if you can, please stand for the national anthem of Italy. It's finals time for Academy Senior. 35 drivers ready to do battle for a grand total of a long old race of 24 laps. 31-kilometer race distance ahead of the field on tyres that have been used and abused through timed qualifying, the qualifying heats, and now this final as the medals now get presented to the drivers. You saw there the COK FIA Vice President John Ryan joining the drivers to present the medals, heading to the smattering of the drivers there. You can see Gianna Pascal receiving her medals, mechanics pulling the trolleys away, clearing the grid as much as they can, ready to help assist, start these karts ready for their final. Again, this always falls down to a really tense moment now to these drivers, because it is effectively the one-off race that they are doing this for. They've had a long qualifying session to go, of course, with the actual time qualifying that sorted out the grids for the qualifying heats. Those races then obviously organise the grid for this final as well. But a very tense moment for them as they prepare themselves ready for what is to come out on circuits. As, again, the drivers, you can see, getting their medals there. Yuzuki Sato of Japan as well. Really strong results over the course of this one, starting it inside the top 10. As you see there, Raffaele Giammaria presenting the medals out there onto the circuit. And again, brilliant run for the drivers. The president of the Karting Commission of the ACI Sport here at the circuit. Great to have a lot of dignitaries here this weekend, including the likes of the mayor of Viterbo as well, who will be here presenting some of the medals and trophies. Chiara Frontini as well joining the drivers here at the Viterbo circuit, and a fabulous weekend for them over the course of this one. As drivers again, smiles on their face ahead of this one. There is Chiara Frontini, mayor of Viterbo. Great to see her here to present the drivers with their medals. A tense moment for these drivers because, of course, they've had a lot of work over the course of the weekend so far. And the championship couldn't be any closer either. Riccardo Ferrari, the Italian, came into this weekend championship leader. He is still the championship leader, but just by 1 point. Yuzuki Sato, who we saw, who'll be starting this one on the 5th row of the grid, is second in the championship with 70 points to the name. Martinez third in the standings, 56 points to the name. Very close indeed in those championship standings, but we do look forward to seeing what they will do in this final. Like we say, all of these drivers have worked tirelessly hard over the course of their young racing careers. They've obviously been selected by their local governing bodies as well, as we see Emanuele Arioni presenting the medals also out there onto the circuit. A great showing of dignitaries this weekend, including the Councillor for Sport of Viterbo joining us here this weekend as well. For all of these drivers, though, it's just a case of let's see what we can do in this final. It is a long old race that they have got ahead of them. Plenty of action is due to come up in the next few moments for the Academy Senior. And like we say, a first appearance for the Academy Senior here at the Italian circuit. For all of these drivers, they have been selected, like I say, by their local governing bodies to represent their nations. They have put themselves forward. They've pressed hard in their young racing careers, and someone who knows a lot about racing careers there is Mio Director, the team principal of the Leopard racing team as well, who is here at the circuit, named after the team as well, to present those medals to the drivers. And they'll be heading to their karts in a few moments' time. The last few drivers receive their medals. Just to clarify for this one again, the juniors really were the initiative behind the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. It started back in 2010. Cast your mind back to 2011. A young Charles Leclerc of Monaco was the winner of that title, and now, of course, he has gone on to race with Ferrari in the world of FIA Formula One racing. And he is going to be certainly an inspiration to a lot of these drivers out on the circuit. Not only that, but you've got the likes of the American Connor Zilish, who continues to race over in the USA. Callum Bradshaw won this as well, as flying over the circuit with the white smoke. A brilliant display ahead for these drivers. Giuliano Ignotto, the pilot of the plane, 20 years of flying experience flying over the circuit to reward these drivers with quite the show ahead of these finals. Always a nice treat to just try and relax a bit before a full race like this. You can imagine for a lot of these drivers on this international scene, it's the first time we've really seen them on an international scene. A lot of these drivers have raced locally in their representative countries. Some of them are champions in their own countries as well, but they've all been brought together on this international scene to go racing. And of course, with the Academy Senior only launching in this year of 2025. The one-maker chassis, the Esprit chassis is being used, the OTK products, still the engines, the two-stroke OKN engine of the Vortex brand here this season. The liquid cooling, of course, no gearbox, no starter, no clutch, no battery, all of that. It's hand-started, the minimum weight there, the option tyres, of course, on board. It is a complete package. Everyone is on the same equipment, meaning no driver really gains the advantage of setup. The setups are pretty locked as well. They can't do much with it at all going into these races. It is pretty sealed from the word go, as one of these drivers, I can imagine, will be getting sore necks looking up in the sky during this one. But of course, over the course of this season, couldn't thank those partners enough for this one. Of course, mondokart.com, the partners for the championship. OMP, of course, out there helping the drivers out with their racing equipment. OTK, of course, with the Esprit chassis over the course of this one. Of course, Max's Racing tyres as well, providing the option tyres and the prime tyres for the drivers this weekend. Couldn't thank them all enough for their hard work with getting the 2025 season off to a bang. But we are at that halfway point of the season, of course. Only one more round to go for the OK and OKJ categories. They'll head to the likes of the Rugby circuit in Denmark. That will be a fabulous circuit to go racing on as well in the near future, as the drivers are moments away from heading to their karts. But like I say, it's a tense moment for them standing out there in the baking heat. As we've been talking, it has increased to 31 degrees out there now. It is mighty, mighty warm here at the Viterbo circuit, just an hour's north from the capital city of Rome. And I think they're flying off in the distance now. Away they go. A great show from Giuliano Ignotto. Like you say, 20 years of flying experience now makes his way back off to where he came from, the local airfields around here in the Viterbo area. Drivers then get the thumbs up. They make their way over to their karts. We're going to head down to the track as Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Down on the track then ahead of our OK Academy Senior Final, and I'm with John Ryan, the Vice President of the CIK FIA. John, for 2025, the Senior Trophy concept is actually brand new. The Junior has been going on for quite some time now, but this is a new introduction. For you as the Vice President, what have you thought so far?
I think it's fascinating. It's just the right thing to do to get people who are still at that young age and have an opportunity to actually get picked up by other teams and actually show their real skills. And when you see the whole, spread of the nations, and it's great to see a spread. There's some fantastic female drivers here today as well, and that's an absolute credit. So yeah, it's great news, and may it continue.
And John, you've just highlighted some of the female drivers then, the likes of Gianna Pascal and Annabelle Kennedy, who are really starting at the sharp end of the field. The machinery that these drivers are sat in, OTK products with Vortex machinery, equal for everybody on the grid. The decision by the FIA to introduce that, do you really think it makes it 100% fair?
Definitely, and the quality of equipment is fantastic, and you don't hear any complaints at all. And it's a model that should be adopted actually across the world, actually in different nations. And I know certainly in the United Kingdom we like to look at this sort of model. It makes it a fair, even playing field. People can't pay for an advantage. It's great. It's the way things could go.
Great indeed, John. Great insight. Thank you very much. We'll turn our attention then to your front row, which includes France's Jules Avril alongside Annabelle Kennedy. There's not too much time left until these drivers head off, but there you can see Annabelle's kart up there, and she will be followed by Gianna Pascal, one of our other female drivers within this grid. France is your biggest hopeful after some great results, but as is Harrison Whitcomb, who is a little bit further down the field after an engine seizure earlier on. We'll head back up into the commentary box then, because we'll be going off for racing very, very shortly.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid. Yes, indeed, the first final is moments away. As you can see, wind slightly picking up here at the Viterbo circuit. But let's quickly fire you through the final grid of the weekend for Academy Senior. It is Jules Avril and Annabelle Kennedy on row number 1. Atis Barinci of Turkey and Gianna Pascal of South Africa go from row number 2. Harrison Whitcomb, the pole sitter from qualifying, had drama this morning, but started on the 3rd row of the grid. He'll be alongside Poland's Wojciech Woda. Arthur Hwang of Belgium and Augustin Sepulveda of Chile go from row number 4. They'll have Yuzuki Sato 2nd in the championship by only 1 point. Starts this on the 5th row of the grid alongside Colombia's Amada Martinez. Milo Uller, the pole sitter from the first round back in Portimao, starts this race from the 6th row of the grid. We'll have Devin Haglin for company alongside from the Netherlands. Eva Storesen, also of the Netherlands, representing the FIA Women in Motorsport in 2025, is joined by current championship leader Riccardo Ferrari of Italy. Rodion Urianov and Simon Bulbarella go from row number 8. They'll have Mircea Marco Patru and Sirikon Siri, who is thankfully on the grid for this one after having a roll earlier on in the last qualifying heat. Vasilis Malos of Greece and Bastian Ottenthamer go from row 10. They will round out the top 20 out on the circuit. They'll have Simas Pachuska and Yu Hao Shi on row number 11. Nick Stulak and Otto Sakala go from row number 12. The Finnish driver certainly pushing hard this weekend, but starting it on the 12th row of the grid. Kimi Ray and Jotam Rosenberg go from row number 13. Both of them having relatively difficult weekends, but what can they do from the 13th row of the grid? Philip Lenk and Neil Russell go from row 14. Again, Russell having a little bit of a shaky one this weekend, but fighting fit still. Joachim Asland and Nicholas Vine, they go from row 15 and they round out the top 30 drivers out there. Andrei Adakin and Donat Nemadvoici go from row 16. They'll have Evald Perez and Damien Baez on row number 17. Rounding out the field of 35 karts, Georgi Samalashvili of Georgia will go from the 18th row of the grid. And I mentioned it earlier on, Georgi Samalashvili, a great showing of sportsmanship, assisting fellow driver Sirikon Siri, who rolled earlier on to move the kart off the top of him. Brilliant showing. But there on your screen, Jules Avril, the pole sitter for this race, has had to really work hard this weekend, has been right behind the likes of Harrison Whitcomb over the course of this weekend, but has just not been able to get those moves done until it came in the 2nd and those 3rd races where troubles came out. There's a look at your driver championship standings going into this final. Riccardo Ferrari leads it for Italy, 71 points to his name from Japan's Yuzuki Sato. Amador Martinez of Colombia sits 3rd in the standings with 56 points to the name. Nicholas Vine of Denmark 4th in the standings, only 5 points behind the driver from Colombia. Augustin Sepulveda of Chile sits 5th in the points from Mio Uller of Sweden. Jules Avril, the pole sitter for this final of France, sits 7th in the points with 35, joint with Poland's Wojciech Woda, who joins him on that grid. Atis Barinci and Nick Skulak round out the top 10 in the standings. Only 1 point separates those two as the whistle blows, the green flag waves. We're about to get this final underway, but hoping all the karts get fired up. Nicole Sutherland, you join me back in the box. It is warm out there, Nicole, but the racing action, I can imagine, is about to heat up even more.
Well, it's warm out there, and like you said, the racing, it's going to be boiling. This is the moment then for our seniors to really make the most of their final race of the day. but we've got drama at the back of our field. I don't know which driver that is, but they cannot get it started. It could be Damien Bays right at the back, who was supposed to be starting on the 17th row. We've got a bit of a struggle going on for Andre Adeyakin, who's supposed to be starting 31st, cannot get that kart started, and a bit of a fall there from the mechanic. It's a three-step process for these OKs. Really is difficult when some of these drivers haven't actually raced an OK kart before. There is the Dominicans hopeful gone out of this race.
Damien Baez out of the race, and that's a big shame. And that was lucky that they managed to get that cleared pretty quickly, because the karts were coming around pretty sharpish. Of course, there's another kart that didn't really get going as well, but I think has done so now. Andre Adekin has managed to get it started up, but unfortunately, we'll have another lap to try and get things warmed up. Or has he got it started? Because I think he crossed the loop, but he's not going, so I don't think he is actually moving out there. The driver of the 414, I think that is two drivers out of this final, Nicole, before it's even started. So the people who would have been seeing that event from the screens, Chris Lambret, FIA Head of Race Control in the middle, joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester. They'll be watching a series of 40 cameras over the course of this coming few races. Drivers will not be able to get away with anything. They do need to be careful, and that is included with some of the broadcast cameras that are out there as well. They have access to all of it, so they need to be careful, do these drivers. Right then, heading in to the final sector. Are we getting a start first time around? This might be easier said than done. The field pretty spread out at the back of the field, but the front looks good here. Jules Avril of France, Annabelle Kennedy of Australia, Barinci of Turkey, Gianna Pascal of South Africa, Whittingham of the United Kingdom, and Wojciech Woda of Poland into the tram lines. They're going around again. It is a false start. They knew I was building that up for a start, Nicole, and they've gone round again. Well,
they just thought they would make the next one even bigger and better, Anthony, because I'd say they're about to put on a show for us. He's now a successful story in Europe in various different car series. And then we've got drivers who have stuck to karting throughout their career. The likes of Callum Bradshaw, who has been an Academy champion and went on to win an OK World Championship for Tony Kart in Portugal a number of years ago. But this concept is new for 2025. It's your seniors. They're heading round the final sector to get going for their final here in Viterbo in Italy.
We look forward to this one. Sun is shining down on the field of 35 as they make their way round the final corner. Hold your breath then as drivers head in towards turn number one. It is lights out, fights on in Academy Senior, down in towards turn number one. And it's a beautiful start for the Frenchman, Jules Avril, who holds on to the lead of the race as they all cycle their way up through turns 2, 3 and 4 into the first major braking zone of turn number 5. But it is Avril at the front who at this moment, Nicole, seems to be completely uncontested from the rest of the field.
Well, I think after a slight engine problem for Harrison Whitcomb in that previous heat where he DNF'd, he was nervous going into this one, but he's had nerves of steel and has jumped up the order early already. Do you think Gianna Pascal has maybe dropped a position? Mio Euler, your driver that pulled it in the first qualifying of the year for the senior academies, is fighting back in the order as well. Whitcomb now in third, down the inside of the driver ahead of him, which is Wojciech Woda. So Whitcomb has jumped back into that top 3 where we've seen him consistently this weekend. Crucially though, France's hopeful Jules Avril is still your race leader. Jules was just given a penalty in one of his heats yesterday after grabbing a heat to win. It's not put him off. He continues that momentum, but so does his biggest competitor this weekend so far, Harrison Whitcomb, who dives down the inside on Annabelle Kennedy at turn number 5.
Yeah, nice little move there. And of course, Whittingham is on the charge here to try and get back to that race leader of Jules Avril, who's been running in the front for a lot of these things, as down the inside, Yazuki Sato getting the moves done in the background. He's battling wheel to wheel there with Sepulveda and Wojciech Woda for position. You can see them now trying to scramble for positions. Sepulveda on the outside, Yazuki Sato to the inside, but it's an up and under once more, and they continue to fight. And they've actually got the jump on Wojciech Woda there, but he holds it on the inside line. All this is good fun to watch, Nicole, but they are losing dramatic amounts of time to the drivers up ahead.
Yazuki Sato then under investigation for a potential starting infringement. He was a driver that experienced heartbreak at Portimao, crossed the line and thought he had taken that race win, but it was later taken away from him, even though he had celebrated with some of his Kart Republic, some of his Ward Racing friends in the paddock. Can he maybe pick things back up within this race? But of course, he is being watched. Jules Avril, your driver out in the front, in that clean air, is your fastest driver out on the circuit. 0.8 of a second clear from your man in second, which is Harrison Whitcomb. Harrison picking up those sectors, sector after sector, trying to string something together. Which driver will be fastest on those new tyres? Because, of course, that's something that's going into play as well.
Yeah, indeed. Well, Harrison Whitcomb has just gone purple in both Sector 1 and Sector 2. He is closing in on Jules Avril. The gap is coming down now. It's down to 0.6 of a second. Keep a close eye on it as they go through. But Avril still holding firm through that final sector as Whitcomb does set the fastest lap of the race. We'll keep a close eye on that fight. But the battle for third place also is on. Annabelle Kennedy and Etis Barinci fighting line astern here as they try and hold on to position. There is Wojciech Woda and Yuzuki Sato of Japan also trying to get the sort of straight and narrow here of trying working together now to close into the drivers up ahead. I think they've got the message of, okay, let's stop fighting. Let's put in the lap times now. It's a long old race. We've got 20 laps to go here, Nicole. There's plenty of time for them to close in. Absolutely is. Neil Russell suffered 2 DNFs throughout racing so far this weekend, but he is your biggest mover within this race so far, up by 8 positions to break into that top 20. And now we can see heading out of that final sector, just a train of karts being led by Gianna Pascal there. It really is nothing in between any of them. You couldn't put a hair in between these drivers. Whitcomb continues to go fastest in that second position. It's now 0.6 of a second between him and Jules Avril. Race replay then. This is that start. I think this is when Yuzuki Sato is under investigation. Just broke that formation maybe a little bit early. Didn't benefit too much through turns number 1 and 2, but is being watched on that replay. There's a few drivers within this race then that are just struggling for position. Gianna Pascal has lost 7 places. We've got Riccardo Ferrari, our current championship leader going into this, has lost 5 places, and that has dropped him down your virtual championship significantly now for Italy. Other drivers that have lost various positions, Simas Bachuska in 25th has dropped down 4, but eyes back on the front end of your field. This is the battle going on between Barinci and Annabelle Kennedy. Indeed, that fight for third place still very much on here. And Barinci has now stepped up into third place, getting past Kennedy. Can now focus on the attack ahead, trying to close in on Whittingham. But Vane now under investigation for the potentially causing a collision out there on circuit. So he'll need to be careful, as there's been some big movers through the field. There's been some big movers who have gone the wrong way in this one. Arthur Huang is one of them, 7 places down as drama for one of them. Now, is that Gianna Pascal? Because she was tumbling down the order on my screen, but it's a kart coming to a grinding halt. I can't see the kart number from there, but I'll try and ascertain who that is. Is someone tumbling down? It's the 415 machine of Vasilis Malamis of Greece. He will go no further. A brilliant shame for him. He started on the 10th row of the grid. He showed some really strong pace over this weekend. However, in the final, it's just not gone his way here in Italy. Won't be the first driver, and certainly won't be the last. It absolutely happens to the best of them. Battles going on, though, in this mid-pack, and it's getting feisty as they head through turns 8, 9, and 10. Kart goes light on these drivers through the hill of 10. They control that understeer as they head back down through the flat section of 11 and can pull off moves like this down the inside at turn number 12. Have to be careful and cover themselves as they exit the corner. Excellently displayed there by our drivers on the back end. That's the likes of Neil Russell, Petru, Ottensummer and Skulak getting all involved with each other. Gap now between your 2 leaders, Jules Avril and Harrison Whitcomb, 0.8 of a second. So it has gone up once more. It was previously 0.6, but Whitcomb does not want to give up the charge, because once again, like a switch, he turns that pace back on and becomes your fastest driver once more. one driver here, certainly not having the start to the race they would have wanted. Agustín Sepúlveda of Chile, unfortunately, is down 18 places, now circulating in 26th. He ran wide on the exit of turn 16, into the gravel, onto the grass, but did bring it back onto the circuit, albeit now dramatically further down the grid order than he initially started. And unfortunately for Rosenberg, a warning flag going out for him as well, so he'll need to be careful. Eyes on the front here, Nicole. The gap between Avril and Whittingham is in a complete locked stalemate here. It is at 0.6 of a second. He can't seem to break that 0.6. However, Whittingham continues to set purple sectors and fastest laps, yet he's not closing the gap in. It's all falling apart for him in that third sector. For some reason, he just can't get it nailed in that last sector on the track.
Well, with the tight and twisty bends round this circuit, if he's overcooking those tyres through the final sector and the first sector, that may be why he is having that knock-on effect and really is struggling. As we've got drama out there on the circuit, I think that's the 403 going really slowly down the track. So a smattering of positions will be lost by that driver. Lenk now sat in 30th position already, but will lose out once more. But like we were saying, Anthony, for Whittingham, will come back to him in a minute. So this is the moment for Lenk. Goes through, tries to make a move, catches the driver in front, and I would say actually that was self-inflicted by going in too hard, too hot on the brakes. Like we were saying about Whittingham, though, Anthony, is one of those. He's really got to manage this. 0.7 of a second now, so he is catching up once more.
No, he certainly is. We'll keep a close eye on it as they head down through turns number 11 into 12. The field's still relatively congested in that mid-pack to backpack section. Eyes on this one, though. Still, Boda and Yasuki Sato battling away for P5 on track. With this position, of course, this does affect the championship standings just that little bit. Riccardo Ferrari of Italy has not made a dent really in this field. He's only down one spot. Yasuki Sato, in that case, would lead the championship standings on the field. The driver of Japan, 96 points to his name, ahead of Jules Avril's 85. Martinez of Colombia still would be third in the points, as the fight's still going on very slowly there indeed for Agustín Sepúlveda. I was saying about him earlier on, he had dramas, he's gone down the order massively, and I think, yep, he's given up in this final. That is a big shame for Sepúlveda. He had a really strong start to his weekend, really strong start to this final as well. He was starting on the 4th row of the grid, now out and retiring. That is a huge shame for him. He becomes now 4 retirements from this race, I should say. Damien Baez, Adre Alekin, they didn't get started at the beginning. Malames with drama, and Sepúlveda with a retirement as well. Avril still in the way. 0.7 is the gap now between himself and Harrison Whittingham. And that gap, to me, Nicole, seems to be increasing just that little bit more as this race progresses on. Yeah,
I would agree with you. I would just say Riccardo Ferrari, our driver, sat in 15th. Italy's hopeful driver that is circulating on home soil. You maybe would have expected big things from him going into this round at Italy, with the confidence of being in his home country, the confidence of maybe having experience here at the Viterbo circuit, but a more than average weekend for him, really. He really hasn't managed to do anything too spectacular. He sat there 15th, pretty much halfway in our order of drivers that are still going round. He came into this weekend as your championship leader, but has now virtually dropped to 4th position to sit behind Martinez there in 3rd. Can he maybe pick up a few more places within this race? Gianna Pascal is the next driver ahead of him that he's really going to need to chase. As we have drivers getting involved with each other out of turn number 14, pushing and shoving War further back in the field. That was Nick Skulak and Hishao Yu really getting involved with each other. Chasing back up the hill once more to turn number 10. This is your battle still once more for the top spot Avril not really dropping anything in pace to Harrison Whitcomb. Whitcomb not managing to pull anything out of the hat just yet. He really does need to try and turn that dial up if he wants to achieve something. But of course, he is on the back foot. He is going to be driving around in those hotter conditions. The heat off of Avril's kart really will be coming at Whitcomb, heating those tyres, engine up for him and causing maybe a bit of a performance issue, as it is 31 degrees out there now on the circuit. Avril once more chases up the hill to turns number 4 as Nick Skulak is now under investigation for causing an incident. That was that moment, I think, out of turn number 14 with the likes of Xiao Yu. Sato still chasing down Wojciech Woda for that 5th place. Sato, let's not forget, is under investigation as we've got more retirements now into Parc Ferme.
Yeah, that is still Agustin Sepulveda, who pulled in earlier on. The driver from Chile, unfortunately, not making it to the end of this race. And again, he had a moment where he went off the track at turn 16, went into the gravel. That probably put a lot of damage onto the underneath the kart. Because these karts only sit about, well, half a centimetre off the ground. They are very low to the ground on this one to help the aerodynamics as much as possible, to keep it kind of super glued to the floor. And unfortunately, yeah, when he went off the track, it caused a lot of damage. And yeah, that's the reason why we've seen him now retire into Parc Ferme. Race now getting into its long phase here. Still overtakes happening out there. Pachuska's got past Haglin on that lap. That's got him up into 19th place now. Eyes on this one here. Sato still trying to close in on the likes of Wojciech Woda, who sits just ahead. The driver from Japan, who, like I say, went across the line, the race winner in Portimao, showcased some incredible speed and determination. It was a very dramatic end to that final, if I cast my mind back for it, with dramas happening between two of the drivers and Sato just sneaking his way through. But like you say, a penalty, unfortunately, also dropped him back. Eyes on the groups further on. They're still kicking off in the background as well. You've got the fights all the way down the order. This is Yu Hao Shi battling with Bastian Ottenthamer. Just got past Nicholas Vine, getting past Nick Stulak as well. So still fights happening all the way throughout the order. That's down in 22nd all the way to 25th place out on track. But these drivers now, is, my goodness, the cloud looming over the circuit here, Nicola. That's the first time it's looked relatively dark out there over the course of this weekend.
Well, you'd think that would maybe help these drivers, but it's still a whopping 31 degrees out there. This class then creates a launch pad for these young sports stars. Where will they end up later on in their careers? That's the big question. They're selected by their ASNs to represent their country, and each driver out there doing a great job of things. All on that equal machinery, of course, Vortex engines, OTK chassis. It is the Esprit chassis that they're sat in. These two drivers then on your screen, I think that is maybe Neil Russell getting involved a little bit further back down the order with Devin Hagelin. Hagelin, of course, had a DNF as well as Neil Russell earlier on in the weekend. So those two drivers quite far down in your pack now. This is on then between the likes of Yuzuki Sato, Wojciech Woda and Annabelle Kennedy. They're your three that are battling for position as they head through Sector 2 and back down the hill. Kennedy has done a really great job so far this weekend in Italy. She said earlier on in the year she's never raced outside of Australia before. Portimao was her first. This is her second here in Italy, and she really is showing what she's made of. More drivers doing just that as battles go on into turn number 12 between Gurjanov and Martinez.
Yeah, those fights still raging on in the background there, you can see as well. Russell just trying to get his nose down the inside, not finding the gap this time around as we go on to lap number 18 of this race. I want to cast your mind back to what you were saying about Annabelle Kennedy. Yeah, indeed, first time maybe racing out here in Europe, but not a first-time racer by any stretch of the imagination. Has won podiums in the Australian Kart Championships, has been a pink plate winner in the in Australia as well. Has had multiple runs in KA3 junior and senior, so she knows how to pedal a wagon around a track. And she's showcasing those abilities, what she's learned over in Australia, here in Italy at the Léopard circuit, Viterbo, just north of Rome. But leaves the door open at turns 13. Through not goes only one, but two of them. Through goes through Wojciech Woda and Yuzuki Sato. getting up now into P4 and 5. Now they've got that clean air as Sato runs wide out of turn number 16. Now we might have the re-attack pressure from Annabelle Kennedy if she can get that car back lit up here to the inside at any one of these braking zones. No, she thinks against it at turn number 5 and stays in P6. There, though, with those overtakes, it is just assisting Yuzuki Sato in that championship. He now leads it with 100 points to his name, and he's a driver who at this moment, Nicole, will not have stood on the top step of a podium. Off the track, that's not what you want to see. Arthur Huang of Belgium going wide there at one point and cutting over the track. Not sure what's happened to him there. As he's now tumbled down the order. The driver from Belgium not in a position where he wants to be.
Well, Wojciech Woda clipped a little bit too much of the rumble strip and actually did kick up some dust, so maybe it's the case that Arthur Huang actually caught that dust because that was in that part of the circuit. We'll watch the replay though. No, he doesn't. So he goes for a move there, gets caught on the rear end of the car by the 422, ends up then having to cut the grass at turn number 8. Close one there because, of course, these drivers do run that curb to get the speed up the hill. Eyes back on this one, though, because Jules Avril is having chunks taken out of him now by Harrison Whitcomb. 0.6 of a second now split up France and Great Britain, and he's more than aware because he looks over the shoulder to see what the gap is, and hopefully that gives Harrison Whitcomb a little bit of confidence to know he's starting to rattle his cage.
No, indeed, that gap down again to 0.6 of a second, but it's not dipped below that yet, Nicole. It stayed at around 0.6. Now again, he's doing personal best sectors here. It stays at 0.6. It just seems to be that horrid chance of just trying to close it down to the 0.2 that he needs to really go for an attack here. Time is running out in this race, Nicole. We're lap 21 of 24. It's got to be now or never for Whitcomb to really pull the pin.
Well, which of these drivers have prepared themselves properly ahead of this race? Because this is a 24-lap race of pain, of absolute, it's hard for these drivers physically, mentally. Which one, Harrison or Jules, has prepped themselves properly to be able to deal with the pressure, to be able to deal with a physical challenge? Battles continuing to go up the hill then. This is further back in the pack between Goyanov and Siri Konsiri, who of course had a bit of an incident earlier on and was helped by Georgi Samalashvili after a roll into turn number 13 and 14, that banked corner. Richa Patru and Annabelle Kennedy now falling down the order. She was previously 5th. She has now fallen all the way down to 19th.
Yeah, that's a big shock there. Not sure what's happened out on the lap this time around, but clearly drama has befallen her, and that is a big shame for her. She crosses the line. She actually doesn't cross the line. I don't know where she is out on track. She's clearly come to a stop somewhere, but I can't see any yellow flags waving out the track. So Annabelle Kennedy, I think now has crossed the line, but is all the way down in 24th place. That is an absolute shocker from the front runners. Barinci, has he closed in on these two here? And has that gap come down a bit more? It has. Avril still leads the way, but Whitcomb now has got that gap down to 0.5 of a second as the fights are still going on in that infield sector here. This is, I think, Amador Martinez fighting with David Doranson. And Yurianov there as well. They're all up places in this one because there's been a multitude of drivers who've had struggles at the front. But eyes on this, its gaps keeps coming down now. I think he heard the PA when I said he needs to pull the pin in this one. Jules Avril has done a superb job leading this race, but the pole sitter from qualifying has had enough of staring at the back of that number 406 machine and has closed the gap in to just 0.3 of a second. But just as we say it, it extends back to 0.4 of a second. They're ping-ponging off each other now, Nicole, of trying to set purple sectors.
Don't get overexcited, don't get overconfident, Harrison, because you are right there, but one small mistake will open that gap back up, reduces it once more by 0.5 into turn number 1 and 2, controlling that slide between the two where all of that load is put on those tyres. 0.4 splits them up on this final lap. Is Harrison Whitcomb, your pole sitter, your heat winner, going to have an opportunity after all of that bad luck in heats 3, after all of that bad luck at Portimao?
Well, let's find out as we are on the last lap of this race. It's been a long old fight for these drivers, circulating a 31-kilometre race distance, but it all falls down to this one. Just as Whittingham had pulled the pin, so had Jules Avril, and he has broken away once more from the driver from the United Kingdom, who has just been unable to close that gap. It's back to 0.6 of a second, and for the first time in 2025 in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Senior, it's France on top with Jules Avril, race winner here in Italy at the Viterbo circuit. Jules Avril can be delighted with that one, and it's a thumbs up from Avril and from Whittingham. That's a good race, that's a good fight, and let's celebrate on that podium. The Frenchman now steps up to second in the championship, 85 points to his name, but he's got a long old way to go still, because that fight heads to Rugby next at the end of July, the start of August. The field will head to Denmark, and for Jules Avril, he'll need to close a 15-point lead between himself and Yuzuki Sato. Now, Sato did get past Wojciech Woda in the end. Sato got up into P4 at the end of that one, and he now extends that championship lead to 104 points. There's your top three then. Jules Avril, Harrison Whittingham, Etis Barinci, 1, 2, 3 in the final here in Italy. A superb drive for the Academy Trophy Senior finalists. It is Avril from Whittingham, Barinci from Sato, Woda from Euler, Martinez from Dornson, Urianov from Bulbarella, Sirikon City ahead of Arthur Huang, rounding out the top 12. Otto Sakala in 13th place with an 11th place gain. Kimi Ray also with 11 places gain ahead of Riccardo Ferrari. Italy's hopes there, unfortunately, finishing in P15. Gianna Pascal, tough race there after a really strong qualifying and performance in the qualifying heats. Finishes that one P16, down 12 places. Simas Pachuska and Miesha Marco Patru finish in 17th and 18th place. Nicholas Vane finishing in 19th place with an 11th place gained, but is under investigation. Neil Russell with a 8th place gain rounds out the top 20 ahead of Nick Skulaks. Georgi Samalasvili from the back of the grid. He started that race P35, gains 13 places, becomes the biggest mover in the right direction, finishing in 22nd place. Yu Haoshi from Rosenberg, Ottenshammer from Asland, Haglund from Perez, Lenk from Netamvoici, rounding out the 30 finishers. In the end of that one, Annabelle Kennedy, Augustine Sepulveda, Vasilis Malamis, and Adikin and Beas all retiring from that race. That is a big shame for them. And there is a look at, provisionally of course, the updated championship standings. It is Yuzuki Sato heading into the final round at Rugby in Denmark with 104 points to the name. Jules Avril second in the points of France with 85. Amador Martinez holding firm with 78 points in third place from Riccardo Ferrari, who now drops down to fourth in the standings. Etis Barinci now gains up into P5 with 70 points out of Wojciech Woda. Mia Euler joining Wojciech Woda on those 65 points. Harrison Whittingham, despite the dramas earlier on, steps up 8th now in the championship standings, 59 points to his name ahead of Nicholas Vine and Augustine Sepulveda, who rounds out the top 10 for Chile. Well, for the field, that is a job well done. They can head back to Parc Fermé now. The podium's coming up very soon, but while we wait for that, let's take you through some of the highlights from it. Right at the start there, Annabelle Kennedy trying to go around the outside. You can see how much she was fighting the steering wheel there to try and control the understeer through the likes of turns number 1 and 2. Would slot into second place, was immediately on the defensive. Dramas right at the start, and skating straight off the circuit goes Donat Nematvoici. Unfortunately, he had a pretty tough race, but still finished in 30th place. Harrison Whittingham on the charge. Early doors for him, for the young Briton from Wales. Pushed himself up into second place, but by that time, the gap had formed. Jules Avril had broken away no one was able to catch the Frenchman despite the best efforts from Whittingham with that 3-place gain in the final. More dramas on the opening stage of that race as well. Yuzuki Sato fighting hard at the beginning of that race. The driver from Japan, relatively calm race at the beginning of it, but still a 5-place gain puts him P4 in the results and P1 in the Virtual Championship standings. He'll have 104 points going into that final round in Denmark. There was the dramatic moment for Sepulveda. He was off the track at turn number 16, unfortunately going off the circuit, then later retiring. There was the half spin from Philip Lenk, which unfortunately doused all of his speed. That's the reason why. Rear flat tyre coming in. That was probably not helped by the fact of going off the circuit on that really rough part of the curb and onto the gravel. Definitely picking up a puncture there is most likely going to happen. Action happening at the further end. Annabelle Kennedy was fighting right there at the sharp end. Unfortunately, would later retire to 31st place after fighting right at the sharp end, starting it on the front row of the grid as well. A dramatic run there. Arthur Huang as well having a scenic route across the grass. The Belgian getting caught out in an incident out of turn number 6 and 7, taking to the grass. To the line though, Jules Avril in 2025 claims his first FIA Academy Trophy senior podium. Let's head down though to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Parc Ferme then with our top 3, which is led by none other than France's Jules Avril. Jules, that was a long race, 24 laps, you led the entire thing. You must be absolutely exhausted, but can you tell us about it?
Oui, effectivement, 24 tours, c'est très long, surtout qu'il faisait très chaud. Et au début, ça allait, mais à partir du 20e tour, c'était compliqué. Et j'ai réussi à résister à Harrison et j'ai pu l'emporter.
And at the stage that Harrison Whitcomb really did catch you up, your gap at one point was 0.8 of a second and he reduced it to 0.3. Did you start to panic at all?
Oui, un petit peu de panique, mais des fois je me retournais, je voyais qu'il se rapprochait, du coup j'essayais de mettre de plus en plus de rythme. Et voilà, il a très bien roulé. Je pense qu'il était un poil plus vite que moi, mais j'ai réussi quand même à l'emporter, donc je suis très heureux.
And heading into the remainder of the season then, Jules, do you think that you can carry on the momentum, the pace and the success you've had this weekend in Italy?
Oui, ma vitesse en Italie était vraiment bonne. J'espère que ce sera la même chose lors du 3e round au Danemark. Et voilà, j'espère continuer ainsi. Je suis bien remonté au championnat, donc c'est l'objectif.
Well, it will be the top step of the podium then, Jules, congratulations. We'll then turn our attention to Harrison Whitcomb, who has finished in 2nd. Harrison, at Portimao, you definitely didn't have the luck. There was a few issues, then you didn't have the luck in your final heat today, but you're on the podium, it's a great result, you must be happy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I wanted to get one more and I think we deserve to have one more place, but obviously issues that are out of my control cost me to be down in 5th and I just threw everything I had at it. I pushed so well. Jules didn't make any mistakes, so it was so hard to catch up, so congrats to him.
Well, great sportsmanship from you then, Harrison. Going into the rest of the season, you know, you've got great pace now. You look like you're comfortable in the OK kart. You feeling confident going into the remainder of the season?
Yeah, I feel a lot more confident than compared to Portimao, and I think I've learned a lot to how to drive better in European conditions compared to UK. Because in Portimao I was quite rigid on the kart, but here I've been a lot more smooth, and obviously it's worked.
Well, we'll see what work you put in between now and our next round then. Harrison, congratulations. 3rd on our podium then will be Atez Barinci. Atez, great result. Podium for you. We will continue to walk forward. You know, going round 24 laps, it must have been really difficult.
Yes, it was really difficult to make 24 laps while racing in this sunny weather. It was really hard, but it's finished now.
You almost sound a little bit glad about that. It did look tiring out there on the circuit, especially with the temperature. Atez, going into the remainder of the season, I've just asked your competitors about their confidence levels. What's your confidence like?
I don't know. To be on the podium is really good, but they're also super fast. I will try to get them with the same level.
And the Academy Senior concept is new for 2025. You're one of the first drivers to be in the grid. That must be an achievement in itself.
Yes, it's good to be here. It's like a really proud moment to be on podium, and I'm really happy with that.
Atez, well, congratulations. You will be on that top 3 step. I think we've got a little bit more time before Anthony Jordan will introduce our drivers onto the podium. But actually, I think he could be ready now. The green light is going. These drivers then, Atez, Harrison Whitcomb, and of course, Jules Avril will be your 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we are ready for our podium presentation for the FIA Karting Academy Trophy for the senior class here. Round 2 in Italy at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo. We would now like to celebrate our top 3, and it will start with the driver representing Turkey. Please welcome on to the podium in 3rd place, Atis Barinci. A fabulous run for Atis, a calm race and finishing in P3. In 2nd position, hailing from Wales in the United Kingdom, give it up in P2, it's Harrison Whittingham. Again, another superb run for Harrison. Pole in qualifying, but just missing out with a P2 in the final. And finally, your race winner for round 2 and now 2nd in the championship, heading to Denmark for France, is Jules Avril. A superb drive once more for the top 3, as with one more round to go in Denmark, we will now listen to the national anthem of France. Big round of applause to your top 3 in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy Senior Class. We would now like to welcome onto the podium, starting with the 3rd place trophy. We'd like to welcome Emanuele Aroni, Councillor of the Sport of Viterbo, to present the 3rd place trophy, heading to Turkey's Atis Barinci. Fabulous run for Atis. Big smiles all around at the end of the round here in Viterbo. Please now welcome the CIK FIA Vice President, John Ryan, to present the 2nd place trophy, heading to the United Kingdom's Harrison Whittingham. And finally, please welcome Chiara Frontini, the Mayor of Viterbo, to present the Winners' Trophy, heading to France, and to Jules Avril. A fabulous run for the drivers in round 2. One more round to go in Denmark. So drivers, one last time, lift those trophies nice and high up in the air for me, please. Nice big smiles for all of the photographers out there at the end of your final here in blistering 31-degree heat in Italy. If we get everyone on the top step of the podium, all squeeze in nice and close for one big group photo. If we get everyone to squeeze in front as well. Nice big smiles all the way around as well. But a great run for the drivers, like you say, as they head to the Rugby circuit, a very fast, open-flowing track for that final round, which has claimed some many fabulous racing over the course of its year. Well, the racing may be done, but the action isn't over just yet. For one last time, will like to present the drivers with the bottle of champagne. So anyone who is in nice clothing and not in a race suit, it's probably best to duck and cover at this point. And maybe the helmets as well, because you don't want to get them covered in champagne. But it's been a long weekend, usually in the sunshine. A sticky drink afterwards is never a good thing to have covered over you. But are we ready? Drivers at the ready. 3, 2, 1, let it rip! A brilliant end to the Academy Trophy in the senior class. Like we say, one more round to go in Denmark, but the racing is not over just yet. 2 more finals to go. It is time for OK Junior coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championships here live from the Leopard circuit in Viterbo. We've had one final already, Academy Senior for their 24 laps, which saw France's Jules Avril take the win. But now we turn our attention to the OK Junior category for their 20-lap race. That is the one that is coming up next. That should start at around 2:35 local time. Yeah, we've got some brilliant racing coming up. Those two finals, of course, the OK Juniors, they've been really, really strong. But it's going to be an American and Canadian front row, Turner Brown and Eli Christian on that front row, Nicole. I'm looking forward to this one.
Absolutely. It's going to be intense. Turner Brown, out of all of the juniors this weekend, has been your most consistent, has been a driver that's really kept himself out of trouble. We've seen trouble throughout this weekend so far, especially into turn number 1 and 2, right at those race starts. So expect that to be busy as we head into the finals at this halfway point in the season. Expect big things from all of our juniors. You've got Dean Hugendorn, Iskender Sulfakari right in the fight once more. Of course, Dean has been on the podium multiple times this season already. Can he add a third to his tally? Well,
that is an excellent question, as he now takes the lead of the Virtual Championship as well going into this one. Only 1 point separate the top two now. Baglin has lost out in his Championship League going into this final. He's now got to work to get that one back again, so hopefully there's a good old race in that one. I want to just cast my mind back to previous European champions on this one. Dries van Langendonk last year, 2024, he took the honours in the OKJ category this year. And well, midway through last year, it actually was announced that it was one of the latest junior drivers for McLaren. He's unfortunately not here this weekend. He's going to be dropping down in his championship order in the seniors, of course, seniors in 2025. But he's certainly going to be a driver that hopefully we see later on in the year and we see come back, because I think there's rumours around that he may be dipping his toes in the world of car racing.
Well, you would expect that since he is with the Papaya Orange livery team of McLaren. You'd expect that his natural next step would be into the Formula series. You know, you've got various names within this sport, Kian Berta, Freddie Slater, Ugo Chukwubu, who've all competed in this and then jumped into cars.
Here's a look at your driver championship standings going into this final. Dean Hugendorn with 185 leads it by 1 point from Noah Baglin's 184 going into the final round in Rugby later on this year. Eli Christian, who's starting this one on the front row, has 125, has got a big gap to close up to those two up ahead. But it's Kalesia who joins him, only 4 points behind, fourth in the standings. Henry Domain with 120 is just 1 point further behind, meaning that the top five tantalisingly close still in the title fight. It's Iskender Sulfakari in a really strong position as well with 114 points. Bosco Arias 7th with 99. Lucas Sell with 84. Dan Alleman with 67. And Will Green only a couple of points behind that one as well, rounding out the top 10 with 61 points to his name. So still very close at that sharp end of the order in this one. But the main question, you've got Hugendorn starting this one on the third row of the grid. Where is the likes of Noah Baglin starting on my grid here? I've got him on the 8th row of the field. That is going to be a long race for him.
And question marks around then, Anthony. Can somebody take a win from the Prema team? They are your team that have swept up so far at Campos and then at Portimao. Is somebody else, one of the other teams, going to get in there? Ricky Flynn have got a good chance, and so have Tony Kart with both Turner Brown and Eli Christian. That is the question, but only time will tell. Long, long finals for these drivers. 20 laps in a pressure cooker is a tight and twisty track. Nowhere to really rest for these drivers. Your two straights are 170 metres, but it's so full on, and actually they're hitting rumble strips out of one of those, so they've still really got to fight with the car, fight with the tyres, and make sure they're managing to get it back onto the tarmac. There you can just see several shades of grip down on the circuit because of how hot it is, how much rubber has actually been laid down on the track.
Yes, indeed. As the drivers' parade now begins, the field makes its way out onto the circuit. It is OK Junior final. 20 laps, 26-kilometre race distance ahead of the field of 36 that was whittled down to well over 90-odd drivers into the start of this weekend. It did come down a little bit as the racing went on. Drivers will make their way out one way, mechanics and karts another way out onto the circuit, but they'll all be vying for one thing, and that is the podium at the end of this final. It's going to be difficult to do. It's going to be a challenge, but who is up for that challenge? We are about to find out as the field of 36 ever so slightly makes its way out to circuit.
And look at the army of Forza drivers that have all qualified into this race. You've got the likes of Iskender, Zulfikari, Henry Domain is right up there in the sharp end of the field, as is William Kalija, who is on your podium at the first round in Portimao. We've got other names in the sharp end of the field, though, that maybe didn't have the early rounds that they would have liked. Oliveri Sini is within your top 10 starting position. Bosco Arias, there in 11th. Keep an eye on the driver from Spain.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking through this grid on here, dominated by the OTK and Kart Republic brands out there. Not seeing the closest and highest ranked Birol or something that isn't an OTK or a Kart Republic. You're looking at the Paralin of Bruno Blanco, who will be starting this one on row 10. So that's a real shocker in that one. Here's a look at the class itself, though. Drivers aged 12 to 14 years of age. 97 entries into the weekend, representing 33 different nationalities over the course of the weekend. Brilliant racing from them, of course, but that has been whittled down now to just the 36 in this final. Power unit, 125 cc, outputting 29 brake horsepower. Total weight is 140 kilos. That is kart and driver included. Any gram underneath that, even if it's 139.999, you are going to go to the stewards, and it will be a technical non-conformity. You need to make sure you are above that 140. The tyres, Max's Option tyres, the MAO using over the course of this weekend. They've had the 6 tyres allocated to them over the course of the qualifying heats and qualifying. They are now gone. They now have a brand new set for this final. Brand new boots on board. This means then we should see some pretty rapid times from the field as they get themselves ready for this race. But before that, of course, the drivers make their way to the grid for their medals ceremony. It's a big achievement to get a driver into this final. It is a tense moment for all of them as the last of the field just getting ushered onto the carpet there. Brilliant stuff for the field, and of course they'll be joined by some of the dignitaries who are down there ready to present the drivers with their medals. You can see the field there just getting themselves lined up. Alexander Lazarus at the back of the field for this one. Raipold is there, Giacomo Justo, Garciase, Phillips, Bobrajov just making it into this final. Endo Rato as well, Antonio Pizzonia, Andrea Mani getting into it as well. In the 14th row of the grid, Mazzola is there as well. But then when you go to the sharp end of this field, you've got those top drivers this weekend. Turner Brown, Eli Christian, Dean Hugendorn, Iskender Zulfikari, Jean-Mateo Rizzo of Panama. What can he do from the 3rd row of the grid? Well, as always, before each final, we do like to play that national anthem. So once again, if you're able to stand, please do so for the national anthem of Italy. It's ready to go race time for the OK Junior category. They'll be heading out to the circuit very, very soon. But before that, the medal summary gets underway for all the drivers who have made it into this race. It has been a challenging season so far for the drivers. For the round in Spain at the Campillos circuit, Noah Baglin taking the win in the final. For the final in Portimao, Dean Hugendorn taking the win. Both of them finishing either first or second on the podiums over the course of the season. Really strong performances as well. Christian as well has delivered good results, finishing on the podium in Portimao. You also had the likes of William Kalija finishing on the podium as well in Campillos. So again, you've got drivers there, all in that sharp end, all vying for a chance to stand once more on the top step of that podium. But for the first time, Turner Brown for the USA has got the chance of doing it. Turner Brown at this moment does not sit anywhere high up in my championship order. He has gained good championship points over the course of the weekend so far. He will have added a grand total of 50 points to his name, which means he does step up a little bit, probably into about 12th in the standings. But before this one, he had a very difficult start to his season. Did the American, a driver who's not scored a single point until this very moment here at the Viterbo circuit. So great showing for him over this weekend, really putting his name on the board for the USA. For the rest of the drivers, though, this is a chance to really showcase what they can do from this grid, because, like you say, we've seen some challenging starts for the juniors. We've seen dramatic moments, we've seen calm moments, we've seen moments of close camaraderie. We've seen drama out there as well over the course of the weekend for the OK Junior category, but it all falls down to this final as the last of the drivers receiving their medals at the end of this racing. There you can see Denny Babacek in a mix there, Will Green receiving his medal, Bruno Blanco will be there as well, Sebastian Eskandari there for the Ward Racing team, also their big smiles on his face ahead of this one, as many other dignitaries there just presenting the medals to the drivers ahead of this final. Always a good reflection for these drivers here. Of course, so many drivers do enter into these weekends. Like we're saying, 97 of them jumping into this weekend. But like I say, it only falls down to these 36 in this final. And all of these drivers have a deserved spot in this, pushing themselves forward, delivering good, consistent results over the course of the weekend after time qualifying probably being the most important session of the weekend. Of course, reports from the drivers saying it is a good driver's track, this one. It's a challenge to overtake, but when you can get multiple overtakes in a race, and that is what we have seen from these drivers over the course of it. It has been a roller coaster of racing for the field, but it all falls down to this final. There is Mateo Calda of Mondo Karts. He's out there to present the medals as well. Good to see him here as always, the main title sponsor of the FIA Karting European Championships for multiple years, and hopefully multiple more years to go. There's Jesse Phillips for the UK. He's receiving his medal now. He's got Maxim Bobajov there just next to him. Bobajov having a pretty challenging weekend, but once again, making the final here, which is absolutely great to see. Only just, though, on that 16th row of the grid, but a final is still a final for any one of these drivers, and it is a great achievement to get there. Giacomo Justo as well with Juan Garcia of Mexico. They go from row 17. Kasper Reipold and Alexander Lazarus as well at the back of the field, but still in this field, a finalist, finally, for Alexander Lazarus, and a big smile on his face ahead of this race. And for these drivers now, it is just a case of keep it calm, keep it cool, as we're moments away from starting this race. The last few photos are taken as the drivers get the go-ahead to head over to their machinery. Mechanics are at the waiting to assist their drivers into the machines, ready ahead of their 20-lap final. It's the longest race of the weekend for the junior class. It's a long old fight all the way to the end of this one. 26-kilometer race distance for the field. And we will head down to Nicole Sutherland, who I believe is ready with some of our drivers. Oh no, the grid will appear now quickly first before that one. Turner Brown will be starting this one on pole position. It'll have Eli Christian starting alongside. Dean Hugendorn and Iskender Sulfakari will be going from row number 2. Jean-Matteo Rousseau and Samuel Hugon will round out row number 3. What can they do on this one? They've had a really good weekend with the fantastic results. Lucas Sell as well, who's had the ups and downs, but still one to keep an eye on. Henry Domain as well, a smackering of the Forza and Victory Lane drivers in the sharp end of this field. Olivier Dicini, who did take a qualifying heat win over the course of this weekend, will be starting alongside another one of the Forza drivers, William Collegia, on row number 5. They'll have Bosco Arias of Spain with Benjamin Mignac rounding out an all-Spanish row number 6. Devin Walls will be joined by Evan Purcell on row number 7. What can they do from the middle of the pack? Noah Baglin and Dan Aleman start this from row number 8. A lot of work to do there for second in the championship. Denny Babacek and Sebastian Eskandari round out row number 9 and the first half of the field. Bruno Blanco and Will Green go from row 10. They round out the top 20. Drew Waltz and Tia Polican go from row number 11. We've already seen one Frenchman stand on the top step of the podium. Could we see another in this final? We will have the driver from the Netherlands, Daniel Miron, and Michael McGoy on row number 12. Row 13 sees Lucas Bonhomme, who's had troubles in those starts earlier on in the weekend, but has got it dialed in now. Will start alongside Portugal's Gustavo Marquez de Silva on row 13. Andrea Mani of Monaco and Ludovico Mazzola of Italy round out the top 28, and they go from row 4. Endo Arata of Japan and Antonio Pizzoni of Italy go from row 15. They lock out the top 30 drivers out there, with the final 3 rows being Jesse Phillips and Maxim Bobrajov. They will also have Giacomo Justo and Juan Garciase of Mexico on row 17, with Casper Reipold and Alexander Lazarus rounding out the 36 kart field. We are moments away from starting this one, but now let's head down to the grid with Nicole Sutherland.
On the pre-grid, then ahead of our OKJ final, and I'm joined by Raffaele Gennario. Raffaele, as the president of the karting commission at the ACI, you have a pretty impressive job on your hands. The karting this weekend so far in Italy, what have you thought of it?
I think that the karting here in Italy is at a very good level, and we have this year 4 important international races, and this is the first that we have in Italy, which is the European OK/OKJ Championship, and in particular we are very close to look an important final for the youngest, because this is the OKJ, so it's the category dedicated to the drivers from 11-year-old, and I think that we will see a very, looking also the qualifying heats, we will see a very important final, and so we cross the finger to have a very clean race, because I think that also the track it's very good for this kind of kart and competition. So good luck to the finalists.
Well, and as we push the sport forward internationally, the role of the ACI, what are you hoping to achieve, not just in Italian karting, but in international karting?
So we are working a lot to make the kart more easy to the approach of all the family, all the drivers. So here we stay at the highest level, of course, but we are working also on the base in order to allow to the teams, to the drivers, to get the kart in an easy way. So we are working a lot as ASN also for the category dedicated to the youngest, so to the baby car, for example, for the pre race for drivers from 6 to 8, in order to make the car closer to everyone. So it's an important commitment for our ASN, and we are pushing a lot on that.
Well, thank you for your commitment to the sport, and thank you for having us this weekend. We'll turn our attention then to the grid behind us as we are given the 5-minute board. These drivers will be heading off slowly. We're led at the front of our field then by Turner Brown and Eli Christian. We've heard from both drivers so far on the OTK machinery about how confident they both feel. They are both going to be trying to race for that win. We've also got Dean Hugendorn in here. Dean will be starting on your second row for the Prema Racing team, for the Williams Junior Academy team as well. We'll get Dean to come over. Dean, going into this race, you've already had podiums in the European season so far. You'll be hunting for another one today. What do you think is going to be most crucial for you going into this final?
No, of course the start is always a bit scary, but no, we hope for a great start and a great race. Also really good championship points, and yeah, let's hope for a great race.
And the temperature out here, you know, is second to none. It's a whopping 31 degrees. With the tyres, with the engine, how much do you have to manage that when you're driving around?
Yeah, of course, as we saw in the heats and the pre-final, it's really hard to catch up to someone. But no, you have to manage the tyres as well. So yeah, we'll see.
Well, we'll see if you get onto that podium once more this season. Dean, we'll head back up then to our commentary box because our OK juniors are shortly going to be heading off.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there on the grid. In and amongst the drivers and dignitaries down there and the officials as well, all ready to kickstart this race here at the Léopard circuit, Viterbo. Plenty of action has happened over the course of the weekend. It all boils down now to this final for the juniors. All those qualifying sessions, all those races, all those superheats brings it to this very moment with that front row of Turner Brown and Léopard Christian on that front row. Both of these drivers, well, for Léopard Christian, he stood on the podium before, so has the likes of William Kalija, but Kalija starting this one a lot further down in the order on the 10th spot of the grid. But there on your screen, the driver of the 220, Turner Brown for the USA, having a brief word with Nigel Edwards, race director, this weekend, just to say, this is how we need you from the start. This is how we need you. You've done it before. You've been at the front for a lot of these. You know how to get these ones going. Just continue doing what you've been doing over the course of the weekend, I can imagine. But he's not alone, like we say, on that front row of the grid. Léopard Christian joins him. And now this is a factory team, of course, with the Tony Kart Racing team on that front row of the grid. They've got the satellite team of the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, who have taken multiple drivers to the world of car racing over the form of the many, many years. So has multitudes of these teams. And for Léopard Christian, the Alpine junior driver, really focusing now on what he can do in this final. Nicole Sutherland, join me back in the commentary box. Pretty warm out there, but I can imagine it's going to get a bit warmer now with this racing about to start. It's
About to absolutely boil up out there for these drivers. A whopping 30 degrees. You know, it's going to be a baptism of fire for every single driver on this 36 kart field, led, of course, by Brown and Christian. I think we're a bit spoilt in the commentary box now, Anthony, because it's much cooler in here than it is outside. Dean Hugendorn then, on your screen, the Prema driver, the Williams driver for Kart Republic. We just spoke to him. He said it's all going to come down to this. Seemed maybe a little bit nervous going into things, or maybe he was just very much in the zone. But he's got some work to put in, as has his teammate of Noah Baglin, who we just saw stood up a little bit further back in the field. Isn't quite sat in the kart yet. Iskender Solfakari, one of those drivers primed, prepped and ready to turn up the dial within this race. He will be starting fourth behind Léopard Christian for Forza. How will Iskender fare within this race? Because we know he can take wins, he can take heat wins, but hasn't managed a final just yet. Is today going to be the day?
Yeah, is the day going to be the day that he stands on a podium, whether it be first, second or third? It would be his first of the 2025 season in the FIA Karting European Championships. The grid is told to clear. Mechanics primed and ready to get the karts fired up for this one. Like we said in the championship, 1 point separates Hugendorn and Baglin, but both of them do not start on the front row of the grid. For Turner Brown, at this moment, he's only got the likes of 50 championship points going to his name. He does not sit within the top 10 in the standings. If he gets a good result in this one, he could have 100 points to his name. And if he gets an extra fastest lap point, he could have 101 points to his name as the field makes their way going. But it's Léopard Christian who's third in the points right now, Nicole. He's the one who I'm going to keep a close eye on, fighting right up there at the sharp end, starting on the front row of the grid, and has got the chance of closing in on Hugendorn and Baglin if they do not gain the places in this race.
Well, after qualifying fastest in group earlier on, he said in his interview that he wants to break into that top 3, which he has done so far, and he will be watched by the likes of Nigel Edwards, our race director, as he leads the field around alongside Turner Brown, the driver for Alpine, and Tony Kart. He's done what he set out to do this weekend so far, which was jump into that top 3, but it's Baglin and Hugendorn that he's got to think about in this long game when it comes to points. Baglin there, just on your screen, heading out of that final sector. He is on 184 points, 1 point behind his Prema teammate, Dean Hugendorn, who's on 185 championship points so far. But who is going to add to their tally? We're about to shortly find out. They're on their second formation lap then, scrubbing that sheen off of those Maxxis tyres, really getting the temperature perfect for that race start. Not trying to overdo things though, these drivers, because this is a long game and you don't want to take off too much rubber on those Maxxis on the early stages. Pasquale Lupoli there on your screens, our deputy race director for this race, assisting Nigel Edwards to make sure that these drivers driving around not only safely but fairly.
Indeed, they'll be joined by, of course, Gonzalo Planta out there as well, the judge of facts this weekend. He'll be standing in and around the bottom end of the circuit, keeping a close eye on some of the most technical parts of the circuits as the grandstands and viewing spots start to fill up here for the penultimate race of the weekend. It is the Junior, OK Junior final. It is upon us now. It's 20 laps, and it starts with the USA and Canada on the front row of the grid as they enter the tram lines. Watch the lights, lights out, fights on, down and towards turn number 1, and it's a good start for the front row, but watch out for Chris around the outside. Can he carry the speed? The answer to that is no. He has to settle for second place. There's dust kicked up in the background, some drivers taking to the grass, but it is still Turner Brown who leads the way as they head through in towards turn 6 and 7 for the first time.
Well, I think that could have been Dan Alleman having to cut the track there in that first sector. Alleman previously within this weekend looked like a hopeful, but he has fallen down the order. Will Green was in that mid-pack getting all involved. Down into turn number 12 then. Christian sat right on the shadow of Turner Brown, who's really capitalised in these early stages. Brown from Christian, from Hugendorn, and then you've got the victory lane right on the tail as well as this train, this snake of karts heads through that final sector on our first lap. We'll take you through our top 10 so far then. So it is Turner Brown from Christian, Hugendorn, Samuel Hugon, Henry Domain, Iskender Sulfakari, William Kalesia, Juan Mateo, Russo, and Luca Sell. Bosco Arias right there as well. Of course, Arias had that drama in one of the heats with Noah Baglin that dropped him down the order for this starting lineup. Defensive slightly goes Brown into turn number 12 once more. All of these drivers on the limit as they sweep off onto that rumble strip. Climbing up the hill of turn number 10, controlling that understeer as the kart goes light when they meet that apex. Into 12 once more, no moves attempted at our front end of the field just yet, but I believe that is William Kalesia and Iskender Sulfakari now jostling for position, and Sulfakari is not happy with his Forza teammate. Signals to say push ahead, help Henry Domain, because he's a Forza 5, 6 and 7.
Yeah, indeed. This is a good run for the Forza Racing team. They've been delighted with their drivers so far in this one. As we go on to lap number 3 of this race, still yet to see some action in those front 3, but they stay line of stand, they stay super close. Brown, Christian and Hugendorn still 1, 2, 3. You can imagine they're all in the same set of situations here, all on those fresh Maxxis option tyres on board, but all of them just waiting to see who can utilise them the most in this early stage. Well, one driver who certainly is the Italian, Antonio Pizzonia, setting the fastest lap of the race at 54.127. He is all the way down in 27th place right now, but is on the charge through the field. Eyes on this. Christian and Brown starting here, I think, Nicole, to open up a bit of a gap between themselves and Hugendorn and Hugon. But we'll have to wait and see what happens, because that shot there looks like 2 groups of 2, followed by, of course, the second group of 2 of Domain and Kalesia just behind.
Well, potentially a big player, and how this story falls out is going to be Hugon sat there in 4th position, because if he makes a move on Dean Hugendorn for that 4th place, which he is right now through turn number 5, How is that going to affect the gap that Brown and Christian have opened up? Takes that move back. Did look like Hugendorn was going to snatch it back off of him, but Hugendorn has to concede that place. That brings Domain, Iskender and Kalijah ever closer in the fight. And we've got Russo right there in 7th place as well. This is it though. Isles on the front of your field. Brown under pressure now by Christian, and they get tangled. They get tangled, they're out.
They're out. The front runners are out. The USA and Canada collide in the final, the front row, and he's understandably absolutely furious. Turner Brown, after all that hard work, out of the race, and so is Christian. Drama at its finest, and now France. I did mention it. Would France end up with another podium here? It very much could happen, because Samuel Hugon, for the first time in a final in 2025, leads the way.
Your two that are out then, Christian and Turner Brown, you could see them in that Marshall hut. Neither of them could actually believe that that has just happened. Hugon, though, for the first time this weekend, leads your field. Hugendorn is sat there in 2nd, Kalijah in 3rd. But drama, Anthony, Jordan, your two biggest hitters in your junior category so far this weekend have taken each other off, and they will not be contenders. And what does that do long-term to that virtual championship? Eyes on the front of the field, though. 1/10 of a second splits up Hugon and Hugendorn. William Kalijah, watch him. He had heartbreak in one of his heats where him and his teammate Iskender Sulfakari took each other off at turns 1 and 2. But he's not let that put him off as he heads through turn number 5 with his teammate of Henry Domain right on his tail. Now Rousseau is in 5th place. It does look like, actually, Iskender Zulfikari has lost a smattering of positions, down by 7 places to sit now outside of the top 10.
Well, this is all opening up into the hands of the drivers behind for this one, because Kalijah sets the fastest lap of the race. He's looking to see if he can get another podium in 2025 here. Hugendorn, 2nd on the road, now takes the lead of the championship standings. 229 points to his name from Baglin's 190. Kalijah there in 3rd would be stepping up to 3rd in the points with 160. So it is still tantalisingly close still with one round to go. But Hugendorn here looking like he's going to take a commanding lead going into that final round in rugby later on, unless down the inside William Kalijah has anything to say about it. Nice move down the inside of turn number 5, and there's more drama in the background. Unfortunately, tumbling out of the race is Olivier Yassini, and yeah, Iskender Sulfakari out of the race. Olivier Yassini and Sulfakari go no further, and they become the latest retirement. So that's now 2 factory Tony Kart drivers out of this final.
Well, look at Victory Lane's hopefuls. They're all getting involved, because we've now got fights between the likes of Henry Domain and Luca Sell within the top 6. These two then, led by Rousseau, going into the final corner, and Sell goes down the inside of Henry Domain. That turn number 16 defends heavily. Then from Waltz going into turn number 1. That was a questionable decision. And now more. Now we've got Bosco Arias out at turn number 2, and he collects Waltz with him.
That is absolute pandemonium at turn number 1. The drivers do their best to avoid it, and that was just 2 karts eyeing up the same piece of tarmac at the same time. And out of the race is Devon Waltz. Bosco Arias go no further. They become the latest retirements. Now 6 retirements from this race of karts colliding on the apex of a turn. That is absolutely astonishing. Eyes on this one though. Kalijah, who was setting the fastest laps of the race earlier on, now in 2nd place, hunting down Samuel Hugon, has gone faster in sector number 1, has gone faster in sector number 2, is closing in for the race lead as well. There was that moment between Olivier Yassini and Iskender Sulfakari. Complete misjudge of the braking zone, I think, there, and straight over the top, and he knows it. This was that moment there as well, across the start-finish line. The heavy defensive positioning from the victory lane then, it just brought Bosco Arias to the inside of Devon Waltz. Unfortunately, no room for manoeuvre. And that is just the worst thing you could possibly imagine for the drivers.
Well, your big hitters within this race pretty much are out. Samuel Hugon, though, continues to lead from Kalijah, 0.3 of a second ahead. The Victory Lane team, then I'm guessing they're going to be stood there pacing around because they're going to be desperate for a European race win here. The Victory Lane team led by the likes of Victor Martins, your Formula 2 driver, your driver that's a F1 development driver for the one of the Formula teams of Williams. Martins then is one of your drivers that was first to win an international title in FIA karting when in 2016 the OK concept was adopted. The Victory Lane team have come into this and showing strength, but not strength compared to Forza, because William Collegia dives down the inside at turn number 5 and changes that race lead. How is Hugon going to respond? Because he looks like he was about to attempt something off of the rumble strip. That brings Dean Hugendorn back into the fight, and Rousseau, don't count him out, he's there in P4. If these three get too involved with each other, if they start tagging each other like we saw with the previous leaders of Christian and Turner Brown, it could end in disaster.
It certainly could, but that is a superb move there for Collegia. Now in control of this race. Hugon will have to dig deep if he wants that place back, because he's got Dean Hugendorn closing in behind him as well. But Collegia with that 9th place gain, he stood on the podium once, it wasn't on the top step, now he's eyeing it up. The Australian is in control of this one, but can he maintain it for the next few laps? We've still got 9 laps to go in this race. It is far from over, but Collegia is in control of it. Phillips at this moment is under investigation for potentially causing a collision. He's currently rocking around in 18th place out on the lap. I'm loving this. Look at this. Hugendorn now to the inside. He's going to go for 2nd place. Outbrakes himself though on the exit, and through back goes Samuel Hugon. And all that's going to do is release William Collegia with the clean air up ahead. He will be able to break away here, and maybe, and just maybe, could Forza Racing's Jean-Mathieu Rousseau of Panama, could he close in on this fight? Could he come away with his first podium of the 2025 season?
Watch Hugon then as he climbs up the hill through turns number 4 and 5. Is this the stage that maybe the driver starts to fall off of things as those fitness levels really do come into play as we head over that halfway mark? Chasing down though is Hugon. He's picked things up once more as he chases William Collegia. 0.3 of a second splits those two drivers up. He's turned that dial of pace back up once more into turn number 12. Leads around Dean Hugendorn. That lovely switch back didn't actually sacrifice either drivers too much pace, too much position. Just under 0.3 of a second now. Samuel Hugon is starting to knock on the door of William Collegia, and Collegia is going to need to consider that as he goes down the start-finish straight. What is the gap? Reduced again by 0.5 tenth into turn number 1, controlling that slide between 1 and 2, chasing up the hill. These drivers on the limit, clipping that curve through turn number 4, getting all the traction out of 5. Really late and hard braking zone it is into turn number 5. And to me, Anthony Jordan, it looks like Hugon has actually found something in this stage of the race. He's gone fastest, and he's now reduced that gap to only 2.5 of a second.
Again, it's just matching the pace, just trying to throw out those little curveballs here and there and just seeing what he can do. I think the comfort that he will have taken from this is he's checked over the shoulder and can see that Hugendorn has dropped back quite considerably. Knowing that, it gives him a little bit of clean air to try and go for the attack on Collegia back in this one. But again, they don't want to start doing that too early. If they start doing it too early, they fall back into the clutches of Hugendorn. They fall back into the clutches of Jean-Mathieu Rousseau. They fall back into the clutches of Lucas Sell, who's there in P6. It's still really close in that top fighting area, as unfortunately grinding to a near halt there is Ward Racing's Endo Arata. He's going very slowly out on track, but he's got it re-going now. I think he may have had a moment through the snail section there, because he's tumbled all the way to 30th place at the back of the field. But eyes remain on this one. Collegia still under the pressure from Samuel Hugon, who only recently lost out on that race lead. This was the moment. Yes, it was a half spin, slowly bringing it back onto the circuit, and that's why we're seeing Endo Arata going very slowly there through that snail section. Eyes on this. Oh, I thought he was going for a move down the inside there. Samuel Hugon is right on that rear bumper now. The fight is on for P1 as we exit out of the final corner and we go on to lap number 15 5 laps to go in this race. Ring the dinner bell. It's Kalijah and Hugon. The battle for the lead is on.
Hugon then hungry, chasing down William Kalijah, 0.2 of a second. That is enough space, maybe, for him to go for a bit of a lunge, have some bravery on 4 wheels, tightening things up through the turns 6 and 7, all over that rumble strip once more. He's got his head down, he's looking at William Kalijah, and like you said, Anthony, that dinner bell is ringing. Down the hill once more. Is he going to set it into turn number 12? This is a hot spot. Is he going to have a look? Not just yet. Decides against it. Kalijah now. You can tell by the way he is driving. He knows that Hugon is right there. Oh. And he is right there. Clips the curb through 13 and gets the move done. Samuel Hugon is now your race leader.
Back in the lead for Samuel Hugon. A big send down the inside at turn 13 and a kick in the backside from Kalijah on the exit in towards 14. That gave him an extra little bump of power that he needed as he got on the throttle. But I don't think this fight is over yet, Nicole, because we're only on lap number 16. There are still laps to go in this race. We've already seen 2 changes now between these drivers for the race lead. I've got a feeling we're going to see 1 or 2 more up into that top section of the circuit now. But look at this. Hugon has found the pace. Shot away at the front there. The gap is already at 0.3 of a second. I don't think Kalijah's got anything here to try and get it back. He goes much later on the brakes there in towards turn 12, but he suffers on the exit. He goes fast in, but slow out. But look at this into the snail section once more. It feels like that gap disappeared again. So maybe he has got it on the brakes in towards turn 12. So is that the place we could see the overtake happen if he gets close enough for the lunge initially down into that apex? Through turn 1 they go, back up the hill. And I'm just eyeing up Dean Hugendorn here. He is all there in 3rd place, watching this all unfold. He is ready and waiting to pick up the pieces.
He wants to absolutely pounce on those 2 drivers in front of him. You can tell by the way he's driving, he's watching every move Kalijah makes, who is looking at every move of Samuel Hugon. 0.3 of a second, Hugon has opened that gap up to now. He's like a bullet. He's absolutely racing through this circuit. It is him versus the clock currently. Kalijah, you can see his body language in the seat, just tucking that head down ever so slightly. Through turns number 14 once more, out of the final sector. What is the gap going to be once again as we head out turn 16 and under the start-finish gantry? Hugon will be looking at those numbers on the gantry, praying that this race just starts to fall and tick ever so faster, because this is going to be one of the longest races of Samuel Hugon's career so far. Turn number 5 perfects it once again. This is a track that rewards surgical precision, and this is a race replay then that ended in disaster for your 2 biggest hopefuls of Illy Christian for Alpine and Turner Brown for Ricky Flynn. Christian then just clipping the rear left-hand side of Turner Brown, and Turner Brown actually slammed his hand on the wheel before he'd even stopped moving to say, "What are you doing?" A bit of a passenger within that one, and those 2 drivers absolutely couldn't believe it. Heartbreak at round number 3.
Yeah, for Turner Brown, not scored a single point in a final so far this season. Had the chance of taking the win. Both of them continuing that conversation right away to the end. Eyes on the front here. Samuel Hugon has dropped the likes of Kalijah into the clutches of Hugendorn. Hugendorn looking once more for a 2nd place podium spot here in 2025. He's done this before. Can he do it again here at the Viterbo circuit? He took the 2nd place spot in Campos in Spain. Will he get another P2 here in Italy after the win in Portugal? He's going to be the one to watch right now. Kalijah, who did stand on the podium in Campos as well, but 3rd on the podium, now is fighting to try and get his best final result of the 2025 season. But it is overshadowed, I must say, by the man who leads the way in this race, Samuel Hugon of France, the Victory Lane team driver. Not only has he made it into this final, which is his 1st final appearance of the 2025 season in the OK Junior class, it is looking at his 1st round with championship points to his name. He has not stood on the podium once. He didn't even make it into a final once this year, did the Frenchman. But right now, he is fighting to put himself not only on that podium, but on the top step of it. They exit out of turn 12. It's only a handful of corners to go for them. Hugon is clear. Kalija is holding firm in second place. Hugendorn has nothing left in the bag. For France, once more, for victory lane, out of the final corner, it's Samuel Hugon! He wins in Italy! A superb final for the Frenchman, his first final appearance in 2025, and the victory lane sensation wins from P6 on the road in this final. It's an incredible drive, and he can be absolutely elated with that victory. He brings the word victory into the team victory lane as he heads back to Parc Fermé. Absolutely sublime from the Frenchman. A huge congratulations to the field. And for Hugon, Kalija and Hugendorn, they can celebrate. Hugendorn and Kalija once more stand on the podium another time for them. For Samuel Hugon, though, his first final he's made in the 2025 season now takes a win in it. Absolutely astonishing performance from Samuel Hugon. Kalija from Hugendorn. Yamater Rousseau for Panama does take P4 ahead of Lucas Sell. Henry Domain from Noah Baglin with an 8th place gain does finish in P7. Benjamin Magnac with a 4th place gain finishes in P8. Will Green finishes inside the top 10 in 9th place with an 11th place gain ahead of Bruno Blanco, who rounds out the top 10. Daniel Miron with a 12th place gain finishes in P11. Denny Babacek from Evan Purcell. Sebastian Eskandari. Michael McGoy rounds out the top 15 with a 9th place gain. Ludovico Mazzola with a 12th place gain finishes in P16. Drew Waltz from Andrea Mani. Antonio Pizzoni with an 11th place gain for the Italian. Steps up just inside the top 20 in 19th place. Gustavo Marquez de Silva finishing in 20th ahead of Dan Alban and Jesse Phillips. Maxim Bolshov and Juan Garciase rounding out the 24 runners. Raipod, Lazarus, Polican, Bonhomme, Justo and Arata Endu round out the 30 cards that finish that race with a retirement. Devin Walls, Bosco Arias, Iskender Solfakari, Olivier Edicini, Turner Brown and Eli Christian. The front row, the first drivers to be eliminated, promoted this young man into P1. And for the Victory Lane team, a fabulous result. And you can see what it means to not only him and the team, but to everyone else as well. There's a look at your Driver Championship standings, though, going into the final round in Denmark at the Rugby circuit. It is still a Prema Racing 1-2 with Dean Hugendorn leading it now with 223 ahead of his teammate Noah Baglin with 206. William Kalija with that 2nd place steps up to 3rd in the points for Forza Racing with 165. Henry Domain with 146. Eli Christian drops to P5 with 125. It's Lucas Sell now up to P6 with 114 ahead of Iskender Solfakari. Bosco Arias with 99. Samuel Hugon with 77. Joint points with Will Green, who doesn't gain or lose any places, stays in the top 10 of the championship standings. So it all falls down to one more round to go, but it is Dean Hugendorn for the Netherlands who will be heading into that final round as the championship leader, clear by a handful of points from his teammates. So let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Well, for the start, I thought it was going to be a Turner Brown, Eli Christian, 1-2 all the way to the flag. However, that did not transpire. Later, at turn number 13, the two of them colliding into each other in a dramatic turn of events. You can see the first initial attempt to get the kart down the inside for Christian, down the inside there through turn 6 and 7. Didn't happen. Later in the lap towards turn 13, that's where it all went wrong. You can see here through 12 in the opening laps, they tried to get the switch over. He had the pace. He tried to get it done later on. It just didn't go his way. They continued that train. There you can see the celebrations for Victory Lane. That's a superb result for him. I mean, for a driver who has not only made a final this season, in the 2025 season in the OKJ category, but to win it as well is an incredible achievement. There's the moment that he was gifted the lead. First and second on the grid, Turner Brown and Ile Christian crashing at turn 13. Both of them furious at each other, but understandable. Christian, who was fighting on the sharp end of the championship, for Turner Brown, who was vying for his first championship points in a final where he could have come away with a win, had that taken away from him, stolen by the Canadian as they go through, and it's just devastating for both of them, not only just one of them. And you know, they were continuing that chat. I can imagine that was quite the conversation that was had in that Marshall post, but my goodness, what can you expect from those two drivers later on in the season? We'll have to wait and see. More drama has kicked off as well. Olivier Adesina and Eskender Sofakari having drama. Eskender Sofakari started on the second row of the grid. Unfortunately for him, the curse of the front rows really not working out for the OK Junior classes, as the top three of the top four drivers in that final not making it to the end. Then you had the dramatic moment which saw Bosco Arias and Devin Waltz collide. This moment through turn number one, you see Bosco Arias just sweep to the inside, 3 wide, misjudges. The wheels collide, and unfortunately, they are both out of the race as well, giving us the 6 retirements from the race, 30 finishes with Endo Arata at the back of that field. There you can see the celebrations coming in. That's a beautiful sight for Samuel Hugon of France. We saw a win for France in the Academy Trophy. We're going to see it again in the juniors. Celebrations all round, and I don't think he can believe it as well. Samuel Hugon in his first ever final appearance in the 2025 season, and it comes away with a final win. What an achievement. Out of the final corner he went. Only one flag he wanted to see. It was the checkered flag for the Frenchman. Samuel Hugon can celebrate on the top step of the podium here in the sunshine of the heartland of Italy. Well, what a final that was, and there is still one more to go, of course. The senior final will be coming up next, but between now and then, we'll be heading down to Parc Ferme with Nicole Sutherland, who will be chatting with our drivers. We'll also be heading down there as well for the podium presentation, so make sure you do not miss that one. But like we say, one more race to go. The seniors will be that last race, and it will be the chance for Costoya. Can he get it to the end? But let's head down to Parc Ferme. Nicole Sutherland, it's over to you.
Well, we've just left Parc Ferme then, Anthony Jordan. As you can see, Samuel Hugon, your race winner, is being swamped by his Victory Lane team, congratulating him. Samuel, we're going to walk you now to the podium because you have just won a European final. I can see you're really emotional. Tell us about it.
Yeah, je suis très content. On pensait pas finir là. C'est incroyable.
Well, Samuel, it's an absolutely fantastic result from you. I can see how much it means to you, how much it means to your team. Congratulations. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on because I think you probably want to continue to celebrate with your team. Whilst you do that, we will talk to William Kalisha, who is also on the podium. William, if you come over and trade places with Samuel, you were on the chase within that race. It looked like you had a good chance at one stage, but you must still be happy with the P2 result.
It was a long race, very long race. Obviously the chase was on. Around halfway through the race I got into P1, I passed him, and then from then just tried to keep my head down, and then we kind of did make a bit of a gap, but then the pressure started to come off. We had pushed too much in the beginning, and then the tyres started to overheat and come off, so we lost our pace. And then he made a pass on the long left, and I just thought I don't want to have a collision. So when I saw him on the inside, I kind of had to back out. So and then afterwards, try to keep my head down, try to keep my position. Obviously Samuel kind of pulled away, but nothing much I could do. I'm still quite happy with the P2, and we'll just see how we go at Robbie.
And then, William, you were in prime position when the incident occurred between Turner Brown and Illy Christian into turn 13 and 14. At that stage of the race where it really went wrong for two of your biggest competitors, what was going through your head?
I saw the incident right in front of me, and I would have been around P5 or 6 when that incident happened. So after that happened, I was like, okay, we're already in the podium position, so we can obviously contend for the win.
Well, congratulations, William. It's another podium for you this year in the European season. We'll then speak to Dean Hugendorn, who has had 3 out of 3 so far in the European Championship. Dean, another podium for you this year, maybe not the result that you would have liked, but you're still at the sharp end of the field, and crucially, you're right at the sharp end of our championship.
Great championship points again. Great to take the lead again in the European Championship. Just a bit disappointed because I was trying to take the win from my friend Luke today, but yeah, we'll see how it goes next round.
Dean, great to hear from you, and congratulations once more. We've just seen some really raw emotion. We can see how much it matters to all of these drivers. Of course, Samuel Hugon, who's going to be taking that #1 trophy home, and Anthony Jordan is about to introduce that onto the podium.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, we are ready for the podium presentations after a very dramatic final for the OK Junior category. It starts with our drivers in that final with 3rd place. After a close fight all the way to the end, please welcome, representing the Netherlands, it goes to Dean Hugendorn. In 2nd position, representing Australia on another podium in 2025, it's William Kalija. And finally, in his first ever final appearance in 2025, not only is it a podium, but it's a P1 for Victory Lane for France. It's Samuel Hugon! And of course, please welcome on to the podium the winning team as well, Nicholas Martins for Victory Lane. Well, once again, a brilliant show for the teams and for the country of France. We will now listen to the national anthem of France. Huge round of applause for your top 3 in the OKJ final. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium to present the winner's trophy, the team principal for the Léopard racing team, Mildred Couture, to present the 3rd place trophy to Dean Hugendorn. A fabulous end for Dean, a brilliant result and a 3rd podium of the season. He heads that final round as the championship leader. We'd now like to welcome the president of the Karting Commission, ACI Sport, Raffaele Gianmaria, to present the 2nd place trophy heading to Australia's William Kalija. And finally, we'd like to welcome the CIK FIA Vice President, John Ryan, to present the winner's trophy for the first time in 2025 to Francis Samuel Hugon. And finally, the team's trophy, very deservedly heading and being presented from Matteo Cauda, the manager of Monokart Racing, to Victory Lane. A brilliant end for the drivers in the OKJ final. A dramatic end for them with 1 round to go as we head to the Rudby circuit in Denmark. Well, drivers, one last time, lift those trophies as high up as you can in the air. Nice big smiles for the world's photographers out there. A deserved victory for our 1, 2, 3. And lastly, if we get everyone up on that top step of the podium, all squeeze in nice and close, so one big group photo. We'll get all the dignitaries in there as well after a brilliant end to the final here in the sunshine in Italy at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo. Brilliant runs for the drivers, but for one last time, it is time for those bottles of champagne. They've had the racing, they've had the drama throughout the course of this weekend, but it all falls down to this joyous moment now as they head to that last round in Denmark. So with the bottles being presented just around the corner, they are on their way, I'm sure, to the drivers. A fabulous end to their racing, and if anyone's in nice clothing now, you'd probably like to duck and cover at this point because the bottles of champagne will be at the ready, and I can imagine for one young Frenchman it's going to be an excitable run on the podium. So drivers, hide any valuable things away, maybe those helmets. Are we ready? Are we steady? Drivers at the ready in 3, 2, 1, let it rip! Drivers in OKJ celebrate on the podium, and for Samuel Hugon, his first podium of the 2025 season for Victory Lane and for France. But it's not over yet. One more race to go. It is time for the senior OK final coming up next. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships here live at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo. We are moments away from seeing the seniors head out onto the track, but I just want to take a few moments, Nicole, to go back a little bit on that junior final. What an emotional reaction from Samuel Hugon, and I think a well-deserved one as well. His first ever final that he's actually made so far this season. He missed out in Campillos, he missed out in Portimao. Here at Viterbo, it went his way, and not only did he make it into the final, he only went and won it.
Well, it was almost as if Samuel had said, I've missed out before, but I'll show you what I'm really made of. And like you just said, Anthony, you could see the actual emotion, not just from Samuel, but the team of Victory Lane, from the Martins family, that the team are under the guidance from. Congratulations to all of those. Congratulations to Samuel Hugon. But drivers that it didn't end well for are actually some of your big hitters, the likes of Ili Christian. We had get it all tangled up with Turner Brown. We also lost the likes of Bosco Arias and Iskender Zulfikari. So it all ended in tears for some of your really quick drivers within the championship.
Yeah, indeed. Livrieri Sini as well involved in one of those incidents also. So some real dramas happening over the course of that race. But, you know, for a lot of them, there were still some big movers in it as well. You had drivers who really shot up through the field. You had the ups and downs from them as well. Like you say, well, Kalesia was a perfect example of that when he had the 8 places that he gained over the course of that race. For other drivers, Devon Waltz, of course, it was drama for him when he had that moment with Bosco Arias at turn 1. But then I want to turn to the drivers who were finishing in like just inside and outside the top 10. You had Daniel Mir on 12 places gained. Will Green, 11 places gained to get inside to that top 10, showcasing a really strong pace going into the last round. And that last round at the rugby circuit in Denmark, that's going to be interesting because I have been there before. It is a fast, open, flowing circuit, just like what we've seen in the likes of Campillos and Portimao. And that, as we know it, does favour those kart republics who are still vying it for the front.
We will also be in the peak of summer. Then it starts at the beginning of August, so that's going to come into play with these drivers. These drivers have got a little bit of a break between now and then to really get themselves dialed in for that final opportunity in rugby. But casting our minds back once again to that junior race then, Anthony, just to highlight, every driver within that top 20 actually gained positions, and though Dean Hugendorn did remain in that 3rd position, but lots of places gained by every single junior fighting in that sharp end of the field. Spectacular stuff from our juniors to round out their racing for this weekend. But we're now going to turn our attention to the second group of biggest international racers. Is your OKs.
Yep, the senior grid will be heading out onto the circuit next. Very much looking forward to this one. Again, 36 of the best direct drive racers from around the world have been whittled down to just the 36 in this final. Of course, the entries going into the weekend, I think my entry list, there was over 100 entries into it. We had a few dropouts go into it, but there was still a huge amount of drivers that had entered into the weekend. But like you say, it got whittled down all the way to just the 36 that we have in this final. And that's why we like to do the medal ceremony at the start of these sort of races, because of course it is an achievement to get to this medal in its own right. The music begins, the tension begins to rise as the drivers will make their way out onto the circuit. Next race is OK Final, 24 laps, 31-kilometer race distance ahead of the field. This is what it's all about now for these drivers. And it starts with the man who I'm going to nickname the unbeatable this weekend. Christian Costoya, pole position, maximum points so far collected this weekend. He is vying for not only a championship win at the end of this season, but a dominant one as well.
Well, completely agree with you there. Costoya's not even been touched just yet. We've got Francis up at the sharp end of the field. Is he going to maybe work together with his Kart Republic teammate of James Agnostiaris? Vladimir Ivanikov and Noah Wolf both sat within those Birol arts on the sharp end of your field. How will they react to Christian Costoya's domination? You can see them coming off of the pre-grid then. Umbrellas out for the likes of Noah Wolf. The track temperature out there is absolutely scorching. Air temperature is a heavy 30 degrees still. These drivers then, they're 36 of your best for 2025, but we have lost some big competitors this weekend. We haven't got the likes of Joe Turney. Dries van Langendonk is not competing, two of your drivers who conquered European Championships before and have always been in the sharp end of the field at World Championships. This is your senior grid though, taking to the fight. We've got the likes of Lev Krutulov in the sharp end of your field. He finished in the top 10 in the Junior FIA World Championships in 2024. Thibaut Ramekers was third in the European Championship in 24 as well. Peter Stiller, one of your names within this weekend though, Anthony, that's really lit things up. It's not quite been as high up in the order as we've seen him previously, but within this weekend, he's doing a good job out there.
He certainly is. Let's have a closer look at the actual class itself as well as they head out onto the circuit. Drivers aged 14 years plus. Entries 100 into the weekend from 33 different nationalities, ready to do battle here for one last time around this 1.3 kilometer long circuit. The category itself and the engines themselves, the most powerful that they will use in the world of direct drive karting. 125cc, 39 brake horsepower is the output. They have 150 kilos minimum weight. Any gram underneath that, they are in a spot of bother. They need to make sure they maintain that weight category for them. But for the tyres, that's going to be the next question for them. The prime tyres being used from the Maxxis Racing Championship. They have been delivering a brilliant results for the drivers over the course of the weekend. The MAP tyres, and again, the allocation is the same. 6 tyres plus that new set for the final. Basically, it's a set and a half for qualifying heats and the super heats. Now that's all done and dusted, brand new boots on board. Let's see what happens in this race. Drivers line themselves up on the carpet ready for the national anthem and the medals ceremony for this last race of the weekend. Temperatures still in the 30 degrees and the race and the action on track is only just about to heat up as well, as the field of 36 prime themselves ready for what is set to be, I'm sure, a very exciting final. There is your grid making their way through. Ella Häkkinen just making it into the final on this one, starting on row 18 alongside Hugo Marti, Elo Gonzalez, Thomas Bradier, all there as well in a really strong position. Let's see what they can do from the back of the field. And you can see the entire grid there going through. But for the last time this weekend, let's listen. And if you are able to stand, please do so for the national anthem of Italy. Huge round of applause for your senior finalists who will be taking to the track in a moment's time for the last race of the weekend here at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo. It has been a dramatic turn of events for the drivers, but it all falls down to this one here, the medal ceremony. And we start with the COK Vice President John Ryan to present the drivers' medals to the drivers representing the top 7 or so drivers on that grid. You will see the likes of Christian Costoya, Lewis Francis there. Always a big smile on Lewis's face ahead of these races. Vladimir Vanikov as well. Great runs from him over the course of this weekend. James Anagnostiadis as well. He's got the added pressure of his older sister watching here from the grandstand. She'll be there eyeing in as well in this one. Noah Wolf as well, brilliant job for him, not only in the world of gearbox racing, but also in direct drive. A superb drive for him. Jacob Miklev as well of Malta, brilliant run throughout this racing. The same could be said for Lev Krutilov, a superb drive for him over the course of this weekend, taking not only qualifying heat wins as well, but really pushing himself through in the sharp end of those fields. Well, the medals going out once more to the drivers. There you can see Raffaele Gianmaria taking the medals to the next group of drivers, the president of the Karting Commission of the ACI Sport, giving them there Peter Stiller, brilliant run for him. Jacopo Martinez of Italy as well, really good run for him. It's been a tough old weekend for him, but big taps on the shoulder for him. Thibaut Ramekers as well, solid drives for him. Still fighting at the sharp end in that championship. He still sits third in those points. Daniel Keller as well, who has been the man on the charge throughout this weekend. Will be starting this one, though, a little further down in the field, unfortunately on the 13th spot of the grid. Still a driver who you need to keep a very close eye on. The driver who started on pole position for Super Heat 2, was second in the championship going into this weekend, now has dropped down to fourth with 109 points to his name. Anagnostiadis and Christian Costoya storming to the front of that one. Grandstand slowly starting to fill up with everyone making their way to watch from the prime overtaking opportunities out there. There as well, more of your drivers receiving their medals out onto the track as well. You've got the likes of Mio Dracator, team principal of the Leopard racing team, there presenting the medals as well once more to the drivers. Zach Drummond receiving his, Peschel getting his medal as well from the rest of the field who are slotting in and around that middle section of the track. You've got Fastauanado there, Dmitry Matviev also, who's had a relatively challenging weekend on this one, but stepping forward nicely in the end of this racing. There he is, Mio Dracator, team principal of the Leopard racing team, giving those medals out to the drivers. A fantastic appearance from him here at the Leopard circuit here in Viterbo. Obviously, the venue absolutely brand new. Still under construction is the main clubhouse here over these weekends, but a fantastic facility. The track as well, one roller coaster of a circuit. It's got those tight, twisty sections. It's got the tight infield straights. It's got a lot of turns all crammed into quite a small area. It's certainly a challenge for our drivers over the course of this weekend. There is Matteo Calda, manager of Mondo Kart Racing, the main title sponsor of the FIA Karting European Championship, presenting the medals to the last few drivers then on the grid. As there you can see Anna Hakkinen just receiving her medal. Ella Gonzalez as well. Brilliant show for them over the course of this weekend, for Ella just making it into the final. The Monegasque certainly looking forward to seeing what she can do. The same for Hugo Marti. It may be the back of the grid, but a final is still a final. And for all of these drivers, it is a long old way to go to the end of it. 24 laps, 31-kilometer race distance. As let's take you through that starting lineup for the drivers. Christian Costoya, a.k.a. the Unbeatable, starts on pole position. Lewis Francis joins him alongside. Vladimir Vanikov and James Anagnostiadis go from row number 2. What can the Australian do from that second row? Noah Wolf for the United Kingdom is joined by Jacob Miklev of Malta on that third row of the grid. Both of them have had stonking races over the course of this weekend. Lev Krutilov is not shy from finishing a race on the top spot. Could he do the same in this final? And have Aston Schutt for company alongside. Filippo Sala of Italy will start it on row 5. He'll be joined by Peter Stiller alongside. Jacopo Martinez and Thibaut Ramekers. They may look like teammates, but they certainly aren't. 1 for Kart Republic, 1 for VDK Racing on row number 6. Daniel Kelleher and Louis Cochet, they will go from row number 7. they will have the likes of Boris Lyson and Kenzo Craigie, last year's junior world champion on row number 8. Roland Cooklane and Alexander Chartier, they go from row number 9. What can they do from the middle of the pack? It's a tricky place to start from. Marco Shilkunas, who will be starting this one from the 10th row of the grid, had a brilliant qualifying this weekend, but starts it on the 10th row alongside Dean Pedersen. Zach Drummond and Yindra Peschel go from row number 11. That's going to be a tough fight for them over the course of this one. They'll have Fastainado and Dmitry Matviev on row number 12. Jensen Burnett of Canada and Davide Battaro of Italy lock out the top 26 runners. They'll be starting this one from the 13th row of the grid. Klara Kowalczyk of Poland will be joining the likes of Bolowet of Belgium on row number 14. They lock out the top 28 spots out there. Alpak Soy has had great races this weekend, but has also had dramas as well. He'll be starting this one alongside the Briton Scott Marsh, who in previous weekends has shown incredible pace here at the Viterbo circuit. Vengar Clementson and Elik Kaczynski go from row number 16. They've got some work ahead of them here, the same as Thomas Pradier and Eloy Gonzalez on the 17th row. Ella Hakkinen and Hugo Marti will round out that final row of 36 karts on row 18. It's a long old race for these drivers ahead of this one, 24 laps. And let's head down to the grid with Nicole Sutherland.
With Vladimir Ivanikov then on our grid. Vladimir, you've had a smattering of great results this weekend. You've been a man of consistency with P2s. This is where it counts though, and this is really where you're going to have to put off Christian Costoya.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. Good weekend so far. Always P2s, always beyond one of the fastest on the grid. So yeah, pretty confident.
And Vladimir, in the 2025 season, you've actually changed camps. You jumped from Energy Course over to the Birol Art team, and you really look like that choice is working well for you. Would you agree?
Yeah, for sure. I love my current team and the new category as well. OK Senior, well, not the new anymore, but yeah, I'm finding myself very well, and we're working very nicely.
And do you think then, Vladimir, going into this race, it's actually going to be in the early stages where you're going to have to, put off Christian Costoya? Is a move going to be important, in the first couple of laps, more so than towards the middle or the end?
Yeah, 100%. He's very rapid this weekend, so I'm definitely going to try to make a move, but staying on the podium is already good, so I'm just going to try to be as quick as possible.
Well, we'll watch if you can do that then, Vladimir. Congratulations on your results so far, and good luck for this final. Starting behind Vladimir is his teammate in the VAR branded Birol of Noah Wolf. I think Noah has disappeared off into the distance somewhere with a Birol umbrella, but he's coming towards me now. Noah Wolf, of course, is one of the drivers that's on double duty for 2025. He's doing a KZ2 European campaign as well as an OK campaign. Noah, feeling confident?
Very confident. The speed is amazing, so we'll see what happens.
And you and Vladimir, you both quick in the Birol Arts along with Aston Sharp. Are there going to be any kind of team tactics in the early stages, or is it every man for himself?
Well, we'll see what happens. Obviously, teammates, we do the best with what we can and help each other when we can, but we'll see what happens.
Well, good luck to you, Noah. We'll see if maybe you can one-up yourself compared to that podium in Portimao. Good luck. Starting then behind Noah Wolf is Lev Krutilov, the driver from Ukraine, a driver who had lots of success in the junior category at the World Championships last year. Lev, you took a heat win yesterday. We actually predicted that you were going to do that, and you proved Anthony and I correct. The speed has been fantastic. Would you agree?
Yeah, I was watching the replay of the hit, so yeah, I saw the prediction. Thanks for it, I guess. The strategy worked well. We put the new tires later than everybody. So yeah, hopefully we can keep the momentum in this final, and we'll see what we can do.
And of course, that win was helped by, like you just said, a tyre change. Within this one, everybody in the grid is on new tyres. It's one of those that really comes into play, especially in the early stages, who can really get that temperature into things. Lev, early stages of this race, how are you going to play it?
It's a secret. You will see. You will see in the race. Nobody's gonna say it. So hopefully I can make it interesting for the viewers, and yeah, we'll see.
Well, we'll watch if you make it interesting then, Lev. Congratulations on some good results, and we'll see what those secrets are within this race. That's it then from our senior grid walk. We've got a sea of competitive drivers behind me. You've got Italy's Filippo Sala right there as well. we'll head back up into the commentary box for our final race of today here in Viterbo, Italy.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there on the grid indeed. Last race of the weekend is upon us, 24-lap final for the senior category. Let's cast your mind back and cast your mind to the Driver Championship standings. Christian Costoya currently leading them with 194 points to his name, ahead of James Anagnosiadis for Prema Racing's 157. Thibaut Ramekers currently sits third in the points with 123. He'll have Daniel Keller for company with 109 points to his name, fourth in the standings. Zach Drummond with 102 is just 2 points ahead of Dries van Langendonk, who unfortunately isn't here this weekend, so he's lost out on his top running fights in the standings. He's dropped to P6, but still with 100 points to his name. Noah Wolf will have a chance of jumping Dries van Langendonk in this one. He sits seventh going into this final with 91 points to his name, ahead of Jensen Minette 66, Chiara Batik 64, and Filippo Salas 57 points, rounding out the top 10 in the Driver Championship standings. I want to cast your mind back now to previous European title winners in this senior category. Last year, for the first time, Joe Turney finally took that European FIA title he had been fighting for so many years. Unfortunately, Joe isn't racing this weekend. Had a pretty tasty accident last time out here at Viterbo, and unfortunately not racing in this one, but hopefully we see him out on track later on. But he was the winner of the European title last year. René Lammers was it back in 2023. Then you go to the likes of Kia Nakamura Berta, and then you head to 2021. Not only is it a driver who only raced in this one 4 years ago in this very championship, but he also now races in the world of Formula One racing. Andrea Kimi Antonelli was a European champion in this class only a few years ago. And could that young man there on your screen, not this weekend, but of course with the final weekend as we head to Rugby in Denmark, could that go his way? Nicole Sutherland, you join me back in the box. This is going to be an exciting one, but what we've seen from Costoya over the course of this weekend, it's hard to really call it on someone else to take the win on this one, but you don't know what's going to happen because Lewis Francis there on the front row of the grid certainly going to be one to bring the cards to the table.
Certainly will be. Francis sat there in that KR kart at the sharp end of your field. But going back to Costoya, nobody has quite performed the way the Spanish driver has so far this year. Has hardly been touched this weekend, was rarely touched at Portimao, really has come into the season, lit things up and heightened the standard of our OK racing. Vladimir Ivanikov is going to be one of Costoya's challenges within this race then. He's starting third. Are there going to be a few team tactics in these early stages between the Birrells in that high end of the field? You've got Aston Sharp in there as well. Him and Wolf, both drivers from Great Britain, will really be trying to push forward. And like Vladimir said on the grid walk, if they're going to get it done, they really need to make it a challenge for Christian in the early stages. And James Anagnosiadis will come into that challenge as well. He was your Campillos winner after drama in the final in the late stages. Your driver from Australia, backed by Mercedes and Prema, starting on the second row of your grid, and being pushed forward this weekend by his family, who are in attendance, his sister, Eva Anagnosiadis, your Tag Heuer F1 Academy car for 2025. Racing family and giving James some support. We've got our team of race directors who will be watching closely on at what is going to be a 24-lap thrill fest.
It certainly will do. Whistle blows, green flag waves at the front of the field. Engines fire up. It is time to take your seats ready for the last race of the weekend here before we head to the final round in Rugby in Denmark. Well, the last car just gets fired up as the mechanics run over the circuit there, but thankfully it looks like all 36 karts are running. It looked like Hugo Martin may have had a bit of trouble getting going. There is a live view of race control. FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret in the middle, joined by Joanna Falcao in the foreground and David Manchester in the background, keeping an eye on all of the drivers and cameras out there on circuit. It is a tough challenge, of course. They have to deal with that fight you always get that drama of maybe a driver's friends, family or something watching from the sidelines. Their one sole job is to watch that one driver, and they go, yeah, did you not see that happen? Yes, I'm watching the entire grid of 36 at the same time. Please give me a moment to get round to it. That's exactly what they do with the 40-plus cameras out there, including the very cameras you are watching here from home. These live broadcast cameras will be used in those sort of situations, as well as the marshals prime themselves ready for one last race of the weekend. And for them, they've been absolutely sublime this weekend, them and the medical crews as well, out there heading to the drivers' aids as and when they can. But they've been on the scenes very, very quickly to help clear any debris, assist any drivers. Fantastic work for them, and of course we could not go racing without the Orange Army. But like we say, previous winners from this one: James Anignosciadis in Spain, Christian Costoya in Portugal. Who could take it in Italy? We're about to find out.
We absolutely are. Costoya then slowing the grid down behind him. Is he going to do what he did in earlier heats, play a bit of cat and mouse with the drivers around him, try and keep them half asleep, catch them out? We'll head out of Sector 3 then, and will we go on the first time of asking? Costoya will lead from Luis Francis, Vladimir Vanikov and James Anignosciadis meeting each other on row number 2. But don't count out Wolf and Mikolev on row number 3.
Certainly not. It is going to be a long old fight to the end in this one. 24 laps is about to get underway. Hold your breath as the field head into the lights. It is lights out, fights on in senior OK category. Down and towards turn number 1, wheel to wheel, but Costoya holds on to it on the outside. Francis gets loose and he goes backwards into the field. He's now wheel to wheel with Noah Wolf, who does send it down the inside and into P4, but it is Anignosciadis who goes through, and Wolf is off. He's made contact with another, and it was a Kart Republic. Was it Jacob Mikolev? I think it might have been. And the two of them go tumbling down the order, and Wolf is right to the back, and that's absolute drama on the opening stages. However, the race continues, and crucially, your top 3 have got a clean breakaway. It is Costoya, Vladimir Vanikov, and it is the likes of James Anignosciadis. 1, 2, 3.
Anignosciadis then was like a bullet out of the barrel in that early stage, really was paying attention to those lights and swept across the rest of the field to get onto that racing line. Has dropped off the back of Vladimir Ivanikov slightly, who is chasing down Christian Costoya. Like you said, Anthony Jordan, these three with that drama with Noah Wolf, who's now right at the back of your field, really did help these top 3 out. Clip that curb of turn number 5. Late and hard on the brakes through turn 5 on the exit into that double apex of 6 and 7, controlling that slide. These drivers, new Max's tyres for this final, who has really scrubbed them in properly as we get all involved going out of turn number 8.
That's Peschel, unfortunately, going on the grass. He got run out wide there as a little bit of contact. There's an incredible battle happening further down in the order. They've still got this fight at the front here. Vladimir Ivanikov looking mighty close to the back of Christian Costoya here. Costoya, who's absolutely had a perfect weekend, might be in a spot of bother now in this final, but we'll have to wait and see. They exit out of the final corner. We go on to lap number 3 of this race. It is still Costoya from Ivanikov, Anignosciadis from Mikolev, Sharp from Sala, Stiller from Martinez, Krutelov in P9 from Kenzo Craigie, who locks out the top 10. Craigie on a 6th place game is on the charge here now inside that top 10. Gentiminet, though, is your biggest mover. He's up 11 places into P14.
It's Parolin versus Birrell versus Kart Republic up into that light section of the turn number 10 where the drivers are controlling that understeer. Christian Costoya now heading down into turn number 12. Over 0.3 of a second he now leads by. Vladimir Vanikov, I would say, if anything, if we're going to learn from what's happened in earlier heats, he needs to get a move done soon before Christian Costoya pulls away too much, as Thibaut Ramekers and Jensen Burnett are fighting it out further down the order for 11th and 14th going into turns 13 and 14. James Anignosciadis still sat there in 3rd position. Still the gap between him and Costoya is a second, so these top 3 really are within the clutches of each other, but Costoya looks settled there out in your race lead. No twitching on the wheel for him, no twitching on the rear end of that Parolin car, is really settled and stuck to that tarmac. Jacopo Martinez now your fastest lap in the early stages of this race. Martinez sat in that top 10. He is 7th, battling with Filippo Sala of Italy and Peter Stiller. Noah Wolf, we saw drama for him in the early stages, and he's wasting absolutely no time to try and pick off places. You can see he's already gained position, and he is now sat down in the order of around 26th place.
Still getting feisty here at the back of the field there. You can see Dmitry Matviev trying to get involved in the fight. He's absolutely wheel to wheel there with the likes of Scott Marsh, who's trying to push himself forward. There is an unfortunate end to the race for the 154 Fusion Motorsport machine of Ella Hakkinen. Unfortunately, she just made it.
Ella Hakkinen then was having a good weekend so far, had a good qualifying, showed some great pace, but his heartbreak in the first final that she's made in 2025. Eyes on this battle. Filippo Sala of Italy is leading Great Britain. Scotland's Aston Sharp. Jacopo Martinez now trying to go down the inside at turn number 12. Gets it done on the brakes, and that's left Aston Sharp vulnerable to Peter Stiller behind. Krutulov right there, capitalising, pushes Sharp out. Sharp now getting a little bit bullied, and he has to concede now positions to Kenzo Craigie. And one more. Sharp now has lost 4 or 5 positions within only half a lap because Daniel Kelleher has now got in. Thibaut Ramekers then tried to make the move on Aston Sharp, but Aston Sharp responded and got that switch back down the inside. Warning flag is out for Noah Wolf. You can probably connote some frustration out there for the VAR driver.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, he's had that drama at the start of the race. He really wanted to push forward through this, and now I think he's just going for the moves left, right and centre, and some of them might be a little bit more feisty, ambitious, yeah, it's a good word for it, through the grid, but we'll have to wait and see how that one unfolds. Kaczynski seems to be struggling out there, and I think has still crossed the line, but is unfortunately all the way at the back of the field. As eyes on this fight here, all side by side, with all of this kicking off in the background. It's the 120. Boris lies in for Stawanado and Alpak Soy fighting for position. Stawanado, though, goes to the back of it and stays in place. Eyes on this one. Filippo Sala and Jacopo Martinez. Did anyone order an Italian duo battling for a fight in the top 5 in a final here in Italy? I certainly did, and we've got it here on your screens as they head out of turn at number 6 and 7. These two, I'm a little gutted that we're not seeing them right at the sharp end of the field, because they're both talented young drivers. They are both drivers who have been at the sharp end, have had moments on the podiums, have been right at the tip of the blade. But this weekend here, I don't know, something just hasn't clicked for them, and they've just not had that outright pace of what we've seen in previous weekends.
You would maybe expect, because they're on home soil, to have that added extra edge, but we won't forget, Anthony, this is a circuit our drivers actually have very limited experience on. It's undergone extensive revamp over the past couple of years. There's not been any major international events since 2017, so actually I wouldn't say Filippo or Martinez would have gone into this, you know, with more of an advantage over the others, other than having a little bit of confidence because they're on home soil, but no added extra track knowledge. Sala then still leading from Martinez out of that second sector, looks over his shoulder at the gap as they head into turn number 12. A little bit more settled down. Peter Stiller is still right there in the fight, as is Lev Krutulov. But now this could potentially be on very soon. James Anagnostiadis is right on the shadow of Vladimir Ivanikov, heading out of turn number 16. Christian Costoya, though, your race leader, 9/10 clear now. This is a moment between Leisen, so just gets clipped heading out of that double apex corner. A bit of a passenger within that one, I would say. Eyes back on, though, the drivers that head through turn number 5. Sala there, still leading the way through this second pack of karts. Nothing major to report. Thibaut Ramekers going down the inside of Aston Sharp. Those two now heading up the hill. They've jostled for position in the past couple of laps, actually. Had a little bit of communication to say to each other. Lull phase over the past couple of laps. No major changes within your field, but we've got some relatively big hitters within this one. Alp Aksoy is up by 15 places. Jensen Burnett up by 10 to get himself into 15. This is a race restart then. This is the point where we just got caught out. That was on the entry into turn number 2. Francis really ending up wide. And you can see actually how quickly James Anagnostiadis saw those lights and swept across to that inside line, and that has helped him get into that third position. Noah Wolf got caught out, really was a passenger in that going into turn number 5, Anthony.
Yeah, it certainly was. I'm still trying to figure out who that was he was with in that incident. Oh no, I think it might have been Lewis Francis, sorry, who was involved with that went backwards. And I called it as Jacob Mikulev, but of course he's still running up in 4th place. So Francis, I think, was the driver who unfortunately went over the rear of that kart, which is very, very unfortunate. Eyes on this, still the 2 Italians line astern. However, should we add a third in there? Peter Stiller has now joined the scene, and he wants to play here right now as he heads around into those final couple of corners. Back here at the front, Costoya, well, doing what Costoya he's been doing over the course of this weekend, getting to the front, holding on to that one. This is looking like an absolute perfect weekend for the Spaniard.
I would dub this weekend with a bit of a name then, Anthony, and it's the Christian Costoya show. Lap after lap, he has led, he's been unchallenged so far, 1.1 seconds clear of the rest of your field. Really hasn't had a lot to think about other than tyre preservation and hitting those technical parts of the circuit to not lose any pace. But overtakes, he's not actually had to do any of them throughout the weekend so far. Of course, we're not even at the halfway point of this race, so plenty more time for Ivanikov and Anagnostiadis to maybe catch up. But I would predict it's looking unlikely. Your 3 Italians now, they have broken away from that second pack of karts slightly. Filippo Sala's given himself a little bit of breathing room, but this is where it gets tricky for these drivers. We've said it time and time again this weekend. Hot temperatures, hot track, and air temperature makes it hard work for those engines, for those Maxxis tyres. All drivers either on an IAME, a TM, or a Vortex, but the performance of those engines when they get too hot really does start to suffer, and that's why you don't see that drivers can follow each other too closely. They can't really go bumper to bumper because they overheat and they drop off.
Yeah, they certainly do. Well, there's still a tough fight for these drivers for the next few laps of this race. But still, Filippo Sala holding on to P5 right now. Anagnostiadis holding on to 3rd place. He's in, well, he's in a happy place right now. He's not got drama from behind him. He's not got any action happening in front of him. He's just kind of in this race right now, holding on to 3rd place. Jacob Mikulev is still there, of course, in P4. And I'm looking at their sector times over the last of that one. And again, relatively similar, matching the pace, the gap staying at 0.6 of a second between the two of them. So, like you say, they're in a calm moment right now and just waiting to see what happens in that later stage of the race. If I'm going to put anyone on a move in this section of the battles, well, we'll cut back to that one because we'll cut back to this one here because out of the race and nearly colliding. Klara Kowalczyk, the 175. Going off the circuit. That is a huge moment there for Klara Kowalczyk. A brilliant start to her racing, and unfortunately it is ended in disaster in the barriers on lap number 13. Oh, that is a bit disheartening to get so far into the final for it all to end like that.
Well, Kowalczyk came into this season as a new driver backed by the Argenti team, who we've previously seen back the likes of Alex Powell and Kimi Antonelli. Klara has joined that group of drivers to be supported by the Argenti Motorsport brand, but within this one, it's heartbreak, and she is out exactly where Ella Hakkinen's kart finds itself. Filippo Sala once more is being reeled in now by the likes of Jacopo Martinez and Peter Stiller. I think this battle between the 3 Italians is shortly going to be on, and let's watch the replay of Kowalczyk then. Gets herself onto the rumble strip, tries to cut back onto the track, just not enough space between her and the other Kart Republic that she was side by side with, and then did up on the grass.
Yeah, Dean Pedersen was the other kart there that unfortunately collided with. So, well, hopefully and thankfully she is okay, but yeah, not the way you wanted to see the end of it. Big dive down the inside there. Looks like Louis Cochet on the charge there on Lev Krutsilov. Did he get that move done? Yes, he did. Krutsilov now in the back foot is, whoa, down the inside. Louis Cochet has come alive here as now Peter Stiller has got past Martinez. He's brought him right into the battle here, so Martinez might be under attack from Cochet in the next few moments' time as they exit out of turn 11, down the hill in towards turn 12. Any defensive postures here from these drivers? No. Stay line astern through the likes of turn 12, but in towards 13, this is where Cochet's going to get it done. Down the inside, nicely settled. Martinez now down to 8th place.
Missing out then is Martinez, but in these later stages, Costoya then really has come alive, found some pace, maybe as those tyres get into the correct temperature for him, or maybe it's a bit of a fitness thing that's coming into play for Costoya. Think about maybe our virtual championship very briefly. Our race leader, Christian Costoya, of course, is still leading things with 244 points. Anagnostiadis, who sat there third on the road, is second in the championship. And then Thibaut Ramekers is actually within the top 3, as we saw from him in 2024.
Exactly. Consistency is key for it. Yeah, he's just edging to see if he can try and get a second, or maybe even a win in that one. I mean, in the points, there's quite a few of them between Costoya and Ramekers. For Anagnostiadis, he's the only one who can really go into round 4 at Rugby at the Denmark circuit to really pile on that pressure. I mean, Costoya would have to have an absolutely torrid weekend, and Anagnostiadis would have to deliver everything to try and close it up. But for Christian Costoya, this is looking like he's not only dominated this weekend, but it looks like he wants to dominate this whole season. Down the inside, Costoya gets the move done on Stiller, moves up now into P6. He's on the charge. Sala is his next target, who sits only 3/10 further up the road. There he is on your screen. Fight is on. Louis Costoya has come alive here now, Nicole. That's an 8th place game now for Costoya. The Victory Lane team certainly showing good commitment, as that is a change in the background. We're seeing Ramekers getting past the likes of Kenzo Craigie. Daniel Kelleher now trying to get involved as well in this one. And there you can see Craigie's not only lost out on 1, he's lost out on 2 now. The Mercedes-backed driver, unfortunately, tumbling to 12th place.
Craigie then, a bit of an average weekend for him, actually. You would have expected maybe a little bit more from him here in Italy. Just hasn't quite had those results, and now actually sits outside of your top 10. Sala now being overtaken by Louis Costoya, who, like you said, Anthony Jordan, has turned up the dial in these late stages. Costoya now out there leading this pack of karts, which include Sala, Stiller and Martinez. Down the hill they go towards turn number 12, looks over his shoulder to see if he needs to defend. Doesn't take a defensive line because he's given himself enough of a gap and stays on that racing rubber. They'll chase each other once more through that second part of the track, which includes the bold banked corner where you have the positive and negative fluctuations of camber. Out of turn number 16, Costoya actually, despite making that overtake, has given himself a lot of breathing room, as Daniel Kelleher is now your newest driver to be given a warning flag.
Yeah, indeed. Kelleher's not going his way in this final after being one of the drivers on the sharp end. Big send down the inside there for Peter Stiller on Filippo Sala. It didn't work out on the exit. Now he has got Martinez and Lev Krutulov back on the scene. This is a nice little fight here. This is all for 6th place on the grid, and Filippo Sala at the moment leading that train, but Peter Stiller certainly bringing the fight to them. He goes defensive into 12. Martinez is going to look down the inside. They go 3 wide. Lev Krutulov gets 2 of them as contact is made, and Martinez goes backwards. He's going to lose out to not only Ramekers, Kelleher, he's also going to lose out to Kenzo Craigie. That's a disaster for Jacopo Martinez. 3 wide on the exit of turn number 12, but the person who gained the most out of that one is Lev Krutulov, who gets back to his original starting spot of P7 now.
2 for the price of 1 for the Ukrainian driver. Then he said on the grid walk he had some secrets. Maybe they were a few of his tricks up the sleeve. Just let the drivers in front of you battle it out and trip over each other, and then make the most of it. Up the hill goes James Anagnostiadis, and a big mistake for him as he clips that curb. And that is going to bring Mikolev right into things then. That was crucial for James. He really did get that sector of the track wrong, will have dropped off the back of Vladimir Ivanikov now. Now this is going to be one of your main battles, one of your main stories in this race. Dying stages, Mikolev right there on the tail end of James Anagnostiadis. Where will he maybe bite the bullet and try and go for an overtake? But I'm sure James is actually driving around now, kicking himself a little bit because he was out of control going up the hill towards turn number 10. Out of 4 and down towards turn number 5. Can Mikolev maybe catch something up on that heavy braking zone? Double apex now through 6 and 7, and is definitely right there staring at the back of that Mercedes branded race suit.
It certainly is, and keeping a close eye on this fight through the chicane. Love that chicane there. Did a track walk earlier on this weekend, and a big fan of the track here. So tight, twisty, undulating for the drivers. It's a proper workout, this circuit. They don't have a lot of rest time compared to... No, they don't let off. They're constantly on the fight. And when you, like you say, you're racing around in 30-degree heat with a helmet on, race suit, protective gear underneath that as well, trust me, it gets pretty warm for a driver.
Well, having driven maybe in conditions similar to this before, Anthony, it actually hits you more so when you come into Parc Fermé, and then you really realise how warm you actually are. These drivers out there really managing this well. Let's see the replay of Jacopo Martinez then that allowed Lev Krutilov those 2 positions gained.
Oof.
So went for the move, didn't actually manage to pull it off. It was a little bit ambitious, tried to squeeze the other driver, and then they just caught each other. Both lucky to get away with it though. Cochet still chasing down Mikolev there, as is Thibaut Ramekers chasing down Ukraine's Lev Krutilov out there for energy course. This is another one of your key battles as they head up the second sector now through 13 and 14. Nothing really spectacular from Ramekers this weekend. Has been pretty much in the middle pack throughout most of the races, but that consistency is benefiting him because he's sat there third in your virtual championship. Cochet now on the tail end of Mikolev, goes for a move down the inside at turn number 5 and makes it stick. Textbook stuff from Louis Cochet. He's done that twice now within this race. Really impressive, and despite being on the pretty much final stages, Cochet is not letting off. Has he got enough time to maybe catch up to Anagnostidis now?
We'll have to wait and find out, because it is slightly closing in. It is indeed, you are correct, but time very quickly running out. So last lap board will be shown to the drivers this lap who are making their way through, as all Ramekers is all over the rear bumper of the likes of Lev Krutilov, who is just trying to find his way through. Drama in the background there as well. Kenzo Craigie trying to find his way through as well. He's going absolutely wheel to wheel. Alpac Soy, Aston Sharp, all there as well. But they're having a close fight. All the while, eyes on this man here. What can we say about the young Spaniard? I mean, it's just deserving victories over the course of this weekend. Last year, of course, he stepped up and he pushed himself forward to be in this situation in the senior category. He showed great skill, he showed great talent over the course of last season. He has continued that trend this season as well. It was a perfect scoring weekend in Portimao. He stood on the podium in Campillos, and here in Italy, it's once again a perfect score for Spain's Christian Costoya. He wins the final in superb fashion. Once again, maximum points to the Spaniard. Can anyone catch him as we head to the rugby circuit in Denmark? As drama did unfold on that last lap, unfortunately, that is Davide Battaro's machine being unceremoniously dragged off the circuit. Drama has ensued on that last lap, but for Christian Costoya, the job is done. He can go to rugby in Denmark knowing he has an incredible advantage from James Anagnostidis. And that is a huge moment from there. Now, I'm just trying to see here. Anagnostidis is tumbled down to P5 on my screen. Now, I didn't see what happened out there. I don't know if that's a timing glitch or because he was comfortably in third place. We did say that Mikolev was closing in and Cochet, but I didn't think they'd closed in that quickly on them. But Anagnostidis, well, there it is on your screen. It's Costoya with the win. Ivanikov in second. Jacob Mikolev gets third. From Cochet. James Anagnostidis unsure what had happened to him because he has tumbled down to 5th in the standings there. Filippo Sala 6th from Lev Krutilov, Thibaut Ramekers from Peter Stiller, Daniel Keller from Kenzo Craigie, Jacopo Martinez, Zach Drummond from Alpac Soy, Aston Sharp from Jensen Burnett, Noah Wolf in 17th from Fastauanado in 18th place. Rona Cook-Lane from Boris Lyson, Dmitry Viev from Alexander Chartier, Boluet from Thomas Bradier, Scott Marsh from Lewis Francis, Vengar Clemenson from Yindra Peschel, Marcus Shilkunas, Eloy Gonzalez, and Hugo Marti ran out the 31 finishers. Retirements: Davide Bataro, Dean Pedersen, Elik Kaczynski, Klara Kowalczyk, and Ella Häkkinen, unfortunately not making it to the end of that final. Well, for Christian Costoya, the job is done. He can relax now, heading to the Rodby Circuit in Denmark, knowing he's got a huge lead in those points. 244 points now to his name from Anagnosiadis' 187 points, now that he's tumbled down to 5th in the results. He did have 190 odd at that point in 3rd place, but I'm not sure what had happened to him in that final, unfortunately, tumbling down to P5. Smiles all around, though, for Christian Costoya. A deserved win, and you can see what it means to the young Spaniard. That is a job well done, and he can enjoy his run on that podium later on today. We'll catch that one in a few moments' time as the racing is all done there. The marshals and medical crews will make their way in. Let's have a look at the championship standings, though, at the end of that one. Christian Costoya for Paralympic Motorsport leads it with 244 from Anagnosiadis' 187. Thibaut Ramekers with 141 from Daniel Kellis, 119. Zach Drummond with 106 from Derisan Langendonk, who still holds on to 6th place in the standings. Noah Wolf, unfortunately, with that drama, unable to get into the point-scoring places, stays in 7th with 91 points to the name. Filippo Sala jumps up to 8th. Vladimir Ivanikov jumps up to 9th. Lev Krutulov jumps up to 10th in the points with 83, 80 and 77 points apiece for those last 3 drivers inside that top 10. Well, like we see from that picture there, marshals and medical crews making their way in. Big thanks to them over the course of this weekend. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Right from the word go, Costoya holding on to the lead. You can see how Francis got loose, then ended up wheel to wheel with the likes of Noah Wolf. They would then come to blows at turn number 5. I'm not sure if it was just a misjudge of the braking zone here. You can see how it was just a defensive inside line and just clambers up the rear of the cart. Wolf goes down, gives him the thumbs up to say, what was that? And that is a huge moment for them, which unfortunately brought them into a bad spot. Ella Häkkinen, unfortunately, was the first retirement from that race. You can see here, by the back, she had those moments where she was a little bit of jostling and contact for position. That was Jindra Peschel going off the circuit as well. He brought that back on, but albeit a few places further down the road. Dramas there as well. The energy course going very slowly. Lev Krutulov at the start of that race, not getting the full pace. Certainly came back, though. Came back to 7th place in the race as Wolf started to make his way back through the field, and like you say, did manage to get to 17th place after going all the way down to around 34th, 35th place in the order. Certainly a very strong recovery drive, but unfortunately just not making it into those points. Then there was the fight of the Italians, Filippo Sala, Peter Stiller, and Jacopo Martinez. They had a nice little scrap over the course of the 24-lap race in that one as they pushed themselves forward, the same as Thibaut Ramekers. A 4th-place gain for Ramekers as he made his way through. Then we saw the charge from the Frenchman, victory lane, Louis Cochet. 10 places gained in that race. Slowly started to take them one by one in those opening stages. This was the Alpac Soy battle with the DPK of Festão Nardo. Festão Nardo would still get a 5-place gain in that one, but only finishing in P18 in the race. Drummond as well pushing forward as there you can see as well, Festão Nardo having those moments and just unfortunately dropping backwards to mitigate a fair few more places in those early stages. Sharp then lost out to Ramekers, who went through. Aston Sharp at the end of that one does still finish relatively well, but not the result he would have wanted still. Down 7 places in P17. Retirements in the end. Oh, heavy damage there to the rear axle for Elliot Kaczynski. I can see him circulating still at the back of the field for the majority of that race. This was the Cochet fight now making his way through. Beautiful run for him. The same for Peter Stiller as well. We'll leave these highlights playing on your screen. In the meantime, we will head down to Parc Fermé because Nicole Sutherland is ready with our winners.
With our top three then, that includes Christian Costoya as your race winner once again for the 2025 season. He grabs that top spot. Christian, this weekend you've not even been touched. An absolute clean sweep for you throughout every heat, and of course every lap of that final. You must be on top of the world.
Yeah, this weekend we have an amazing pace, also an amazing job from the team. I think we cannot do it better. Just take full points also for the championship, and yeah, let's see how it goes in rugby.
And your tally of championship points that you've grabbed this weekend is really impressive. You just mentioned Rodby. Going into that round, a bit of an unknown track once more. How are you going to approach the last round of the season?
So basically 2 years ago I have racing there, and I think it's a circuit that I also like, and I hope we are the same fast as here.
And Christian, the Paralyn team that I know you have a great relationship with, all the work that they've put into this, you must, have a big heartfelt thank you to them in particular.
Yes, they make an amazing job. Thank you to them. They make the best that they can, and I hope we continue like this for the rest of this year.
Well, Christian, congratulations. It's another final win. Vladimir Ivanikov, for the Léopard team, you've put them on the podium in the OK category during 2025, and it's a European season best for you so far. On top of the world?
Yeah, I'm super happy right now and super grateful for all of my partners, obviously Léopard and the engines, Salami engines. Just want to say thank you to everyone, really, for the work we put in. I think we deserved it. Super happy.
And Vladimir, you really look like you were trying to chase down Christian Costoya. It wasn't quite enough, but throughout the race, what was going through your head to really try and pull the Spanish driver back into your hands?
Well, obviously he's super fast, and I wanted to get a win, but with the dirty air, it's pretty hard. I tried my best. I just wanted to stay calm and not get nervous, lost in the moment. I just wanted to keep my head cold and just drive.
Well, congratulations, Vladimir. It will be a second position. Our third position driver, of course, we're going to catch up with, because we saw last lap drama from James Anagnostouliadis, who we thought we were going to be seeing on that third step. Jacob, great result. It was a last moment P3 for you. What was going through your head on that last lap?
Well, I knew something was going to happen between them, so I kept calm. Try to stay as close as possible and take the opportunity immediately.
And you've had great pace throughout the whole weekend. Maybe, the progress as the season is going on is really helping you to get those results?
Yes, I'm working hard, and I'm always improving each race.
Well, congratulations. It is a P3 in our final. Anthony Jordan then will be introducing these drivers onto the top three step. Congratulations to all. They are our OK class. Anthony Jordan, we'll head over to you.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland. Yes, indeed, a very feisty final in the end, but it is a brilliant result still for our top three. And it starts with third place, right at the bitter end. Please welcome, representing Malta and the Car Republic team, it is Jacob Mikolev. Jacob, who is still scrabbling to put his race suit on after that race. A brilliant run for him, but he finally makes his way over to the podium now. A brilliant run for him. One again, round of applause. Jacob Mikolev in third place. In second position, again, another fantastic weekend of racing for the Léopard racing team. Please give a round of applause for second place for Vladimir Ivanikov. And finally, it was a perfect weekend in Portugal. He continues that trend in Italy for Paralyn, for Spain. It's Christian Costoya! And of course, not forgetting the mighty work done by Team Paralyn. Please welcome Marco Paralyn onto the podium. What a fabulous end to the weekend for the drivers in the senior category. One more round to go as we head to rugby next. But for one last time this weekend, we'll listen to the national anthem of Spain. Huge round of applause to your top 3 finalists in the OK Senior category here in Viterbo. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium Barbara Moraschini to present the winners' trophies. Firstly, to 3rd position, heading to Malta's Jacob Mikalev. A fabulous result for Jacob, a brilliant end to his final. Please now welcome Raffaele Gianmaria, the president of the Karting Commission ACI Sport, to present the 2nd place trophy to Vladimir Ivanikov. And please welcome Antonella Saberna from Viterbo, the Vice President of the European Parliament, to present the winners' trophy, heading to Spain's Christian Costoya. And finally, please welcome Mattia Cauda, manager of Mondo Kart Racing, to present the team's trophy, heading to Parolin and to Marco Parolin. A fabulous result for the Parolin team as they head to that final round as not only the Drivers' Championship leaders, but also a great run from the team standings as well. Well, drivers, lift those trophies nice and high up in the air for me, please. Nice big smiles for all the photographers out there here in the sunshine in Italy. It's been a brilliant weekend of racing, but it all ends here with the senior finalists. Well, if we all jump up on the top step of the podium, all get in nice and close, everyone squeeze in as much as you can. Right on the podium there. Nice big smiles for everyone at the end of this weekend. It's been an absolutely superb one for the drivers in all of the 3 classes. The seniors, of course, in the Academy Trophy, the juniors, and, of course, the OK Senior category as well, finishing with Costoya. Maximum points again for him at the end of the season. Well, drivers, for one last time this weekend, it's time for those bottles of champagne. So if anyone is wearing relatively nice clothes, it's probably best to duck and cover at this point because the drivers usually like to get a little bit feisty with these bottles. So, yes, anyone who sees that one will enjoy this one. Right, boys, are we ready? Are we steady? I would say for any members of the media, watch out. 3, 2, 1, let it rip. Brilliant run for the top 3 in the standings. A fabulous end for them in the senior OK category. But the weekend is done with one more round to go. We head, of course, over to the fabulous circuit in Rodby in Denmark. We will look forward to that one. But the weekend here in the sunshine is over. From myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland in the box for here at the Leopard circuit in Viterbo, it is all done. But like we say, that one round to go. We head to Denmark. Who will be championed? Who will be crowned those champions? We're going to find out. From then, we'll see you then. Goodbye for now.